There are 9 participants in the conference. Please announce yourself.
Hi, nine people.
Yes, yeah, I think that's even the parable was just talking about, right? We was talking about the parables part too. Like even my man even letting us like, yo, Enoch, as you witnessing these things, make sure you let them know, like, bro, you were the one and the only one to witness these type of things. In the 10 heavens, we showing the amounts of copper, diamond, crystal. Yo, we got it all. You know what I'm saying? So when you go back to these people, let them niggas know to follow the light the proper way, because you know what I'm saying? We want to making sure that we have one witness, which is you, Enoch, recording and writing these shits down, that they know that they're truth. And when it's like somebody coming to me and be like,
started.
it's like somebody coming to me like, yo, Rraw, how you not gonna know the soul trap session not real? You get what I'm saying? And if I have proof to writing it down by saying, yo, Misha, look at this, I got you, look at this rock. But if you don't have like a spirit, not a spirit, if you don't have your own intuition to decipher, use discernment, a lot of people can get caught up with it, yo. Like a lot of people get caught up with the book of Enoch. It's so easy, and I see where people get with it. You know what I'm saying? So there's a lot of tricks in there. There's a lot of tricks and craft in there where you literally have, while you're reading, you got to keep your awareness in the middle. You can't go too high. You can't go too low. Just be right. Just watching everything and using the discernment and the ramification. Where I'm watching this guy, I'm reading the parables, right? And he's saying on the high diagram. That means this guy can look down and see what's going on. But in the sense, he basically saying that anybody who's still not preaching my name and who's doing this, basically, if we're not supporting other Christians people, then you know, we have a special place where Rraw was saying, like, you know, we go against him and all this type of stuff. But when you really truly look at this shit, it's like, bro, you're really a God of all these characteristics, and you feel some type of way because nobody give you no type of praise and worship. This man demand praise and worship. So to me, to get Enoch to record these type of things, Enoch is just the next level of one witness that to draw everybody to the light. You know what I'm saying? Because everybody can talk about what Enoch's mission was, to recordings of what's going on. That's secret teachings and secret recording that one man witnessed above 10 heavens, right? He's seen all this shit going on. And who's the proof is that? You know what I'm saying? So it's just funny as you read the parables and going down, you be like, yo, this guy is crazy. Like this man demands people. What type of God will force you to worship him?
It sounds like God turned out to be a narcissist.
Yeah, Michelle, literally. You'd be like, bro, what's going on?
Every time, like, looking at him now from the other side of Christianity, you know, because I came from that programming, that now I look back and I'm thinking, dang, how did I not know? How did these people that worship him not question?
God, bro, I was looking at something like, yo, I see, but I ain't gonna lie though, it's elite. And this is why he said, Jesus, the Son of Man. Remember, Jesus was invested and put away before the world created. You know what type of investment is that? That's like an investment. I have $1 billion coming, but before I know I got this $1 billion, I already put this shit in the trust fund. You know what I'm saying? And he did it to point that to show everybody like, yo, even down to the other 10 angels and all that. Bro, nobody's messing with this man. The only person that have works with this man is the Palladians, and Ludwig was right. Palladians got a foot. Palladians got a foot. As you go on read the book of Enoch, you will see where the blonde hair come from. Think about where blonde hair, people with this type of whitish skin, the Palladians.
Yaga, we got 16 people on here now. We could go all night.
Well, my fault. I didn't even know. I'm sorry, guys.
It's all right. I just wanted to.
No, that's good. I've been listening to y'all. I like to listen to y'all. You know, that let me know that y'all getting this class, that this class is being effective, and that I'm being effective to hear y'all speak and be on point with your views. Because just earlier today, I was actually thinking, like, do I need to like start testing You know what I'm saying? I am gonna come up with some tests for you guys, where you'll be able to take on the website and stuff, to see how, you know, how good you are soaking up this knowledge and really the understanding of it all. But I think we pretty much all on the same page listening to you guys talk today, and that the big picture is that there's a system in place, all right, and we have been fooled and tricked not to understand this. You know, people think Jesus is defying his father. Like, why would Jesus ever defy his father for humanity? You know, make that make sense. Give one reason why Jesus would go against his father for humanity. Like, what's so special about us? Nothing. So name one reason that anybody could ever possibly come up with why this man would leave the order of his father's house and risk his neck for a human being. A human who, at the first chance they get, is selfish. At the first chance they get, they go after their desires. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, look, it's billions of people in the world today, and there has been trillions of people in the world. And how many people stick out? That's been like, you know, that sacrifice, you know, for the good of humanity. How many stick out? Jesus, but Jesus didn't come from humanity, so he don't count. So when you start thinking about, you know, you had Gandhi, he stuck his neck out. You know, Martin Luther King, he stuck his neck out. You know, there's been people that have, but they've been few and far in between. So if you think Jesus is going to bat for you while you sit up and you know, fuck, suck, cheat people, and your main focus in life is yourself and your family, if you think a person like a Jesus is coming to save you when he supposedly put his neck on the line for the betterment of humanity, why the fuck would he do that for you? It's almost like you people are saying, like, and I'm not talking about y'all, I'm just speaking in general, right? We got people at home watching. And it's almost like you people are saying that you're worth it. You're worth Jesus doing what he did for you. But I guarantee can't none of you motherfuckers at home or wherever go look in the mirror and say with a straight face that you worth anybody sacrificing their life for you. And I'm just being real, man. And I go for me too, because we're not set up that way. You're not set up that way. So all of these motherfuckers in churches and with your religions and shit believe in all this garbage. You lying to yourself. When you look in the mirror, you see social media you. That's who the fuck you see. Because you don't see the real you. You see who you think you are, who you want to be. You don't see the real you. Because we all got our, you know, skeletons in the closet and things you think ain't nobody ever seen you do and all of this stuff. Not a good person. And the people that sit up there and lie and say, I am a good person. You're not. You're not worth saving. You're not worth saving. Because if you was, ain't nobody's life perfect, right? I don't care how much money you got, whatever. Nobody's life is perfect. Everybody needs somebody. And it's not always about money, needing somebody's money. All right? Many people with money, they didn't need nobody with money. They needed somebody. And nobody came. Which means what? If nobody came in your world, that means nobody felt you was worthy. So here comes a stranger from the skies whose daddy told him that y'all gonna be judged and punished and all of this. And you think he gonna turn around and go against his daddy? As if, and then go to the crazy part. As if he could go against his daddy. That's the one part ain't nobody even thought about. Does Jesus even have the capabilities to go against his father? the obvious, the rational answer would be no. Why would a father enable his son to one day take him over? Name a father that does that. Because in the royal bloodlines, they kill rivals, even if it is their own children. So why the hell do you think that God would give Jesus any type of power that Jesus would be able to use against God to say, I know you said we're going to judge them, but I died for their sins. So I'm the man now. I'm gonna force you, God, to accept that I died for their sins. You people ain't even thinking. Ramification thinking. Go on my website and sign up. We're not thinking correctly. God created humankind so dumb and stupid that they didn't even know they was naked. This is a narcissist. This being told you he was jealous. Jealous of who if you the creator of all? Why would you be jealous? So you're dealing with a flawed being that's a narcissist. And you think this being enabled Jesus with some special power to challenge his authority. You got to be out of your stupid ass minds. You see what I'm saying? Ramification thinking. The book is coming out soon. We're going to get it out in March. People don't know how to think. You was never trained to think. So don't feel bad. Don't feel bad. You were never trained to think. Not in school, not at college, and especially not at your household. You were trained to follow. That's what you were trained to do. Let somebody else do the thinking, you follow it. Some of y'all work in positions where you can upgrade a system or make it better, and you don't even do that. You just simply follow. Every job I've had, I've improved. Like, I worked at the factory of donuts, Dunkin' Donuts factory. And these niggas used to grab they used to say, put on 10 pair of these plastic gloves, these rubber gloves, and grab these hot donuts off of the line as soon as they come out of the oven and put them on the racks. And I sat there and I did that for about 5 days. You know what was going on in my head? How can I make this system better? Because I'm burning my hands. And they have been doing this since Dunkin' Donuts, was in business. And then one day I looked at the assembly line, the donuts roll out of the oven, they fall onto the assembly line, but these idiots had no way to think of how to get the donuts off the assembly line into the racks so that they can, if they needed to be sprinkled or glazed or whatever, then they could do those processes. So they had a line with about 5 people on there picking up hot donuts, putting them on the racks. You know what I did? This is ramification thinking in action. Let's move this damn whole assembly line out the freaking way. Let's put these racks on this movable cart, and let's put the cart up under the goddamn oven and let the donuts fall right onto the racks. And then all you got to do is pick up the rack and put it in the cart. I mean, it knocked out about 5 people's jobs, but I wasn't burning my hands no more. This is when you know how to think. This is thinking 101, ramification thinking. There is no way on quote unquote God's green earth that your God enabled Jesus with any type of power to use against God to make God submit to Jesus. So since God is the one who told you, you're going to be judged, these are the rules. If you break them, this is what's going to happen to you. And then now you got this so-called new covenant that Jesus brought. That ain't nothing but a proposal then. If we gonna stick to the Christian theology of it, that's nothing but a proposal. God ain't signed off on that. And you ain't got one scripture that say he did. So God ain't signed off on no new covenant with Jesus dying for everybody's sins. And that whole premise goes against everything that God set forth in the beginning. Which is why
I think the Bible even says, my bad, bro.
Which is why Jesus said what? I did not come to change the law. I came to fulfill the law. Fulfill means complete it. You know, make sure it's working and make sure it's done. So people are like, you letting these preachers make up this shit. Because this is where it's coming from. All right. It's coming from the ignorance of the people, the ones that know sit silent in the churches, and you hear these preachers say this nonsense, and you don't stand up and you don't call them out on it. That's your right. Didn't you've been paying them? Go ahead, Ludwig.
No, I'm just going to say, I don't see how people can say that Jesus loves them when he don't even mention it nowhere.
I mean, the whole Christian theology is based off of the premise that Jesus has the authority. Jesus would have to go against his Father. And he clearly says, and he doesn't say that nowhere, that he's, I'm going against my daddy for you people. There's no Bible verse in there that says anything like that. What anything Bible verse says is Jesus is in alignment with his Father. Jesus tells you, I didn't come to bring peace on earth. I came to bring the sword and put father against son and mother against daughter. I came to do the will of my Father. Jesus told you how to pray. Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done is a very important sentence in the Lord's Prayer. Does it say Jesus will be done? No, it says thy will be done, which further affirms what? Jesus is doing the will of his Father. So anybody telling you that there's a new covenant, you saying two things out your mouth. Ramification thinking. What are you saying when your preacher tell you it's a new covenant, what is he really saying? He's saying, one, Jesus is going against his Father. And he's saying, two, Jesus has the power to override his Father. Really he's saying three. And number three is God ain't perfect. Because a new covenant means the old covenant is flawed. Why else would you bring a new covenant? What's wrong with the old? The old covenant come from the supposed creator himself. And so you people have allowed your preachers and pastors to tell you that Jesus came with a new covenant because the one his daddy made was screwed up some kind of way.
Hey, Rob, can I say something?
Go ahead, Raj.
Yeah, how you doing, by the way? Yeah, just to let you know, I did buy your book, and I finally got it. It came in the other day. I'm also in chapter 2 right now.
Okay.
Great book, man. Great piece of masterpiece, brother.
Man, I appreciate
what I
it.
want to say is the reason why they call it the Holy Spirit, God, the Father, and the Son.
Mm-hmm.
It's the reason why that's set up. And furthermore, you have to think about it. The Jews, what do? They don't pay attention to no damn New Testament. They pay attention to the first 5 books of the Torah. Okay? So with I firmly believe that with my study with the Council of Nicaea 325 AD, that's when the New Testament came on the scene.
Right.
That's when it came on the scene. They had to come up with a way to get the church age on board with this New Testament, this new covenant. Drinking of the blood sacrifice.
Right.
Take this, eat this. This is my body.
Right.
And in the same like manner, take the cup, bless it. This is the blood. And so they had to come up with that, and that's why so many churches and so many people that go to church are so screwed up. Because if you pay attention to the first 5 books, you ain't going to no damn new covenant.
No.
You know? Because you're going to catch all the bullshit in the first 5 books. Excuse my French. But that's what I want to say.
Yeah.
Michelle?
And you know,
Oh, go ahead, Rob.
go ahead, Michelle.
I was thinking about what he was saying right now, and I forgot what I was gonna say.
That's fine. You come
I have a
back.
question for
Sorry.
you, bro.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was just wondering if you have it set up so that we could leave a review on the book.
You know, I'll look into it. I have some of y'all's reviews that sent me emails. I'm gonna do like a video or something or whatever with some reviews in it. Man, I appreciate y'all support, man. You know, I really do. I really do. You know, this book will eventually go, worldwide with Amazon and all of that stuff. But I wanted to give you guys an opportunity to get your hands on it first. But yeah, man, I appreciate the support, man. I feel like right now, you know, I be talking to these dowser rods by myself, like, you know, and I've started to record it. Like right now, I was just watching another movie. And by the way, that one movie with the mountain, that was called We Strangers. What a weird ass movie, right? It didn't even have like a plot or nothing. It was just like somebody just started recording some shit, right? But anyway, so I was watching this other movie. Oh, God, I'm terrible with these names. But this movie begins by saying 80 years after, and then it puts it in quotations, the year is 2151, 80 years after the flood, which would mean the flood is around 2070. So I'm watching this movie. I said, well, let me break out the dowsing rods and ask them about this. And you know, they basically confirm, and I'm gonna post this tomorrow on Instagram, but they basically confirm, you know, this is happening. And it might happen a whole lot sooner than we think. And the flood is distinct from the tsunami that is going to happen to the West Coast due to that super volcano. It's 2 separate things. I made sure to ask. It's 2 separate things. The tsunami is going to happen and it's going to wipe out the West Coast and all of that, go deep into Nevada, that water. But there will be a flood that will happen to us inside the Antarctic ice wall that's called Earth. It's not going to happen to the outer realms. You know, it's going to happen to us, the prison.
Wait, Rob.
Yeah.
Rob. So you're telling me that God lied and that he's going to flood the earth again when he said he would never do that?
And I'm so glad you asked that, because I asked the dowsing rods that, and they said yes. Of course he lied. And so I went even further with it, you know, because we know who the guys is, the Anunnaki. You know, I asked them, you know, basically you're going to see this tomorrow, but they said the Anunnaki will lie about anything because, you know, there's no respect for us. They don't respect us, period. And you got to remember something, that Earth is a prison now. It maybe didn't start out as a prison planet, you know what I'm saying, or a prison, you know, dome or whatever you want to call it, but it is now a prison where they send people who screw up. So they have no, like, we the scum of the earth to them. We the scum of the earth. Just like at another, like, just like inmates at a real prison. That's how they look at us. Real talk. That's what the dowsing rod said. You know what I'm saying? And it kind of makes sense. You know, they said I was an Anunnaki. You know, look at me. I'm been against them ever since I woke up. So, you know, and that's something important to remember as well. Just because, you know, according to them, every soul in here is basically a criminal, but it doesn't mean that the law you broke was a just law. You see what I'm saying? Like, you know, you could have broke a law that, let's just say, maybe they believe in child sacrifices. Maybe you didn't, and you did everything you could to fight that. To them, you broke the law, and you would be sent here. So just because everybody's here doesn't mean you're a criminal. It just means you broke one of the system laws, is what the Thousand Rod said. All right. So I think.
Wow, what about?
I think.
I'm sorry, Rob.
No, hold on one second. I think that one of the most important things besides getting the soul trap, I think people need to come to the Oracle conference, and one of your questions should be, who am I? All right. You should be trying to find out who you are to get better understanding of, you know, why you here, what's your mission. I mean, our mission all is the same, but, you know, to me, this is knowing I was an Anunnaki is going to help me when I'm trying to get the hell out of here in death. All right. The more information you have, the better prepared you always going to be. So, like, you know, you got people that still don't want to get the soul trap session. So what you're saying is you want to go into the afterlife, knowing all these spirits and demons and all of this shit is on that side. You want to take your dumb ass over into the afterlife, not knowing nothing, and just chance it. Don't even know where you're going. Don't even know what to do. Don't even have a clue. Don't even know who you are. Don't know where you been. Don't know where you came from. You don't know jack. And you just want to go into the afterlife. That is like insane to me. It's crazy. Like, it's stupid, it's crazy, it's ignorant, it's every dumb thing you could imagine. Like, a person who thinks this way, you're a complete idiot. I don't know there's nothing nice I could say about you. You are a complete fool. You're an idiot. You're a dummy. You should not be in charge of anything except your own life. So you can F that off. But you are a complete idiot. You stupid. That's like these people. Look, that's like these people that done took the shot. I asked the spirit drives, hey, does the mRNA vaccines that came from Pfizer, Moderna, you know, Johnson & Johnson, whatever, whoever, will those shots be used to turn people into zombies? They said yes. And you still got fools that's just sitting up here with that mRNA nanotech running through your body, and you don't want to go get the vax reversal. Then I asked the spirit rods, does the vax reversal on my site, will it stop the mRNA inside of people's bodies, and will it stop them from being turned into a zombie? And they said yes. I understand you don't want to listen to me, but if you're not going to listen to beings on the other side that's operating rods, I mean, like, there's something mentally wrong with you. Like, make it make sense. You live in a prison called Earth. You know you're not a human being. You are a soul inhabiting a human body, having a human experience, which means everything human is fake, phony, and false. So you got monopoly money that you play with, and you don't want to spend the fake monopoly money to buy some real stuff that's going to help you in your real spiritual life. Is that what you're doing? That's like we actually playing a game of Monopoly. Are you the little car? You pick the car. Are you the car? No, you're not the car. Are you the top hat? No, you're not the top hat. So why are you in the Monopoly game with your fake Monopoly money and houses, hoarding Monopoly money as if you can, after the game is over, you can take that money with you and go someplace in real life and spend it? These niggas is crazy. You got an opportunity to take that fake Monopoly money. If you, what if while you was playing the game of Monopoly, you could actually take the Monopoly money that you earned and actually buy something in the real world? Wouldn't you do it? Of course you would. And yet you're not. They got something waiting
Hey,
for.
Rob.
Yeah, go ahead. And I'm sorry, Ludwig. You go after Michelle. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry, Ludwig. What would be the difference? Because I talked to this man that he's got some kind of powers or some kind of healing that he does for people.
Mm-hmm.
And he seems to be like maybe, a Pleiadian or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Because he told me, I'm getting Pleiadian vibes from you. So tell me, what is the difference between an Anunnaki and a Pleiadian or a Lumerian or other ones, Nordic or
Right. So the first thing I was gonna say is don't assume that everybody down here that looks human is human, right? Because it's not. There's people that's down here that's they not human. They just look human. That's number one. Number two, the difference between the Pleiadians, Anunnaki, and all of that is, to give it to you in layman terms, the difference between them is like the difference between a person from Ghana, Africa, and a American, a Saudi Arabian or Chinese, whatever, right? So, of course, when you talking about universally, they're gonna be endowed with special type of gifts or what we might call gifts or powers or whatever that's native to their people. All right, or it really all come from knowledge. It's Anunnaki lives 450,000 years, not because they special. It's because of knowledge that they learned how to use the monotonic gold to prolong their life. So everything is really based off of knowledge. You know what I'm saying? The so-called miracles that Jesus did, they wasn't really miracles endowed to him to make him special, because when he told, I think it was Peter, if you just do this, you can walk on water too, which means what? The power is within all of us to do. And the only thing that made Jesus special was he had the knowledge on how to do it. You see what I'm saying? So knowledge is the power, because our souls all come from creation, whether you Lemurian, Pleiadian, Anunnaki, whatever. The knowledge they have is how to manipulate the universe that came from the source of creation. How do we create? All right, that's what we missing. That's what was wiped from our memories. How do we create? Well, in fact, we know how we create through thought. Thought is manifestation. All right, but we can't do that inside these bodies. The way these bodies were created. See, the Anunnaki created their bodies differently. You see what I'm saying? They created Jesus' body differently. They could apply knowledge, in the physical. They had the playbook, the knowledge to do it. You see what I'm saying? So we don't. The Anunnaki do. All right. Anybody that's coming down here talking about, my father this and my father that, they come from the system that Enoch spoke about. They will be coming from the God of the Bible or the Elohims of the Bible. All right. Which means they come from one of these 10 domes above us, which is all Anunnaki. So anybody that come down here like a Jesus, he's Anunnaki. You see what I'm saying? And a lot of people don't realize this. Not only is Jesus not going to go against his people, all right, he don't have the capabilities to do so. You know, if where people really should be, you know, instead of God versus Satan, you know, as one of the basis of Christian theology, if you believe in the new covenant, then it shouldn't be God versus Satan now. It should be Jesus versus God, because the new covenant is Jesus trying to change God's laws, you know, that was given to Moses. And so how does that play out? It doesn't.
Thank you, Ralph.
Uh-huh.
You gave me a new way to look at it. So,
You know,
it's not that big of a deal, really.
no. I mean, all of this, you know, all of this type of stuff, I call these details. And you know, it's important to know the details, and that's why we got this school and all of this. But as we go through ancient text after ancient text, the theme is consistent. That there's a system in place invented by these people above, and no, you know, they keep changing the name of it. It's still the same system. You know what I'm saying? No matter whether we read in the book of Enoch, the Egyptian book of the dead, the Pistis Sophia, the books of Jude, the Talmud of Emmanuel, it's all the same thing, told by different people at different times. It's all a system that we want to avoid. You know, a system that has managed to take power over the ignorant people. But look how we are at the School of Esoteric Knowledge. Each and every one of us have freed ourselves from that system through gnosis, which is knowledge. We're all free from that. But your mother who still go to church, or your father who don't go to church but still believe, they all are slaves to the system. Through knowledge, you have freed yourself from the system. Because what Frederick Douglass said, knowledge makes a man unfit to be a slave. And he was referring to slavery, black slavery, because, you know, back then, slave masters thought black people were beasts, ignorant beasts. You know what I'm saying? Because they didn't speak the lingo, and, you know, they wasn't from here. So they didn't bother to go know about African culture. They just compared the African to American culture and assumed that, you know, we were stupid or dumb or was 1/3 of a man and all of that, you know, which the exact opposite is true, because you're the one who's labeling me, and you didn't even come take a look at where I come from, what I know. You know, just because I don't speak your language don't make me dumb. You see what I'm saying? Immigrants that come over here who don't speak English, they speak Espanol, they not dumb. They it's a new language, new culture. They got to learn. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah. But, you know, kudos to y'all, man. You have freed yourself from the system. And see, all these people sitting at home who think it's an easy thing to do, it's not. It's not. And that's one of the benefits of this class is knowledge can free you. So I believe everybody that's in this class understands who they are, what they are, and, you know, has a different look on life than they had before this class. Because, you know, me even knowing this stuff and teaching this stuff, like I said, every time I go back, I learn something else. I see a different viewpoint and all of that. So you definitely, you know, that's why I recommend people, when you get the Soul Trap session, because there's so much information condensed, me just trying to get it out there, you can't look at that once and think you got it. And some idiots have and be like, you know, I've gotten messages. I was expecting more. You were expecting more than 200,000 years of information, you know, condensed into a couple of hours. You was expecting more than that. Okay. That tells me, you know, you got dyslexia or something. You don't get it. So everybody don't get it, man. I'm telling you, everybody does not get it. Two people can see the same thing and they gonna come up with different results. You know what I'm saying? And now I firmly believe that has something to do with the, you know, what type of soul they are. You know, because everybody's not a divine soul. A divine soul, like I am, is a full soul. Then you got the souls that, even though they still come from creation, the demiurge, whatever you want to call them, Anunnaki, whatever you want to call them, they was piecing those souls out to spread them to get more bodies. So they was basically piecing those souls out, chopping them up, stepping on it like dope. Instead of the dope being straight pure, the heroin being straight pure, they were stepping on it so that they can get more souls into more bodies to animate them. They didn't care if, by doing that, some of these souls they're going to be lacking. They're not going to be full. They're not going to be 100%. And that's what we read in the Pistis Sophia. Who was that? Roger, I believe, brought that up to us. Made me focus more on it. I did put that in the book about the divine soul, the demiurge soul, and I always forget the third soul, right? But yeah, that matters. That matters. That greatly matters. So anybody got anything else they just want to say, or it don't have to be, it could be whatever.
Yeah, bro. So I do agree on that whole concept of every soul that's here had to break something. It don't have to be criminal.
Right.
That does make sense, but on my behalf, I was told that I was tricked. That has nothing to do with that. So what about
a lot of people? A lot of people was tricked into here. Remember that video of Neo Hypno Soul where those souls was on a UFO, and they were told that they were coming to Earth to raise the vibration or help in some kind of way. And then they got here, and the woman that's telling that story is like, my memory was wiped clean. I was put into a body, and now I'm down here working. I have no clue or recollection about anything about trying to help somebody. But see, here's the thing about that. This is the bigger picture. They are the influx of souls is because the great reset is about to happen. All right. So whenever they influx souls like this, it's because you got 54 of y'all in class. That's 54 conscious souls. All right. If something happens, whatever, when we get to the afterlife, like say a flood or something happened, all right, we all die. All 54 of us is going to know each other because it's a hive mentality. A beehive, it's a hive type of mentality in the afterlife. That's why everybody, and I haven't put this out into the soul trap yet, but that video I keep telling you about when the spirit guides told the Holy Spirit, don't come close to the dead girl soul, because if you do, she's going to know everything that you know. And the Holy Spirit said, well, take her someplace, right? Excuse me. So we all gonna know each other. And it really don't matter, like, because time and space and all that's different. So let's just say all of y'all are spread across the globe, all over the world, and the flood come and we all die the same. I'm gonna know you. You gonna know me. All right? Your people gonna know you. When the tunnel of light comes, and let's just say a Jesus or is in the north, and then you got Prophet Muhammad in the south and Buddha in the east and somebody else in the west, and people start going to, I don't want to say assigned places, but places that they chose on their own, and that starts happening, we gonna be like, we're not going to none of those places, and we gonna stand out. And there's going to be other people that trust you. When you be like, no, don't go in there. There's going to be people that that trust you. And if you say no, then they're not going to go. But then it's a domino effect, because that person that's following you is somebody following them. And that could lead to thousands and thousands and thousands of souls not going where the Anunnaki want everybody to eventually go, and that is into some type of light. to be reincarnated or captured. So how do you thwart that if you the Anunnaki? How do we stop this from happening? Because remember, just like in that movie Soul, what do they say? They don't want to lose one soul, not one. If the count is off, they coming after that one soul. So they don't want to lose one soul. So if you think about it, we saw what they're doing in the pandemic. They used peer pressure to get a lot of people who said, no, I'm not going to do it. They used peer pressure to get people to change their minds. I felt that peer pressure at my job. But I'm hard-headed. Unfortunately for them, I'm a hard-head. I'm a person that before I do something, I gotta have it figured out in my head. I don't do stuff that I don't know what I'm doing. That don't make sense. Do it make sense to do shit that you don't know what the hell you doing? That don't make sense. And I don't do things that I don't understand and hope for the best. You know what I'm saying? I don't do that. I might have did that as a child. I'm not a child no more. I understand that my actions have ramifications. So because my actions have ramifications, then I need to think about those ramifications before I act. So them bringing 8 billion people into the dome is to influence people. When this great cataclysm comes, people are going to follow people. Now, some of these people that they done influxed into here, they just simply clones. They've been given them to do. And they are your family, they and all of that. And their job is to follow the system in the hopes that those other people who maybe you Ludwig or Raj or me or somebody, that we will screw up and follow that person because we love them. Go ahead, Raj.
See, the thing about it is, before they do something, they plan it. And what I'm getting at with the pandemic, it was pre-planned. They had the shots ready 15 years ago. There was no way in the world that they could make. At that time, we had 7.5 billion people on the planet. They could not have made that in that amount of time, no matter how many people they would have had together.
No.
So they got together and planned everything, and then they coerced people. And they, you don't have to take the shot, but I mean, it's mandatory if you want to be a health care worker, you must take the shot.
Right.
Even the people in the area. So it's like they put it to where you can or you can't. You still have free will to do something. And family members. My mother went off on my brothers. She said, why don't you ask your dumbass brothers why they took that damn shot? I say, Mama, you don't even curse. and I know darn well what's in that shit. I'm not, Mama, what's wrong? But my point is, they took aborted fetal tissue from the 60s, 70s, 80s, and the early 90s, and they put into that shot. So you got AIDS, you got hepatitis, all these different things that they put in there. And now people are sitting here talking about on the news now, all these the AIDS count in Memphis is rising dramatically, even in Houston, because they put it together and they planned it that way.
Yeah.
And like I've had a problem with rich people all my life, and then the thing about it, I've always followed them, and I always knew it was something they doing to get them where they are.
Right.
And because you got Bill Gates now, this clown gonna make an artificial sun. It's just so much that they are doing that they're getting set up for the reset.
Exactly.
You have to destroy the old to bring in the new.
That's right.
And that's what they're doing. That's why they files out. And it's the reason that it's like dominoes falling all over the world because somebody's tied, some politician or great or official is tied to these Epstein files.
Yeah.
And that's what they're doing.
And
people all into the Epstein file while they sitting up here bringing in the carbon footprint.
Yeah.
Okay, the digital ID, the digital passport. They putting all that shit, they sliding in. I can go on whitehouse.gov and find out any law that they passed. But anytime they put something out, believe me, if they release the UFO, believe me, they put a document that's gonna help the New World Order.
Oh
It's
yeah.
a system. They've been planning for years.
And they,
But that's all I want to say.
yeah, it's show you this, here, look at this, what my right hand is doing, and you're not paying attention to what my hand behind my back is doing. So the Epstein files is definitely a distraction. But see, then it's also this. Your president, who I was a supporter of, Donald Trump, your president is a pedophile. It's, without a shadow of a doubt. Is he being indicted? Is he even being investigated?
No, of course not. And he's named in the Epstein files of 5,300 times. Okay, and you got to think about it. Donald Trump is like Superman. You can't touch him. You can't penetrate him because here it is. They had 35 counts that the state put on, that the feds put on. That he got away with that. And the state picked it up. He got away with that. Everything it seems like he does is like, no, can't touch this like him. See, back in the day, can't touch it. Can't touch you.
Right.
But he's just as dirty. He's one of the dirtiest players. He's playing both sides of the field.
Yeah.
Both sides of the fence.
They got that serpent bloodline in them.
Huh? And then it's the bloodline as well. There you go. That's another thing. Right.
They not.
You got that serpent in them.
It's one thing we can never forget. He said the serpent. Yeah. The reptilian bloodline. But it's one thing we can't never forget, y'all, that sometimes I know we do. But this whole system this is a play. All right. Ain't none of it real. It's all been thought out. All right. Not just like the pandemic, the flood, humanity, the LGBTQ thing, the racial thing, anything you think of. It's all planned years in advance. You know what I'm saying? Because the Anunnaki lived 450,000 Earth years. When the first order came from the Elohim, that on the sixth day, that humankind be fruitful and be fruitful and multiply, that was so that they can get slaves. They needed to build the population up. All right. Now, here go the thing. I think I talk about this in the video tomorrow. So the serpent, I'm going to give y'all a new twist on Adam and Eve based off what the Thousand Rods done told me. Adam and Eve was the reptilian race being made. You know how Obama and them talking about reptilians and all of that? So the reptilians you got two sets of reptilians. You got the reptilians that come from Alpha Draconia. All right. That's not what we're talking about right here. You got another set of what you call the serpent race that comes from where? The waters of Tiamat. All right. Now, who's that guy you always quote? Raj, that's in the waters, the Leviathan. All right. So you got the Leviathan. You also got another being called the Lahuma, which is something like the Leviathan. It's a sea monster, right? So the Spirit Rod said that the serpent race, all right, the Nagas, those just how, okay, so humanity, where do they get humanity here? It's the Elohim, according to the Spirit Rod. I'm trying to organize all this shit. The Elohim, according to the Spirit Rods, is made up of the Anunnaki that come from Nibiru. All right. Spirit Rod said the Anunnaki are made up of white skinned people and Asian people, but not black people. Why? Because the Anunnaki come from Nibiru, which is the 13th planet, which sits furthest from the sun. This is why they are very tall and very pale skinned. They have no black people. All right. So anybody saying the Anunnaki is black, which I even said, 10 years ago on the Soul Trap that they could never be black. All right. Even though they beards and all that, they look black. Just because they sketch may look black don't mean they black. They could never, ever, ever be black. They come from a place that's too far from the sun. All right. So where do black people come from? Is there a black planet out there? Yes. Yes. According to the spirit rods, the first two planets, and I forget what it is. What is it? Saturn or something, whatever. I know, Mars, whatever. But there's black people on them planets because they sit close to the sun. All right. But the people here, the black people here on Earth come from Tiamat, which is the third planet from the sun that NASA got you believing is called Earth. Earth is a biosphere that sits at the bottom of an ocean on the planet called Tiamat. So black people come from the surface of Tiamat, which is why in the oceans and every place they dig up black people being millions of years old because we are native to this actual planet Tiamat. You see what I'm saying? So we're native to this. The spirit rods say this is where black people come from. The black people that they got off the surface of Tiamat, they brought into their labs, tweaked our DNA and put us in this whole human race. You know why they call it the human race? It's a race. Neanderthal, Cro-Magnon, Homo sapien, all of the human race. All right, so we're in this human race. Okay, the Adam and Eve come from the serpents in the waters of Tiamat, who were not they're not human like. They're like what's some things? Mermaids. They like mermaids. The Anunnaki grabbed them, tweaked them, and made them in the garden. This was a special race, right? Adam is the beginning. So what do we learn? Let's connect some dots. What do we learn in the Talmud of Emmanuel? The bloodline of Adam. Some Jasa and all of that stuff. Jesus comes from the bloodline of Adam. All right? This is a special race. What was Jesus called? The good serpent. All right? So the bloodline of Adam, who came up to Adam and Eve and said, no, they lying to you? The serpent. So the bloodline of Adam and Eve is like what you might refer to as the reptilian, but it's really the serpent race. Adam and Eve were serpents. Eve's very name. Damn. And I got a video. We're gonna do a conference on this. All right. I got a video that I seen a video that explains this, right? But it's also explained in one of my conferences I did with the Anunnaki. Eve's very name means serpent in a roundabout way. Her original name, not Eve, her Hebrew name, which is like Eve or some shit like that. But it's serpent. So Adam and Eve they were the beginning of the serpent race. All right. And the spirit rods confirmed that. Like, I asked them right now. I was shocked though. I was like, I always thought that it was something. I thought that Adam and Eve was like a different Homo sapien. You know what I'm saying? Then I thought, like, for example, if humankind created on the sixth day was, let's just say, Cro-Magnons, Cro-Magnons, then I thought Adam and Eve was Neanderthals of the same race. No. Adam and Eve come from a different race. And when you think about it and you start putting two and two together, like I said, Jesus called the good serpent, the bloodline of Adam and all of that, it makes 100% sense. But then we can ask these guys, is there anybody willing to speak to me? Is anybody willing to speak to me? Please, can you speak to me? Yes? All right, thank you. So as you heard, can we start from a neutral position, please? As you heard, Neutral. Neutral. That's not neutral. You're going the wrong way. Can we start from a neutral position, please? I don't have time to play today. Thank you. So, as you heard us talking about Adam and Eve, is it true that Adam and Eve were the beginning of the human serpent race that the Anunnaki was working on? Is this true? Yes. All right. So, that's a specific bloodline. Is Jesus a part of that bloodline? Is Jesus a part of the bloodline of Adam? Seeing as how they called Jesus the good serpent. Yes. All right. So this is what's going on. This is like some incredible shit to me. Like, first of all, when I started putting all this together, but yeah, it's Adam and Eve is not even a part of us, which makes sense. Remember when Cain kills Abel and he says, I'm going to go out into the world, they're going to kill me, right? And people used to be like, well, why would they kill him? And you got all these people that talk, oh, because they're from the house of, all this BS. The reason they was going to kill Cain was because the first humans created was humans. Cain was not a human. Eve is not a human. That's why they was going to kill Cain. And that's why whatever Anunnaki said, I'm going to put my mark on you so that they won't mess with you. This was not, what we may think of as a special bloodline. I mean, it is kind of, but these were serpents. This was the beginning of the serpent race who is in control right now, who many of us call the reptilians. You know what I'm saying? But it's not Alpha Draconia that's in charge of us. It is the serpents that the Anunnaki put in charge of us. So they're not the same. They're not the. We are still being ruled by the serpent race. All right. The two snakes intertwined in a pole. The caduceus. Vatican Hall is in the shape of what? A reptilian? No, a serpent. Makes sense now, don't it?
They put it all in the movies too.
Yes, in the movies. It's all around us. We just see they push that reptilian stuff because people are thinking, and see they fine with that because they're like, oh, well, you mixing it up. Even Obama got on there. Yeah, we, that reptilian part of our brain, he said in that interview on TV. No, not reptilian. Serpent. Serpent. You know what I'm saying? That's the difference. Anybody got any questions or thoughts?
Hey, Ron, have you heard who owns the rights to the King James Version Bible?
The royal family, right? Prince Harry, somebody?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. I knew you would know that.
Yeah.
It makes so much sense because they are, you've seen videos of her shape-shifting and, it makes sense.
Yeah,
I couldn't believe it at first, but I said, of course.
They make hundreds of millions of dollars off the sale of the Bible every year. They get a piece of that. The royal family. Yeah.
Yeah, I couldn't believe it at first, but it made sense.
Yeah, so yeah, we have they really done did a number on us. You have to really dig for this. And I'm sorry I didn't really go too in depth in the book about this. And maybe I will with ramification thinking, go more in depth and put that Adam and Eve story to rest. But yeah, Adam and Eve, we are not a part of Adam and Eve. Zero. That's the people that's ruling over us. You know what I'm saying? That's That's the line of every prophet. It's a bloodline that they established to do multiple things with. They send clones out of that same bloodline to come down here and be prophets and stuff like that. You know, when I read the story of Simeon Toko, if you don't know who Simeon Toko is, he's a black guy that came down to earth about, 50 years ago or something, in the 60s or something, who could do powers like Jesus. He could do powers like Jesus, Simeon Toko. All right, they tried to kill him, couldn't kill him. They shot him, his body come right back together. They chopped his arms off and legs, and the government did this and chopped him up into pieces and flew him into the four corners of the world and dropped his body parts, and he still came back together. All right, his name is Simeon Toko. Now, when I read all this, I'm thinking, this dude obviously came from a different planet, right? No. One thing we need to remember, man, we live in a dome underwater. And if anybody is in here, they got access to be here. There's nobody in here that's not supposed to be here. All right. This is why, because if there was, there would be people doing movements and stuff going against the system. How many movements worldwide has there been against the system? None. There has been no movement against the system on a worldwide basis. All right. Now, Simeon Toko believed in God. He believed in God. I don't want to say he established a religion, though some say he did, but this dude believed in God. So what does that tell you? Who sent him? You see what I'm saying? So we being tricked. We being too gullible. We forgetting the power of the Anunnaki. We forgetting how smart they are. We forgetting how old they are, which brings them even more knowledge. And here go the thing. This is the main thing we forgetting. We forgetting who we are. And so because you keep forgetting who you are, people keep looking for somebody else to help them. And I keep telling you, there's nobody coming, because the power to help yourself is right. Or if you ain't got it in you, then get the Soul Trap session. It's in there. Join the School of Esoteric Knowledge. It's here. But see, you don't understand that, right? And why is it you don't understand? Because you keep identifying as a human being, and you're not. And so until you get that through your thick ass head that you're not a human being and that you're a soul and that knowledge is power, you forever are going to be tricked, reincarnated, and a slave to the system. All right. I seen a video where it said, you know, because they have to give us the knowledge, right? They got to tell us what they're going to do before they do it. They got to give you the knowledge. You have the power. It's here. But they decided to hide it within you because you look in every place outside of you and you won't look within, which is why I wrote the book, Awakening the God Within. You won't look inside of you and shed this fake monopoly world and start focusing on the real you. You won't do it. And what you don't know hurts you. And it's hurting a lot of y'all. You know what I'm saying? It's really hurting a lot of y'all. Think of all the people. Just think of yourself. I ain't even gonna say think of all the people. Think of yourself. Think about yourself. Think about your life when you had the lowest time of your life. Go back to that moment. Go back to the moment when you had the lowest time of your life, when you was messed up. You was effed up. Think about that time. And think what you did. I know what you did. You prayed and prayed and prayed. And your prayers went unanswered. unanswered. Till eventually, whatever you were going through either passed, you accepted it, or you got up off your butt and you did something about it. One of those three things. Because the number 4 option, somebody helped you, meaning God, that never happened. That never happened. So you know, when we get into messed up positions, instead of look within, the system indoctrinated you to look not within, but outside of yourself. Always looking for somebody to help you. Please help me. Please help me. Like a weak bitch. Please help me. Please. Somebody, please. Gotta wake up, man. Gotta wake up. A lot of you people are crazy. You fucking insane. Why do I say that? Because you keep doing the same stuff over and over again, expecting a different outcome. That's the definition of insanity, correct? So it ain't nothing wrong with me trying to tell you to do something different and look within and get the knowledge. Buy the freaking knowledge. Buy it. Real knowledge ain't free. Where do you get real knowledge at? Explain for free. You people don't let social media because you see a couple of posts or somebody saying something that sounds slick. That sounds slick. And then now you think knowledge is free. Meanwhile, the Illuminati charge what? To tell you about who you once were and what's going on. The Masons make you do what? Some of these groups you can't even get in. Skull and Bones and stuff like this where they share not, you can't even get in them. So what the hell makes you think knowledge is free? Esoteric knowledge is free. It's not free, and it was never meant for the masses. Only you people that got a brain, that's who it's meant for. It's not meant for the rest of you idiots. Some people deserve, you deserve what you get. You deserve what you put into life. Why do you expect that I would be sitting up here telling you deep? I just gave you a deep secret about Adam and Eve. Why would I be sitting up here giving you deep secrets for nothing? And you a fucking idiot. Why would I do that? Why would I upset the balance and do that? You don't understand life. That's why you don't know shit. That's why you accepted life at face value. Oh, this is it. This is it. This is all there is. This is all there is. Sex, desires, money, and material things. That's it. That's all there is to life. You accepted that at face value. You never picked a rock up and looked up under it to see what was under it. You never questioned what was being presented to you. So you put in nothing, then you deserve nothing. These people at this class today, the people that done got the soul trap session and done bought a book, these are people that's trying to figure something out. These are people investing in themselves. You're not investing in me, fam. You can't fuck with me. I know what I know. Invest in yourself. Because you don't know nothing. And all I do on my page and all these other pages is these people are simply showing you that there is more to life than what you think you know. You saw up, oh, the Epstein files, the Epstein file. Well, in the Epstein files, they telling you stuff that you didn't know. Joe Biden replaced, cloned and replaced. You didn't know that. Some of you idiots went to the voting polls and voted for a goddamn robot. You dummy. It also say that a flood is coming. It also say that they buying and selling souls just like they buying and selling humans. But that went over everybody's head. That went over everybody's head. If you don't get nothing out the Epstein files, get this. The world is not what you think. Your favorite celebrity and politician is in the Epstein files for a reason, man. Some of y'all can't even put them facts together. Why? I love Oprah. Why is she in the Epstein files? They all are in on it. Everybody is in on it except who? You freaking idiots. You idiots who go vote and go to church and all that dumb shit. Everybody's in on the joke except you dummies. You are freaking sheep idiots. You're a fucking idiot. I don't know what else to call you. You stupid. You dumb. And I disrespect you like this, hoping that it will inspire, that it'll get you angry, and you will go to www.therrawreport.com and start educating yourself by buying a book, getting a soul trap session, joining school, doing something. That's why I insult you. Because if it was me, somebody was insulting, and I knew what they were saying was correct, I wouldn't want to remain an idiot. Why would I want to stay stupid? It's just something wrong with y'all. The majority of y'all, though, you're gonna die in that state. You're gonna die in that state. And here go the thing. If you die in a state of ignorance after watching me, then please know you probably a clone. But here's the thing, even with the clones, you still got free will. Even though it's something that they done did, some program that they done put in you to make you stay on their path that they want you to be on, you obviously, if you're watching me, you on my path. So I encourage you, the only way you're gonna break your programming is to go get the soul trap session. Go buy a book. Because if you don't, they're going to win. And some of y'all are it's in your DNA. The worship gene and all of that crazy stuff is in your DNA. You cannot fight it. But I'm telling you, if you're watching me, all you got to do is go to my website and buy something and partake of it. And you can break your programming. All right, I'm done talking to y'all at home, man. And I'm only going to let y'all watch for a little bit longer, man. I'll be giving y'all this little insight into the classes so that you can be like, damn, this is a place where I need to be. This is a place where you actually need to be and be around people, you know, that's trying to learn something, man. Some of y'all, it's so disappointing, man. That's, you know, if I was giving it away for free, I would have probably done killed myself by now, because only a small percentage of the people are even actually listening and getting up off their ass to do something about it. You know, so to protect my own sanity, that's why there's a fee. I don't feel bad if you don't buy it. I really don't. But if I was doing this for free, but see, I never would have done it for free, because ramification thinking. Look what happened to Martin Luther King for free. Look what happened to Gandhi for free. Look what happened to anybody trying to help you niggas out for free. They all lost their lives. They all lost their lives. I'm talking about, I'm talking about even like whistleblowers like Rob Schneider, Schneider, whatever his name was. You know, 2 bullets to the back of the head, suicide. These people done lost their lives trying to wake you up. So I charge And that's probably why I'm still alive. Because only a small percentage of y'all actually got enough sense to hear the truth and be able to know the truth when you hear it. Only a small percentage of y'all. And that small percentage right here in class today. You know what I'm saying? But it's cool.
Can you say something, Rraw?
Go ahead, Raj.
Now, I always do research, just like you, Rraw. I've been researching things all my life.
Mm-hmm.
And I found an article. I've always been fascinated with Hitler, wondering why the hell did he do this? Oh, the man had to be an evil, he had to be crazy.
Right.
But Hitler went after the Semitic Jews for a reason.
Yeah.
Because of what they're doing today. And it's sad to say that people that are still going to church, like I was telling Michelle, they listen to the pastor on Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
After that, they close the Bible and they never open it up either unless they go to Wednesday night Bible study
Right.
or vocational Bible, then they'll reopen it. But my point is, there's so many scriptures in there. If they had read it, they would have woke up. And like one of them, Jesus said, don't give knowledge to pigs. In other words, like a pig will turn around and don't give pearls to swine, because the pig is going to do what? Take it in the mud pit and make a mess of it. And so the knowledge, it was a parable for knowledge. Don't give knowledge to somebody that's not going to do anything with it.
Exactly.
And if people would have read that particular parable, it would have helped them awaken. Even Paul even told people, I would rather not have you injured my brother, or brethren is how he said it.
Right.
So there's so many scripture Bible that would have people awaken if they paid attention to it. My people suffer from lack of knowledge.
Yeah.
Jesus told us so many different times. But like I say, if you don't, why get a book if you don't read it from front to back? And then turn around and do what? Reread it again.
Right.
Because I guarantee you, every time I've always went to the Bible, I always caught something different. I said, wait a minute, hold up, I didn't see that at that time. And even
exactly.
when just like when I read the Samaritan, started back over in the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
This stuff I missed the first time that I caught the second time. So if you're gonna change, you can't be obstinate, you gotta have it within you. Everything comes from within you.
Well said,
When you
Rod.
get tired of the man or the woman, it's when you change.
Well said. This book here, this is the Bible. Look how thick this book is. I've read this 5 times. All right. Probably gonna pick it up and read it again sometime when I get some free time again. All right. You know, no, your mama ain't never read this book. Your daddy ain't never read this book. Hell, I would really be surprised if your preacher read this book. Because I don't think they have. And if they have, it was only one time. How you going to digest this amount of information from one reading? It's impossible. Just like Rod said, every time I go back and read, another enlightenment happens. Well, not just one. If you read this whole thing, it's going to be, a bunch of enlightenment. And that enlightenment always keeps going back to this dude that they done told us this dude is God. But that's not what I'm picking up from my own readings. God is not jealous. All right. There will be nobody for him to be jealous of. He created everybody. So you mean to tell me God created somebody that he could be jealous of? Is that what you're saying? Ramification thinking. Don't make sense. So it don't make sense why your God is describing himself in the first commandment using a human character flaw. And if you don't know what jealousy is, it's one of the 7 deadly sins that your God ascribes to himself. And then he'll turn around and speak with the mouth of a serpent by saying, I'm a loving God. Love and jealousy don't go together. There's plenty of people in the graveyard that will tell you this, including Abel, when Cain killed him. Love and jealousy don't go together. So if you ask Cain, did you love Abel? And he say yes, but you killed him out of jealousy. Love and jealousy just don't go together. So if you think God loved you, but he told you he's jealous, well, let's go back and look at his actions to see if what I'm saying is correct. How many instances did God kill the people he loved? Did he not kill his own children of Israel that he supposedly loved and made a covenant with as soon as they started worshiping the golden calf? That's like your boyfriend telling you he loves you and he's showing you he loves you, showering you, doing everything for you. But the moment he see you talking to another nigga, he beating you upside your head. We're not thinking correctly. We're not using common sense. You're letting other people do your thinking for you. And on top of that, you're not even questioning why they are taking the stance that they are taking. Why is your preacher so much in God's corner? You think God is doing something special for your preacher? Do you really think that? Is God making you give money to your preacher, or is your preacher making you give money to him? We're not thinking, man. We're not thinking. All right, let's get into the book of Enoch. Anybody got anything they want to say before we move on?
I would just like to add, I remember hearing in the conference about Abraxas that like you could be a true seeker, or like really trying to empower yourself and stuff, but if you're guided by the wrong archetype, then from that get-go you're gonna be compromised already.
I'm glad you brought that up,
Just want to
Raul.
throw that out there.
No, that's a good observation, because somebody asked me in the comments on the post I made about the 1,000 rods, and they was like, asking should they get them or whatever. Let me explain something to you about these 1,000 rods, and not really necessarily about the 1,000 rods themselves. Let me explain something to you about the beings that operate the 1,000 rods, because some of y'all are afraid. Some of y'all, I'm pretty sure a lot of people don't even know what the hell's going on here. All right. Now, I'm gonna have 1,000 rod. I'm gonna talk to the. Is anybody willing to speak to me? All right, thank you. All right, so let's be clear. These entities. Well, I'm gonna speak directly to you guys. You entities. Are you my spirit guides? Let's get this out. Let's establish who you are. Are you my what people think are called spirit guides? Is that who you are, my spirit guides? You saying yes? What about you? You stuck over there? You gonna comment? What you gonna do? All right. So they saying yes. These are my spirit guides. Okay. So thank you. Can we start from a neutral position? All right. So who do you work for? Do you work for me? Of course not. Do you work for the system? Do you work for the system? Yes. All right. Thank you for that. And can we start from a neutral position, please? You need some help? Neutral. I know you read my mind, but let me get the question out first. So now I forgot the question. Come on, guys. Can we move when I ask you to move, please? All right. Now I got to try to think of the question again. Damn it, man. All right. Well, let me just say this. Can I ask it first? Jeez, do y'all got some place to be? Every time you do that, I lose my train of thought because I know you in my head. All right. me see. What the fuck was I about to say, man? Okay, so y'all work for the system. We done established that. Are there beings who play around with people who have no knowledge and they get out these spirit rods? You know, what we might call trickster spirits. Yes. All right. So what I'm getting at then is that a person needs to have some type of knowledge in order to pick up these dowsing rods. Would that be a safe statement to say that a person needs to have some sort of knowledge about something, and you know? Yes. And the reason I'm saying that is because, and can we start from a neutral position? The reason I'm saying that is because if the person that's operating the dowsing rods have limited knowledge on things, will the spirit sometime play tricks with them and give them false information? Will the spirit sometimes give them false information? Yes. All right. I know some things y'all don't want to admit, all right, but we have, you know, established that to a knowledgeable person, then you will give the truth to, because you already read his mind. And exactly. All right. So let's ask this and put this to rest. Is this a play toy? Is this a play toy, the dowsing rods? Is this something to play with? You know, meaning play with you. Are you something to play with? You are something to play with. That's what you're saying. Okay, you said it. You said it. Did you know what I mean? I mean, should people play with the dowsing rods, meaning play with you entities like as if you were a game? Should people do that? No, you're not a game. You're not a joke, right? All right. So I'm saying all of that because I don't want to say, you know, like some people think, well, you might be inviting something into your life. You're not inviting anything into your life because they're already here. All right. Now, what people don't know, which I've said, you know, many times, is I always been talking to these dudes soon as I became conscious that they was here. And that's been over like 15 years. I just never did it with the dowsing rods, but I've always talked to these guys, like always. I'm talking about just like I'm talking to y'all right now. For the past 15 or so years, I've been talking to these niggas like damn near every day. Bullshit you not. On a whole lot of different levels. So could somebody who don't have as much knowledge as I am try to do this and then crazy shit start happening to you? Yes. Yes. Could you be being misled? Yes. I mean, it's you know, you see how I talk to him? You know, like, you know, I'm in control. Put it to you like that. I'm in control. All right. I mainly ask questions to stuff I already know. You know, but don't get it twisted. They read your mind and they read your aura. They know you. If they feel like, oh, we can do this and do that, they're going to do it, man. They're going to do it. They work for the system. All right. And my experience with them and somebody else's experience will be two totally different things. I don't recommend you asking them questions that you don't know the answers to. You know what I'm saying? I use these guys for confirmation. Everything I'm telling you, that's why most of my questions to them are really not yes or no questions. They're yes questions. They just simply confirming what I already know. All right. Now, can you invite some shit into your life that's going to start fucking you over and doing stuff to you? You most certainly can. You most certainly can. But that usually happens to people with little knowledge or people with belief systems and things of this nature. If right now somebody, one of these so-called spirits start throwing shit around in here, like, okay, you smashing up shit, big deal. What does that affect on me? Because they only do stuff. They do stuff for a reason. They don't do random stuff. All right. They don't just pick somebody like that video I showed you of the woman outside the apartment and, some entity picked her up while she was still running. And they only do stuff for a reason. They don't do stuff for no reason. They do things for a reason. So what reason you going to pick me up and throw me across the room or start smashing? What's the end goal here? You think the Rraw Report is about to bow down to that? You think I'm going to run the church tomorrow? Like, what's the end goal here? Because ain't none of that going to happen. So they don't do just random stuff. You know what I'm saying? And then you need to know something about them. Some of y'all calling these beings demons. You got motherfuckers talking about Baal is a demon. Baal is not a demon. Baal was not a demon until your God called him a demon because Baal did something that your God didn't like. And it really, if I dig hard enough, I could find a verse because I remember reading it. Baal wasn't a demon. He did something that your God didn't like, that went against the system. The same thing I keep saying, all of us are in prison earth for. And then your God said, from this day forward, you shall be known as a demon. Baal is not a demon. And see, think about this, what I'm telling you. How many motherfuckers do you know that's done researched like I have that can sit up in here and confidently tell you that one of the most widely known demons is not a freaking demon? What kind of brownie points do you think I get on the other side for that? Because it's the truth. So what kind of brownie points do you think I get on the other side? You want to ask these niggas? So you really think somebody ain't gonna look out for me? And I'm sitting up here telling the truth about something that's with them? You really think that? Can somebody speak to me, please? All right, thank you. Let's answer the question. Was Baal a demon before, I don't know, was it Yahweh or whoever, but was Baal a demon before Yahweh or whoever the God was said he was a demon? Was he a demon before that? No. So the God that said Baal is a demon, that edict, that command is what made people think Baal is a demon. Is this correct? Well, he went because he broke some law, right? But is that correct? That he's really not a demon. He just disobeyed a law. Is this correct? Yes. So he's really not a demon. He just disobeyed the law. So can we start from a neutral position, please? Do you guys on the spiritual side, do you appreciate the fact that I'm telling the truth about Baal, that he wasn't a demon? Yes. Yes. All right. So no, look, knowledge is power, man. I cannot express enough to you how much power there is in knowing. Knowledge. All right. These guys are in control of everything that go on in life. Everything. And I put this in my book, Awakening the God Within, when I did the chapter on the demons and Solomon and all of that stuff. Gabriel giving Solomon the ring. These guys not demons, man. These are people who went against your God. And your God called them a demon. So if you think they're not giving me no love for that, I just showed you they giving me love for that. From beings that you sit up in here are afraid of. So when I operate 1,000 rods, I'm not afraid of shit. Knowledge is fucking power. Extreme power. So while you people sit up here pray to a God that hates your guts, I don't have to pray to nothing. I'm just being real and I'm sharing knowledge with you that these beings ain't demons. And if you think they don't look out when they can, you'll be sadly mistaken. Compared to me and you, who you think they're going to look out for? You or me? Somebody that's using his voice and his platform to tell the truth about these dudes. This is real shit. This ain't no, this shit ain't fake or phony. This is real fucking shit. They done got a bad rap. Do they do good? Yeah, they do good. Do they do bad? Yes, they do bad. But who determines what's good and bad? The system. The system do. Y'all got to wake up, man. I'm doing all I can to give you as much knowledge as I have. And you motherfuckers that sit at home, you like, I want to stay stupid. I want to stay dumb. I don't want to know that. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy and insane. Absolutely crazy and insane. And see, there can be no change if you won't listen, if you won't wake up. How could there be change? Many of you people still think it's somebody coming down here to ascend you into 5D or some other BS somebody talking about. Ain't none of that gonna happen, fam. What's about to happen is the great reset, which means to reset, you got to renew, you got to get rid of the old, like Roger said. Out with the old, in with the new. So all you dummies, they gonna get rid of you. They gonna get rid of you. Trust and believe. They don't want you here. They don't want you here. You got, some of y'all got shit going on in your life you don't even understand. And you want to know why it's going on in your life? Because you ain't got no knowledge. So it's beings on the other side, they just pick with you. Any chance they get, they stick their foot out and trip you up. You a joke to them. You are a joke to them. When you see people like really going through some bad stuff, please understand that the beings around them is picking on them. They picking on them. They making fun of you. They laughing. They do the same thing. Like you see somebody on social media, you know, trip and fall or whatever, or in real life, some of y'all laugh at that. Well, they laugh at you when they do stuff to you. They all sit around and laugh. Look at this dummy. Oh, she got in a car accident. They laugh. Burnt your hand. Anything. Accidentally cut your finger. They laugh. It's funny to them. Because you, to them, are an idiot. And what you don't realize is on the spiritual side, the only thing they respect is knowledge. They can't respect your body. You don't have a freaking body, dummy. So that since there's nothing physical on the spiritual side, everything that you do in this world that's physical does not matter over there. So they don't care if you built up and buff. They gonna mess with you. They don't care if you got a nice body and a fat booty. They gonna mess with you. Because if it ain't nothing up in here, you can't even operate over there. So to them, you like a clown. You like a rag doll. You something. You a thing to be manipulated. That's how they look at you. You have nothing in here. How you can't even relate. They can't relate to you. So the respect is given to the people like me who fill this up to operate in the real world, which is in the spiritual world. That's the real world. You dummies is trying to load up and operate in the physical world, and from the moment you took your first breath, you began to die. That's like sinking. That's like I'm gonna give you a perfect example. I did it. Dumb niggas that put rims and shit on cars and shit like this. I'm put some rims on my car, man. I'm gonna give me a better sound system. I'm gonna tint my windows. And the majority of us didn't buy a new car. I did. I bought a few new cars running a massage parlor. But cars depreciate in value. So while you sat up there and invested in something that the moment you drove off the lot went down $7,000, you a damn fool. You a damn fool. You an idiot. I was an idiot like you. I had 22s on my Chargers. Boom boxes in the trunk. Every mile you drive, the car's value going down, 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 down. And you steadily put money, more money, more money. You an idiot. I was an idiot too, but I woke up. Some of y'all still an idiot. You won't wake up. You won't wake up. These people on the other side, they're in control of your life, fam. They're in control of your life. They're in control of your environment, your situation, and your circumstance. And just think how they feel when you call one of them a demon. Just think about that for a second. Just think about that. For a black person, that's like being called a nigger. For a white person, that's like being called a cracker, a honky, pink toe. That's how I feel to them. And these are the very people who are in charge that could sway that job, that manager who's thinking about giving you a raise. These are the very people that could sway them into being like, you know what, they're a good person. Because if you learned anything from this book, which I know many of you haven't, Allah tell you that the shaitans, what they call shaitans, I'm not going to call them shaitans, the spirits have the ability to whisper in your ear and influence you. And they can influence any of you. And since they have a hive mentality over there, a hive type of memory where all of them know everything about everybody, when I defend one of these guys, it goes out through the whole hive, the whole spiritual system. The Rraw Report, right now, put it to you like this, right now, Baal has already heard that the Rraw Report said he wasn't a demon until the God said he was a demon. Baal has heard this already, even though Baal is not here. And what you think Baal is saying right now? Because I'm simply speaking the truth. So what do you think Baal is saying right now? The so-called, that y'all call the demon. What you think he's saying right now about the Rraw Report? And I'm the type of person that like to prove what I say, so because it's really irking on me right now to prove this. So let me see if Google will help me find this verse. Is it First Kings? Oh, I think it's Numbers. I think it's Numbers 25, verses 1 through 9. Because this Google is saying God brings judgment upon the Israelites who turn to the Baal of Peor, destroying them for their idolatry. All right, which means what? God told you he was a jealous God, so he gets mad at the Israelites because they turn to Baal. All right. I think this is it, but I don't know. I don't think it was so far in Numbers, but we'll take it. We'll see. If I can find Numbers. Jeez. Kings. This Numbers is before Kings? Jeez. Oh, here we go. Yeah, it might be then. Numbers 25. All right. Now this is Sam Balaam, but this is still Baal, yeah. All right, so 24, 1 through 9. Now Balaam saw that it pleased. Let's go back some. It says, then Balak said to Balaam, do not curse them at all and do not bless them at all. But Balaam answered Balak, did I not tell you whatever the Lord says, that is what I must do? So Balak said to Balaam, come now, I will take you to another place. Perhaps it will please God that you may curse them for me from there. But Balak took Balaam to the top of Peor, which overlooks the wasteland. Build me 7 altars here and prepare 7 bulls and 7 rams for me. This is what Baal said to Balak. So Balak did as Baal had said and offered a bull and a ram on each altar. Baal saw that it pleased the Lord to bless Israel, so he did not go, as at other times, to look for omens, but set his face toward the wilderness. Baal looked up and saw Israel camping tribe by tribe. Then the Spirit of God came upon him, and he uttered his oracle, saying, the oracle of Baal, son of Beor, the oracle of the man whose eye is clear, the oracle of one who hears the words of God, who sees the vision of the Almighty, who falls down but with eyes uncovered. How fair are your tents? Let me see. This is not what I'm looking for. This is not what I'm looking for, but anyway, I'm not gonna spend too much time. Anyway,
I'm looking for a scripture where Baal is told to destroy the Israelites, and he did. Is that what you're talking about?
I don't know. I forget what he didn't do. I just know he didn't do something that God wanted him to do, and because he disobeyed God,
Right.
he
Right.
he said he was a demon from here on out.
Right, and he was told to destroy the Israelites and refused to.
Okay.
Right. I'm not sure where that's at. Yeah, but I know what you're talking about now.
Okay, yeah.
So
So
I'm not sure where it's at in the Bible. It's been so long since I've touched on scriptures like that.
right.
If I'm not mistaken, I think it's in the book of Enoch too, as well, as you read along the way.
It's also in Enoch.
Yeah, it's in the book of Enoch. So once you read and going down, we reach towards the parable, I think it's in page chapter 34, around in the 30s. It did say when he comes to destroy Israel, like Enoch tell about to destroy Jerusalem. He said something like, "No, I'm not going to do it." And he was just something like that in his hands, and don't quote me on it, but something in that way. And because he turned away from him, he didn't call him a demon from day on.
You know what? That was the right. Yeah. That was the right verse then. I just didn't keep reading further enough. So it's in Numbers chapter 24. If anybody at home want to go read it. So Baal wasn't a demon that did wrong. He just disobeyed God. And then God turned him into a demon. So when I saw some of y'all might have seen this post on social media that has Baal, a depiction of Baal controlling Epstein, Donald Trump. I think it was Putin and somebody, Netanyahu. You know, when I saw that, you know, and I downloaded it because I'm gonna make a video. I just like, this is the ignorance of the people. Baal is not a demon. He is not a demon, man. I'm not saying he don't do bad things, but he is not a demon.
I think right there, fam, not the person. I think that's what it is. The word mix up Baal, because he doing the bad things where he takes the people prison for material things. You know, the higher elites, they want material things and all type of sacrifice. They go to Baal for that. But that's the bad side they know of it, which is they put that in public domain.
And you know, I don't know what's going on over there. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know why Baal is doing whatever, but one thing we got to realize is whatever they doing over there, even though Baal disobeyed God and became a demon, Baal is still working for the system. You see what I'm saying? So if he is taking sacrifices, that's the job that the God gave him. All right, because here's the thing we got to understand. Ramification thinking. All right. The Watchers disobeyed God, all right, by marrying women, giving them knowledge. What did God do to them? He took them out of circulation. He disembodied them, and he took them out of circulation. You cannot call on Simjasa. You cannot call on, the rest of those L's in there. All right, they are not in circulation. So if Baal, think about this, what I'm saying. If Baal is continuously disobeying God, he would have been taken out. He wouldn't just be demonified. God would remove him from service, and he would not be able to do anything. He would be put someplace. You see what I'm saying? The system lords, they don't leave people who disobey in circulation to keep disobeying. That's like, our legal system. If you break the law and the system knows you break the law, do they keep you out there to keep breaking the law? No, they remove you from the place so you can't break law. We call it jail. We call it prison. Where you think anything that we do down here is as above, so below. You see what I'm saying? So where do we get that from? Taking people out of population and isolating them somewhere so that they do not continue to do wrong. Where do we get that from? We get it from there. The Watchers was the first instance of that. So the Watchers was down here doing whatever they wanted. The system found out, you can't, there's punishment involved. We're going to disembody you, which effectively does what? Take you out of population, because now you ain't got nobody you married them women, you ain't gonna be able to screw them no more. You ain't gonna be able to do nothing no more. So they put them in what you might call a spiritual prison by removing them from population, and then furthermore, some of them is buried in the earth. Their souls are like buried in the earth, or they're buried in their bodies in the earth and being prevented from leaving their bodies, because they won't let them die. So, if Baal is accepting sacrifices, it's because the system is telling him to do so. All right. But I just wanted it to be clear that, we have to challenge everything we've been told. And I learned that. I'm like, well, let me figure out why they calling these dudes demons. All right. And, I go at length in this in my book, Awakening to God Within. So whole chapter on this, a whole chapter when Solomon, who was using these so-called demons to build the temple, Solomon questioned the demons. Who are you? Who do you answer to? And what are your duties? And as I read their duties, it was twofold, good and bad. So how does that make them a demon? That means we all demons, because I've done good and bad. Hell, I just did some bad a couple weeks ago that set bad on my mind. A girl came over with some pork, and I was trying some pork chops, and I was like, look, it's parasites in that. Pour that Coke over it, and she didn't want to do it. I felt some type of way. I pushed the whole pan on the floor and said, nah, throw that shit away and take my debit card and go up there and get you something to eat. But that wasn't right. You know what I'm saying? That wasn't right. That's bad. That was a bad thing to do. So am I a demon for that? So we got to question every single thing we've been told. Everything. If it's not,
I mean, they got desires.
That was a good thing y'all didn't eat that pork.
no, I'm not gonna eat that. I eat pork. I've been Muslim for 10 years, 10 years. So I went through that phase, but I'm gonna eat some bacon. I'm sorry. I'm gonna eat some bacon. I'm back on the pork game, but I like pork chops. I try to stay away from pork chops specifically because it's just so much bad with a pork chop, but I will eat some bacon, and that's pretty much it. Some bacon. That's pretty much all. I will some ham, but I haven't ate ham in years. You know what I'm saying? Usually just some bacon. How you gonna get away from bacon, right? That turkey bacon shit is so rubbery. Ugh. But anyway.
You gotta have them pork chops. Love it, man.
Nah.
Yeah, but
Did you see that parasite that came out of me? What'd you say, Yaga?
No, I said Bow was part of that 200 watches game. He wasn't the leader, but he was.
He was in it.
Baal.
Yeah, Baal.
Yeah, he was in it. Yeah, he was Baal. So and there's the next angel in Enoch, Phanuel. That was the one of the last ones where couple certain like mixed country in the revelation destruction. He's the one that ruling all that right now, right? And I didn't even know that. They do a petition on these fallen watches. Like, how somebody make a mistake. It's like I'm in your crib and you like, Yaga, don't mess up my house. When I come back, my shit's supposed to be clean. When you come back, your house is dirty. People call the police, make the report. Now you like, yo, Yaga, come on, so you messed my crib up. Now you can't come back to the block because you messed up the whole crib, which is they was on the earth. They left on earth, they got desires. So people never talk about how the watches got desire. Remember, when you cross over there in the heavens, you ain't supposed to have no desire.
So they say.
They came over there.
Right.
Right. Yeah, right. So it's because they came on the earth and it's time for too long. They waited for too long. That desire in you now, like, I want a wife. I want some children. You want to yearn to spread knowledge and to get into the characteristic of a human because you want to experience that. You want to experience what they're going through, or what they have. So that's one of the things that I picked up on, that they have desire. I didn't even know they have desire. Because in the book of Enoch, when the demiurge was saying, they was in heaven. I don't know how they got to this point where I no longer want to deal with them. And the reason why I got to this point, I don't want to deal with them because these niggas desire these women as for some knowledge.
And see,
they shouldn't do.
And see, you got to look at it at the bigger picture. Who are these beings anyway? They the Anunnaki. They on a mission. That's why they wanted some females. They out to sea. They on a mission, just like on our Navy. The Navy, the American Navy, and probably all Navy militaries throughout the world is known for the dudes turning gay because they stay out to sea too long and they turn gay. You see what I'm saying? So here these dudes, they on a mission from the Nibiru. They're underwater on Tiamat. All right, it's only hard legs. These dudes see some girls and they like, shit. You know what I'm saying? It's natural.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? So it's natural. So it's not like they did nothing wrong. It's just, but here go the thing, right? The God, which God is a title. First of all, people, please understand God is a title, just like Lord is a title. Lord Hemingway and Lord such and such. God is a title in the same way. God does not mean nobody specific. So that's why you have different gods in the Bible. And they tell you that. That's why there's different. That's why the Bible uses Lord and God interchangeably. It does not mean the same thing nor the same person. But because your Bible was written and erased that knowledge, you don't know who you're talking to. There's only a few gods that's been actually named, and that's Yahweh and Cheops and some other beings. But you know, even Baal, before God told Baal was a demon, people were worshiping in Baal and all of this stuff, right? So Baal is a god too, or was a god. All right. So these guys is on a mission. They wanted some butt. They've been without for a long time, and that's all it really was. And it's not even rocket science. They wanted some companionship. They was lonely. And this is where I get a respect to them at. They married the women. All right, that's a big up. You got to give them a big up for that. They married the women. They didn't just have sex with them. On the flip side of that, Inky just had sex with a bunch of women. All right, but these dudes who they done demonified, they didn't. They married. You ain't gonna never. When I read that, you could never convince me that any of them dudes was demons. None. I would never refer to any of them as demons. That's not a demonic act. And there's plenty of niggas out here that done been with a woman and been stringing her along for 10, 15 years, knowing damn well you ain't never gonna marry her, but because she giving you everything as a wife and you getting everything you want without marrying her. And these dudes who they call demons had enough respect for these earth women to marry him. That's not a demon to me, dog. Period. Flat out. Flat out. All right. So we need to like really.
I mean, we demons too. If that's the case,
then we demons. Because we probably, I know I done did some demonic shit. If compared to that, how many of us is trying to, how many of us men are trying to marry a woman before having sex with her? Who trying to do that? Nobody. So we will be, if they label demons for doing that, for taking wives, then we are, all of us men are demons. We all are demons. If we ever had sex without being married, you a demon. If they demonified for having sex and being married, then we got to be demons. We the demons. You see what I'm saying? But this is so important why we got to question everything. All right. They got our whole thought processes messed up. They got us believing stuff that's not true and all of this. And I learned, you got to question everything. I'm talking about everything. Everything you think, everything you believe, you got to question it. If you haven't questioned it and put it to the test, don't believe it. Put it out there as I don't know yet. Haven't gotten around to researching it. You see what I'm saying? Haven't gotten around to researching it. Don't form no opinion until you research. All right, because we're being misled. You see what I'm saying? Now, having said that, you got to realize there's other stuff. They still gonna do their job. Just because I'm speaking on their behalf, they still gonna do their job. They gonna fuck with me in my dreams. Niggas is still visiting me in my sleep, whether it's the Greys or the reptilians or the serpents. Some of this, that's another thing, Chevis. We've been thinking reptilians this whole time. Some of this may be the serpents visiting us in our dreams. And I would like to ask about that. Because we may be giving the reptilians a bad rap. So, is anybody willing to speak with me, please, really quick? Just one or two questions. So previously, can I ask the question first? I can't, man. Can we start from a neutral position, please? All right, thank you. Are you playing with me right now? Are you guys playing with? Are you being playful? Is what I'm asking. Are you being playful? You saying no, but this dude right here is saying yes. All right. So can we get, all right, can we get on the same page, please? This is a long night. We need to get this done, right? I know you guys sometimes like to play. Let's be serious just for a moment, all right? All right. Now I forgot what the hell I was gonna say. Damn it. All right, so in the past, you know, especially talking to Chevis about some of his dreams with the. Can we start from a neutral position, please? Thank you. All right. You know, talking with Chevis about some of his dreams involving, you know, reptilians and my dreams involving reptilians. Have some of those dreams actually been serpents and not reptilians? Has some of those dreams actually been serpents? Yes. All right. All right. So Chevis, it's not just the reptilians. Well, let me ask this. Has any of those dreams been the reptilians? Yes. All right. So it's the serpents and the reptilians messing with us, basically, is what you're saying, right? Is it the serpents and the reptilians? You saying no, but you said yes before. So you want to clean that up? You saying yes. Yeah, I need you to come too. Come on, y'all, please. Jeez, you see how they like to play? These, you know, let me ask a question. Are you guys like kids? No. Are you thousands of years old? Thousands of years old? You saying yes? What, you not thousands of years old? So are you under 1,000 years old? That's what you saying? Because he's saying he thousands of years. Are you thousands of years old too? Well, let me ask you, is he thousands of years old? Because he don't. Okay, so y'all thousands of years old. So, and I wanted to ask that because I seen a post, well, not a post, I seen and I'm going to make a post of it, but I seen an article where a woman talked to, who channeled an entity that told her it was 35,000 years old. I should have asked them, was they older than 35,000 years? I would assume so. All right. But just to get that out there. So Chevis and the rest of you, if you having like alligator dreams or, you know, snake dreams, it's the serpent people and the reptilians fucking with us. All right. So it's not just the reptilians. And it kind of makes sense because I done had alligator dreams, but I usually, oh my God, I gotta ask this. I usually have serpent dreams. I mean, snake dreams. And I done told y'all that plenty of times. Like one of the last dreams I told you I had, it was all these snakes in the yard and I was trying to get past them and one jumped up and bit my arm. Let me ask something. All right, so I have a question. Thank you. Am I a serpent? Am I from the serpent bloodline or whatever? Yes. Okay. So let me ask you this. When I'm having these snake dreams and stuff like that, is somebody trying to talk to me or something that's also a serpent? Or trying to send me a message or something? You saying yes? I don't know. I'm kind of confused on what to ask. So let me ask you this then. Are the alligator dreams, is that like the reptilians? When I have alligator type like dreams, that's the reptilians? All right. Thank you for that. Can we start from a neutral position, please? Can we start from a neutral position? All right. And so the snake dreams are specifically from the serpents, what's known as the, you know, the serpents, the nagas, I guess you would call them. Yes. All right. So you saying I'm a serpent. You said I was a serpent. Okay. Yes. All right. Neutral position. Jesus Christ was known as the good serpent. Is Jesus a serpent as well? Is Jesus a serpent? Yes. Okay. Neutral position, please. Neutral position, please. uh, I don't, that's some deep ass shit. So is the serpents like a bloodline? Is that what it is? It's a bloodline. And is this okay? Yes, thank you. Can we start from a neutral position, please? And the bloodline is this the bloodline of Adam? All right, Adam and Eve. You saying no? All right. Was Eve a serpent? Yes. Okay. Eve was a serpent. I get that. All right. Neutral position, please. Neutral position. I'm gonna help you guys because you're taking too long. All right. Was Adam a serpent? Whoa. Was Adam a serpent? So you saying Adam was not a serpent? Is this correct? Adam was not a serpent. Okay, well, you saying no. So Adam was a serpent. Was Adam a serpent? Was Adam a serpent? Can we hurry up? Yes, thank you. So Adam was a serpent, Eve was a serpent.
Wait, so if Adam and Eve were serpents, then that would mean that the Anunnaki took control of serpents and had them working as slaves.
True. I already asked, but we'll ask again. Is the Anunnaki in charge of the serpent race? Yes. Yes.
I mean, they got a mixed breed going on, a mixed hybrid reptilian going on.
Can you start from a neutral position, please? All right. So, are the Anunnaki in charge of the reptilians? Are the Anunnaki in charge of the reptilians? No. And this is actually what I said in the Soul Trap. All right. Is it true that the reptilians no, is it true that the reptilians have infiltrated the Anunnaki's establishment and is trying to take it over? Is that true? You know, you saying yes? Please say yes clearly. Thank you. All right. So yeah. So the reptilians are trying to take over. Basically, they trying to take over. They are that. So you saying the reptilians are not in cahoots with the Anunnaki? Is this true? They are not in cahoots with the Anunnaki. Is this true? Correct. All right. So yeah, the reptilians.
So that would mean that the serpents are weaker than the reptilians.
No, the serpents was created by the Anunnaki. And in the video I'm gonna post tomorrow, you're gonna see where I asked them that. The serpents was actually done like they did to us. They manipulated their DNA and upgraded them to be slaves. So the serpents is slaves, just like humanity. All right. But
my thing was, are you getting deep with all of the alien species or races? Like, is it one against all? Like, since they embodied the universal law, is it like them against everybody, and who not partnering with me or who not partnering with them? It's like, you know what I'm saying? No.
Well, here go the thing.
Like, who's who?
Here go the thing, right? It's more okay. So just like how we was talking about Baal, all right? Baal works for the system, but Baal went against the system, right? So there's factions going on down here, all right? Is that correct, Spirit Rise? There's factions going on as competing for control down here. Yes. All right. Thank you. Start from a neutral position. Marduk and his people, that was a faction, right? Correct. Yep. All right. And so, that's just, it's a fight down here. All right. So to put this in the big picture, Spirit Rise, can we move a little bit to a neutral position? I don't like it when you be way over here. Come on. Let's get neutral. All right. Yeah, I like right there. All right. Now, look, I forget what I'm going to say when I have to like get you in the right position. Now I forgot what the hell I was going to say. Damn it, man. These dudes is like kids, man. This is like, they like your playful brothers and stuff to me. Like this, the stuff they be doing, look, they saying yes. They want to play with somebody. You know what I'm saying? They like kids, man. These dudes, man.
Yeah, it is.
I mean,
It is that kid.
Man, they be doing some crazy shit, man.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
They don't want to ask questions all day.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I find this very fascinating to even be talking to these niggas, right? But tell the truth, y'all. Don't y'all find this fascinating? Don't y'all find this fascinating to be sitting up here kicking it with me on a Thursday fucking night? Don't act like you don't. Don't act like you don't. Don't act like you don't. Yeah, they love this shit too. They love this shit too. You know what I'm saying? But I don't forgot what the fuck I was saying. But yeah, they love this shit too, man. See, this gets me in. This is what I learned from like fucking with them. Good is throughout the universe. All right. There is something in every entity that wants to be good, but the situation has to be correct. You see what I'm saying? And the system, the gods, the Anunnaki, they don't have a fair system. The system ain't fair. And these guys realize it and they know it. And so then they run across somebody like me who's not afraid to talk to them. You know, I talk to them just like I talk to y'all. I talk to them. You know, I cuss them out. I mean, they get it all. They get the praise. They get the good. They get the bad. And they get the ugly. You know what I'm saying? And
for your PIN, edit text, 8 digits remaining, login screen, window.
I'm like, what the fuck is that?
Ready.
and they appreciate that.
Well, can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I got a set of the rods, man. And first of all, appreciate shout out to everybody in class, man. Yeah, I've been learning from you so much for the past several months, and I've been staying tapped in this with the previous recordings because I've been busy lately. But the ride, it's amazing. Like I don't even know how to describe it. It's pretty fascinating.
Yeah.
And I've been getting a lot of solid answers. So I just got the set that you got, the set I got before. It was cool. I was getting some good answers, but I don't think it really matters. I think the environment matters the most. But,
yeah, no doubt.
But yeah, man, it's wild. Like it's something too. I was talking to one of our classmates about a couple of days ago. Just imagine like what we know now. Like I'm 37.
Yeah.
But just imagine like 10 more years, like the rods have been the most. Besides everything we talk about in class, the rods are currently the most fascinating thing I've seen that have been accurate. You know what I mean?
Man, who you telling?
God, yeah.
Man, Matt, you can join the Oracle Conference and you can ask the questions that you like. Go sign up for the Oracle Conference. All of y'all, go sign up for the Oracle Conference. Remember, the rods, the spirits that operate these rods, the entities that operate these rods have like what is a hive mentality. See, they saying yes? Like a hive mentality where they know they know what your spirit guides know. All right. So they don't have to be there because all information, all knowledge is shared on the spiritual side. All right. It's all shared. And how do I know that? Because of my research, doing near-death experience research, and ran across the woman who told about when she died as a child and, you know, went to heaven and saw the Holy Spirit, and her spirit guides told the Holy Spirit, don't come close to her or she's going to know what you know. This is ramification thinking. When the book come out, please be able to go get it because I'm gonna have it's not gonna just be on the thought process. That's not that only took a couple of chapters. So I'm applying ramification thinking to, I guess you would call conspiracy theories and things of this nature to prove and show to you, the truth and veracity of everything. To be honest with you, the second part of the book is really the second part of the book of secret knowledge with ramification thinking applied. That's, just like in the secret book of knowledge, if you read it to the end, then at the end, I use ramification thinking on all the chapters in the book. All right. So, but the reason I'm doing this, man, please understand, the Great Reset is coming. All the knowledge we have right now, where is it? They tricked everybody into putting all their knowledge onto the internet, onto disk drives, and everything is electronic and digital. All right. Books are really a thing of the past. That's something they did on purpose. All right. One EMP and all of your shit is gone. All of it. One EMP.
I choose it.
You see what I'm saying? One EMP. Everything is gone. Everything digital is gone. So books is like going to be so valuable when this happens. And it's going to happen in you and I's lifetime. And I'm 58. So if I live to see another 20 years, you're going to see this shit with me. So that's why I'm writing books. Because they trying to erase history. They're not telling you all this stuff. Aliens exist, Epstein files, buying, selling. So they ain't telling you all of this stuff so that you can remember this 30, 40 years from now. Is you crazy? You think they want a nation of people who don't trust the system and the government? Is you nuts? People not using ramification thinking. If they telling you all of this stuff, what's the outcome? What's people doing? Ramification thinking. People don't trust the government. People don't trust Donald Trump. People don't trust nothing. You don't trust nothing. You don't trust your celebrities. You don't trust nothing. So you think they want that seed to go 20, 30 years into the future? What kind of children are you going to produce? You think you're going to produce children and say, go to church every Sunday and believe everything everybody say? You're not about to produce that. So what does that tell you? You think they giving, this is like the dumb nigga slaves on the plantation. Do you think the system is giving you the blueprint on how to rebel against the system? Dumb nigga slave, do you think your white slave master is giving you the fucking blueprint on how to save yourself? You're not using ramification thinking. So what does that mean? Of course the system ain't telling you how to fuck the system. So they telling you for a different reason. What's that reason? That means you ain't going to be here to do that. You're not going to be here to raise a nation of people who buck the system. You're not going to be here to do that. When I say the Great Reset, aka the Great Renewal, what I really mean is the flood. The flood is coming. Am I correct, Spirit Rods? Is the flood coming? And I know you don't want to tell them. But yes, the flood is coming. And can we go to a neutral position? Please. This is the last question I'm going to ask, I swear. Well, I ain't going to swear, but this is the last question, all right? Is the flood coming within 5 years? Is the flood coming within 5 years? Yes or no? Yes.
Oh, it's 2:30 then.
So
2030.
Yeah. So this is what I'm saying, people. If you think the system is telling you about the Epstein files, telling you aliens are real and all of this stuff because you think you're going to get to have children and raise a generation that's going to go against the system, you are sadly mistaken. I keep explaining to y'all common card playing rules. If I'm sitting up here playing spades with all of y'all, and I got a O in my hand, I got ace, king, queen, jack, 10, 9, 8, and I turn around and show it to you. Why did I show you my hand? Because you can't stop it. So why is the system lord showing you their hand? Because you can't stop it. What did Donald Trump tweet? What did Donald Trump tweet out? That what's coming next, you can't stop. He tweeted that exact same thing. And I'm like begging motherfuckers, get the soul trap, man. Get the soul trap before it's too late. Too late is around the corner. Too late is around the corner. You ain't got to believe me. You better believe these guys. You better believe these guys. All right. We got to get into the book of Enoch. Does anybody have anything they want to say before we get to it?
Yeah, I was just wondering, the beings that are talking to you, they're from the demiurge, right?
I never asked that. I just asked, are they a part of the system? And they said yes.
Because if they're part of the demiurge, that could possibly mean that they're liable to steer some answers from the truth.
Well, when you say demiurge, you're saying system. You see what I'm saying? The demiurge is the system. So that's what I asked them. Are you with the system? So, you know, I mean, that's you know, the world ending as we know it in 5 years, you could say that's left to be seen. But here's my thing, right? They've told me so many other truths. I've been telling people for 10 years that the world is about to end and nobody is taking it serious. And now here these guys come and say, yeah, you're right. It's about to end. I don't think they're lying because I already knew the world is about to end. I mean, you know, some people don't want to believe it. Well, I don't think they wanted to believe it in Noah's time either. But the world, all the signs are there. See, I'm not, you know, them saying, yes, you right. I don't even need them to tell me I'm right because all the signs are there. I've been saying this for 10 years. All right. The world is about to end. All the signs are there. If this was the time of Noah, all the signs are there. The world is about to end. People don't want to believe it. I mean, how long you think this is going to keep going on? See, the biggest teller that the world is going to end is that they are allowed. Look, they didn't have to allow you to get the Epstein files. You were allowed to get that. You know what I'm saying? They didn't have to do that. They didn't have to get on there and finally admit that UFOs are real. Everything was going perfectly fine with them denying, no, UFOs ain't real. There's no such thing. All right, so people got to wake up that, you know, when somebody starts telling you exposing their hand, people only expose their hand for a reason, man. Don't nobody expose their hand. Don't nobody expose their plan if you can stop their plan. Why would I tell you my plan if I'm trying to implement this plan and then I tell you prematurely of what my plan is and you can stop it? This can't be stopped. It's two factors here that's based off of facts. One, you live in a dome underwater, and let's be clear, you don't live in a full dome. You only live in this little circle called the Antarctic ice wall. You don't even take up the whole dome. There's other domes outside of the dome. There's other worlds outside of the dome. So you live in here. That's a fact. What's the other fact? There's 8 billion people inside of here. That's a fact. That's too many people. So are they going to wait 10 years? What do 8 billion people turn into in 10 years? Do you know? 16 billion? 20 billion? You think they are about to allow 10 years to pass where 8 billion people multiplying themselves into 20 million people? Can you really sit here and say that's going to happen? Hell to the fuck no. When in the Talmud of Emmanuel, Jesus Christ himself tell you the dome can only sustain 500,000 people. So you don't want to believe the spirit Rod's telling you that in 5 years, the world is going to be over with as you know it? Shit, I bet money on it. If Vegas had that bet, I would load up on it. How long do you think they're going to let 8 billion people multiply? You think in 5 years? What's 8 billion people in 5 more years? Because I know I ain't doing the right math, but I can tell you this much. In 1804, the world reached 1 billion people for the very first time.
So we have to ride that because I've seen that in the book like 4 years ago.
What's that?
I've seen that in the David Icke book. I think actually that the 1804 population was that number. That was the second or third time I've seen that number.
Yeah, but let me give you the most miraculous number that I didn't realize. I think it's so in 1804 we reached 1 billion for the first time. I think it's when we went from 3 billion, no, 2 billion. Watch this. Wait, this ain't Google. Come on. So the world reached 2 billion in 1927. All right. That took 123 years. All right. Now, let me do 3 billion. So remember that. 2 billion in 1927. The world reached 3 billion in 1960. All right, look. 14 years later, we reached 4 billion. All right. Hold on, is this a chart? Wait, let me see. I think I got a chart. Okay, here we go. In 1974, we reached 4 billion. In 1986, 5. In 1997, 6. So this ain't telling me how I wanted to explain it, but so 8 billion in 2021, not 2026, fam. We reached 8 billion in 2021. All right. 100 years ago, we was at 1921, we was roughly at 2 billion. All right. So let's say, let me see. 8 billion and 5 to 8 from 1986. Anyway, my whole point is there will not be a generation of woke people coming into the world. That's if you think that will happen, that's like the Anunnaki is shooting themselves in the foot. Why would they allow this generation right here to go 10 years into the future or whatever and bring in billions of woke people? that disrupts. The Anunnaki got a good thing going right now. We still mining for gold. They done discovered a crap load of gold in Africa. China have just discovered a crap load of gold. We still mining for gold. They still getting what they want. Precious metals.
So, Rraw, what do you think as far as getting past that 5-year mark, that map that you posted, right? That's the only option.
You saying, say that again?
Just be somewhere on that map where that flood's not coming, right?
Oh, on that map? No, they said that map is distinguished from the actual flood. So there's going to be, like, I guess I don't want to say 2 floods, but there's going to be a worldwide flood. All right. And can y'all answer these questions for me? There's going to be a worldwide flood. Yes. All right. And can we go to a neutral position? But also there is going to be like a...
We can't see you.
Oh, you can't see me? Oh, that's right. Can you see me now?
Yeah.
So yeah, like I was saying, and like they said yes to, there's going to be a worldwide flood, yes, right? And neutral position, please. And also there is going to be, that whole tsunami thing with California is going to cause flooding, in certain areas and stuff like that too. All right, so you looking at, can we go neutral, please? You're looking at some real devastation and loss of life coming in the near future. Is that correct? Yes. All right. So, I mean, the world is about to end, but this do I care? I don't fucking care. If it's a flood out, I'll probably shoot my brains out because I can't swim. Right? So I don't want to go out that way. I'll probably just bloop. You know what I'm saying? But I can't swim. So I don't want to drown. But a catastrophe is coming, man. The world this is about to happen. This is about to happen. All right. This is another thing y'all not paying attention to. There are sinkholes popping up all over the world. They have been for the past 10 years. And if you pay attention to the movie Noah with Russell Crowe in it, you see the flood waters come from below. You sitting on a bunch of water. You live in a dome on the bottom of the ocean, sitting on a bunch of water. All right. And will waters come from above? Yes, but you got to realize what's above you, 10 other domes. So it's not going to flood out like rain. It's going to flood from the bottom.
Yeah, that's good.
You see what I'm saying? It's going to flood from the bottom. But anyway, let's get to the book, y'all. Anybody got anything else they want to say, though, before we start? Let me get some more tea. Anybody got
What's going on? What's going on, my people? What's the word? Yaga. What's going on?
Knowledge is the word. Knowledge.
What's going on, man? Rod, how you doing, man? Good to hear your voice. Here's the great, my brother. Elena. Elena not in here?
Is she? She's been quiet if she have.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, you've been quiet. Elena, what's going on? Got to you, man? What it is. I don't like when Elena silence, man. I feel nervous when you're quiet. Everybody quiet, I feel nervous.
No, I'm good. They took my cup last time I talked to you guys. I don't want to talk anymore.
Oh, wow.
They took your what?
That's crazy.
I swear they're attacking my mind. Like every time I go something with you guys, it's like I can't get it out. So
You
Drinking
know,
on Raw?
some tea and Dr. Pepper. Instead of drinking, I find that if I mix pop with something, it satisfies the urge to drink. You know what I'm saying? So, I mix pop with stuff, especially when I'm playing Xbox, because Xbox is just calling alcohol like drink and play us, so mixing some tea and some pop.
Hey, Ron, I got a quick question.
Yeah.
As far as like, I remember I took some notes. I gotta find them. But as far as like prayers of protection, is that still a thing? Like,
I think so. Who are you praying to? That's the question.
I mean, right now, more than anything, I'm taking your mindset like completely, because I talked to the Rod low key like you do, man, and I've been getting good reactions like, and from every direction. I just like for other people is what I'm thinking about her.
So
is what I'm really asking for, because
so let me ask this question for you. People who pray for protection, can you praying for protection is, I mean, like, this is my take on it, Spirit Rods. I don't think you can pray to protect anybody. Is that true? Right.
yeah, I don't think so.
You can't pray to protect anybody. You see what I'm saying?
I
Because
think it's just my love for them. Like, I mean,
yeah,
like,
but
I want to save them, but it's like
it's a waste of
the best I
time.
can do is give you what I know.
Right. It's a waste of time. All right. We can't even pray to protect ourselves. Is that true, Spirit Rods? Correct. So, praying is useless begging. Would that be accurate, Spirit Rods? Praying is useless begging.
Yeah.
Oh, you don't believe so? Because he said yes. So what are you doing over here? This is a team
I
sport.
want everybody to be at the level.
You gotta free
Team sport. It's a team sport. So, yeah, praying is useless begging. You can't change nothing that's going to happen to anybody or whatever. It's already written in their Akashic records what's going to happen to them. That's number one. Number two, when you see these miracles, what people are calling miracles and God saved me and all, that was just a destiny spirit or one of the spirit guides stopping something from happening to them because they don't want to do another near-death experience. That's it. You see what I'm saying? So, just like they saved me, I done been in 2 car accidents where I should have died. It wasn't my time to go. And they don't want you to go. If they can stop you. Look, the first accident, I wrapped my car around a telephone pole, a steel telephone pole. All right. And I was only 19? No, they had a whole life plan for me. And I needed to get to this point. All right. Then 15 years ago, another kind of accident where somebody ran a stop sign, bam, head-on collision. Should have been dead. Was out for, 3-4 days. Wasn't time.
That being said, you need protection. I think we all do. I think.
No, it's nobody protecting you. You have something in you called a spirit entity called destiny. Destiny is there to keep you on your path of Akashic records. Now, people who have these near-death experiences, remember, they died. All right. Now, some of them, it's written that they will die. All right. Because they might, like, for example, let's just say I died in one of those accidents, right? Let's say I died in the first one and they sent me the whole Jesus thing and all of that stuff, right? Jesus came out and, took me into the light and all of that stuff. I would never be here I would never be where I'm at then right now, because there will be nobody able to shake my faith in Jesus because of that experience. But see, destiny don't want me to be on that path. I'm on this path. You see what I'm saying? So yeah, nobody's being saved. They're in control of everything. Now, you do got free will. Don't get me wrong, right? But knowledge is being presented.
That's why. And then we getting misled too. That's why I'm like.
Right, but knowledge, the truth is being presented to everybody. All right. Now, whether people take up on that truth, that's on them. But the truth will cross every single person's path. And it's up to that person to dig deeper, investigate, whatever. All right. That's why I be telling these people at home, like, you not getting this knowledge. It's because they have a duty to present you with the truth, but then you got, spirit guides and all of that in your head saying, your counterfeit spirit who hates your guts saying, that's bullshit. That's bullshit. That's bullshit. So it's really about, well, who you listening to. In the Quran, Allah say, everybody will hear the truth. Everybody will be presented with the truth. But everybody not going to listen to the truth. So just how they have to tell you the truth, everybody will be presented with the truth. And if you don't, if you can't recognize the truth when you hear it, that's not their fault.
Yeah, exactly.
You see what I'm saying? So, that's the truth is everybody's, what I'm saying? You got to recognize it and go get it. Yeah, that's free will. But and because they got a system set up against us, that one part that, well, you at least got to tell them the truth at some point. You got to show them the truth. It can't be a system where it's 100% all negative, all lies, this, that, and the other. It has to be, they have to be presented with the truth. And then if they turn away from the truth because they have free will, then it's their fault. That absolves the Anunnaki from what they're doing. People always say, people think somebody coming to save us from the Anunnaki, right? But the Anunnaki are doing cosmic laws. We tell them the truth.
Shouldn't that absolve us from our duty to fulfill?
It don't. No.
Or should we continue to?
It don't absolve us because they're telling us the truth, even if it's in a movie. See, look, you sit down and you
like our duty to them. Like when we bring the truth to them and they don't accept it, do we continue to push or?
No. We don't bring a truth to them. They bring truths to us. We've all been taught in the system of lies. And then every now and then they will show you a truth, whether it's in a movie or TV, or it might come out of your friend's mouth or a comedian's mouth. They're going to put it in ways where you should have listened, but because of the way they put it to you, you didn't listen because you didn't put no credibility in the way that they brought it to you. But see, that's not their fault. You see what I'm saying? So that's why they had these comedians, George, what was his name? Carl, whatever his name. That's why they, Cat Williams.
George Carlin.
Who was that? George what?
Carlin.
Yeah, George Carlin. So you ever find it funny that all these comedians be speaking real shit?
Yeah,
that's not an accident.
George Carlin had a skit about why would a God,
right? Yeah,
he was talking about God making a joke out of it, but actually he was telling the truth.
Exactly. Hold on. Yeah. Do you really think that's a coincidence? Because George Carlin ain't the only one. Cat Williams done did it. Richard Pryor, they all done spoke some stuff to you. That's not a coincidence. You gotta remember something. Nobody's on the big stage unless you took a deal. George Carlin took a deal. All right, you're not some neighborhood comic. Yeah, you're not some neighborhood comic. The elite don't just write movie scripts; they write everybody's script. All right, we not listening. Chris Tucker in the Epstein files. You think Chris Tucker, if he done did stand up, he ain't said some real stuff? Of course, they all do. What's his name? Dave Chappelle. He told you the Jews come from outer space. And did we not read that in the Talmud of Emmanuel? You think he came up with that? No, they're not coming up with it. The world is a stage. These are performers on the stage. Their script is written for them. Now, you will know when they stepping outside of the script when you see some shit like Martin running down the street with a gun talking about they trying to kill me. Prince did the same thing. Whitney Houston tried to reach out to Brandy. That's them deviating from the script. Lisa Left Eye Lopez telling Dr. Sebi, I'm gonna make you famous. That's deviating from the script. Any other time, they following the script. You see what I'm saying? Kanye West. He's following the script. It may seem like Kanye is waking up and all that. Kanye was never unwoke to begin with. He's following the script. That's what we gotta see. It's not believable if, you know, they just use somebody like, you know, somebody just start talking like Roseanne. You know how Roseanne now, everybody think Roseanne, I've been telling you, Roseanne, you had a major show for what, 10, 15? You took the deal too. You took the deal too, Roseanne, you major. But you got to realize they use certain people to do things. That's what I'll be telling you about 607 Unc. You right? He telling you a lot of truth, but then on the flip side, he just told you Sophia is God. He told you Sophia is the real God. Then he was telling you Abraxas is the real God. These are not real gods. These are the Anunnaki. Creation don't have no name. Creation.
We already exposed Praxis.
Yeah,
turned out to be a puppet for Jesus.
Yeah, creation don't look like have a chicken head and snake legs and all of this. That's what Abraxas has. So you see they use 607 Unc telling you about. So you know how many people is probably praying to Abraxas right now? Or to Sophia? So we got to just remember, man, the world is a stage. You got to question everything and every aspect. You are God. You don't pray to nobody. You don't submit to nobody. You don't do none of that. You know what I'm saying? You don't do none of that.
Oh, okay, well, yeah.
You know,
okay.
if you trying to protect somebody, if you love somebody, give them the soul trap session. Give them knowledge. That's the only way you can protect somebody. You don't believe me? Spirit rods. Is knowledge, is giving a person knowledge the only way you can offer them protection? Yes, this is the only way, fam. This is the only way. All right? And this is what I keep trying to get people who don't get the soul trap or want to buy a book or whatever. I think maybe they think because I'm selling the information, you feel a certain type of way. But me selling it, for one, don't take away the validity of it. That's number one. But number two, I sell it because I don't fucking know you. You wouldn't give me shit for free. And I done studied for 30 years to find this stuff out. You see how knowledgeable I am? I'm sitting up here talking with entities that you can't even see. This is how fucking knowledgeable I am. This ain't no, I'm not a fucking joke. I'm the realest motherfucker you ever gonna see on social media. Period. I'm not Bashir, who talking about he channeling with spirits who don't even tell you you live in a dome underwater. I'm not Dolores Cannon, who telling you, oh, God loves you, and all of that dumb BS she be telling you. People have been misled so much they don't even realize it. They don't even realize it. And I keep trying to explain, you want to know why I'm being shadow banned? Right now, I just submitted my case to arbitration, Instagram. I done made service. It went in the mail today. You'll get it Monday. The first case. So we coming after your butt. Coming after your butt. You don't believe me? We'll ask the spirit rod so you can see. Look, neutral position, please. Am I coming after their ass? Am I coming after Instagram ass? You goddamn right I am. You goddamn right I am. Calculated. I'm playing chess over here, motherfuckers. 600 pieces of evidence. I'm playing chess over here. Chess. The consumer protection laws last for 8 years in California. So I got over 600 pieces of evidence going back 8 years on your ass that you gonna pay me for every single bit. Cause I'm playing chess, motherfucker. Chess. You know, whoever the fuck that dummy is that y'all been letting harass my pages, he gonna make me rich. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. Really do. I'm not playing. And anybody else being shadow banned out there, go read the terms and conditions. File a notice of dispute. Wait 30 days and then go to arbitration and get paid. It's that simple. For anything that Instagram do, anything, read consumer protection laws. Read consumer protection laws of California. I'm not just smart with this esoteric shit. Dummies. I studied law in the joint for 14 goddamn years, you idiots. I could have got out and took the bar. I could have got out and took the bar. The fuck you talking about? You got me twisted. I'm not no dumb nigga. Not at all. I've been waiting for this. 2026 is going to be a very beautiful year for me. Thanks to y'all. Clowns. But that's why they shadow ban me. They don't want, the system has told them this dude right here must not reach a level of prominence. He must not. He knows too much. He is too good at connecting the dots. He is too good at ramification thinking. He is even better at disseminating the information in layman's terms so that anybody can understand it. He's too good at what he does. So I guess the next thing y'all be looking to do is put a couple of them in me. But that's why I'm writing the books. The books will live on when I don't. So we're going to get ramification thinking out. And later this year, we're going to get the Soul Trap book out. I suggest you buy these books because I'm not going to be here forever. They're not going to let me. You know what I'm saying? And I hate to even do this because I'm not wishing bad on me, but it's just the truth. They coming for me, ain't they, Spirit Rise? They coming for me? Well, I live to, I know they're coming. Look. So let me ask you this. Will I live to be a ripe old age? Will I live to be a ripe old age? And I know they're saying no. And I don't want to know no specific dates, so I'm not going to ask that because you need to live life in the here and now. But I mean, I already know. I'm not going to, retire somewhere with, 30 grandkids and stuff and die in my sleep, at age 95 or something. That's not, they don't got that plan for me. You know what I'm saying? That's not the plan for the Rraw Report.
You ain't got no plans for nobody who's awake with the knowledge then.
No. So
You're real.
I'm going to do my best to get these books out to y'all. And it's on you if you get the knowledge. That's on you. Like I said, man, people, they don't think. They don't know how to think. And so they don't want me around. You think they're going to let me help raise another generation of people that's thinking and all of that? Hell no. They going into the great renewal, the great reset. Reset means what? Do over. How did humanity start? With a bunch of idiots. And the gods walking amongst them saying, go be fruitful and multiply. That is what's coming. That's what's coming. We need to understand something. They're not going to let you destroy the world through nuclear because it takes too long. As they learned in the Sumerian text when they did the evil wind, it takes too long for the earth to recover. So the flood is actually the optimal way to kill us all, because when you flood out the earth and then the waters recede, what kind of land is left? Prime A land. For what? For planting food. Remember something. The Anunnaki eat this food too. That's why you got all the stories in the Bible of making offerings, offering to the gods. They eat too. The angels eat too. So they flood the world out. The flood does what? What is water? Water is a refresher. Water renews. That's why you get baptized in water. Water renews. So the world will continue to be flooded out because the water will renew the damage done to the earth by man. All right. All right. Let's get to it, y'all. I keep saying let's get to it, and 30 minutes go past, 30 minutes go past. We're going to get to it right now. Let me share my screen with y'all. All right. So we stopped here on, get the view right. We stopped here on page 40. This is chapter 1, the first parable. All right. So this is the book of Enoch. And so it says, then shall the kings and mighty perish and be given into the hands of the righteous and holy. All right. And thenceforth, and from there, none shall seek for themselves mercy from the Lord of spirits, for their life is at an end. And it shall come to pass in those days that elect and holy children will descend from the high heaven, and their seed will become one with the children of men. Listen to that verse. And it shall come to pass that the elect, which means chosen, and holy children will descend from the high heaven. The high heavens, what do we learn in the Pista Sophia? The high heavens. This is up there with the so-called angels in them are. And their seed will become one with the children of men. So what is this actually saying? It sounds like a scene out of the Watchers, right? This is exactly what the Watchers did. They came down and dropped their seed in the children of men, which happen to be women. And here, this is what it's actually saying. That entities from above will come down here and mate with humans. And in those days, Enoch received books of zeal and wrath, and books of disquiet and expulsion. And mercy shall not be accorded to them, saith the Lord of spirits. You have a Lord of spirits. So remember how earlier I was saying in the Bible, when you read the different God this and Lord that, they talking about different beings. So here you have a being called the Lord of spirits. All right. He is the Lord of spirits. This means this being who they have not named, the word Lord is simply a title like president or sir. So we don't know who this actual being is. That's the Lord of spirits. But here's the thing. Since it's a title, then never one person will ever be the Lord of spirits. If you the Lord of spirits, it will be many people that will hold that title. Just like many people hold the title of President of the United States, then there will be multiple Lord of spirits. Oh, what was you, man? Oh, man, I had a job. I was the Lord of spirits. Really? Yeah, man. I did that for a minute too, man. Then I did some demon work, and it's titles. When you got a title, the reason a title is selected is because it would never be one person holding that office or position. If only one person held that position, then they would use that person's name. So you want to know why Yahweh is named as the God of the Israelites? Because Yahweh is the one who made a covenant with the Israelites. There will be nobody else that makes a covenant with the Israelites. Yahweh will be their God until the wheels fall off. And they know that. But we don't. That's why you got dumb people praying to Yahweh as if Yahweh is their God. He is not. All right. And in those days, a whirlwind carried me off from the earth and set me down at the end of the heavens. So what's a whirlwind? Enoch is specifically telling you a whirlwind carried him from the earth and set him down at the end of the heavens. This would be some type of ship. Because if you think some wind just picked this dude up and took him through the firmament or up through the skies, how would he survive that? If you think just wind picked up Enoch. Enoch would have passed out around, what, 7,000 feet? Is around, was it 8,000 feet is when the time you pass out when you go up in the sky? So he would have passed out. He wouldn't have made it up to the what did he say? The end of the heavens. He wouldn't have got that far. And there I saw another vision, the dwelling places of the holy and the resting places of the righteous. He's telling you what he's seeing. Ain't nobody taking this dude serious. He said, I saw another vision. But see, I guess it's the word vision that's throwing people off. He don't know what to call it. So he's calling it a vision. But this is not a vision because they just carried him up there to see this. So he's actually telling you exactly what he saw. Places of the holy and resting places of the righteous. Here my eyes saw their dwellings. He saw their houses. With his righteous angels, he saw these angels and their resting places with the holy. This is what Enoch saw. And they petitioned and interceded and prayed for the children of men. Now their praying is different from your praying. All right. When they pray, they actually know who they talking. They're not praying. They're actually asking a specific person for something specific. All right. Is this not true, Spirit Rods? Can we answer this question? When the so-called angels pray, they are specifically asking a specific person to do something. Is this correct? Yes. So, and can we start from a neutral position? So it's safe to say then that what we think of as prayer is not the same as what they do. Is this correct? Correct. All right. Thank you. So our prayers nothing happen when you pray. Nothing. All right. Unless one of your spirit guys want to help you out. And good luck with that if you don't know them. But when they pray, that's just Enoch. He don't know what else to call it. So he's saying they praying, but they not praying. They know who they talking to. It's whoever's in charge. Like, okay, so the Lord of Spirits. If the Lord of Spirits is in charge of what they talking about, then that's who they talking to. They ain't praying to the Lord of Spirits. They like specifically ask him, hey guy, look. So-and-so down there, can you do this for me and do that for them? They're asking somebody. This ain't nothing. This really ain't nothing about praying. All right. And he says, that's why he says, and they petitioned. Petition means to ask for. All right. And interceded and intervened. They asked and intervened and prayed for the children of men. So he can lead a prayer out because we understand what petition mean. We understand what intervene mean. So they intervene and they ask, hey, can you do this? Because this is what's about to happen. And I need you to stop that. And I need you to do this. That's what he's saying. All right. And righteousness flow before them as water and mercy like dew upon the earth. Thus is among them forever and ever. And in that place, I saw the elect one of righteousness and of faith, and I saw his dwelling place under the wings of the Lord of the spirits. All right. So he saw somebody else called the elect one, all right, of the righteousness. Now remember, these words, righteousness and all of that stuff, it's righteous because of the system and the system only. It doesn't mean it's righteous to us. It only means the system. Everything is about the system because the system is seen as righteous to those that participate in it or belong to it. Me and you are not a part of the system. All right. So we're not going to find everything that the system does as being righteous. Consequently, not everybody in the system, like Baal, is going to find everything in their own system as righteous. You see what I'm saying? So understand what the righteous stuff is. Righteous don't mean good people and all. It don't got nothing to do with you. All right? It don't got nothing to do with you. When they said, let's just say they call Enoch a righteous man. What does that mean? You'd be a dummy to think that means Enoch is a good man. No, that don't mean Enoch is a good man. That means Enoch follows the rules of the system. So if the system say cut your head off, Enoch is going to cut your head off. The same way when God told Abraham, sacrifice your son, what did Abraham do? Pull out a knife and was about to cut his throat. Is that right? No, it's not right. But is that what the system asked? Did he obey the system? Yes. How does the system view Abraham? Righteous. Why is Abraham righteous? Because Abraham is an idiot and will do whatever they tell him to do. Now, does that make Abraham somebody special that you want in your camp? No, you don't. Because Abraham will flip on you to follow the system. Jesus is the same way. I don't know why people got this notion that Jesus is bucking the system. Jesus is not bucking the system. Jesus is a part of the system. You see what I'm saying? We got to wake up. All right. And righteousness shall prevail in his days, and the righteous and the elect. And here go another thing too, just to let you know. The system rewards people who follow the system. All right. Like, my neighbors. Good people. Very good people. They older. They should be in, I'm 58. They should be in their 90s. They should be in their 90s. Good people. Like parents to me. Went to church though every Sunday and all that. So they don't have a clue about none of this stuff. And they being blessed with long life. That's what the system does. It blesses people who are in the system. Why wouldn't they bless perfect slaves? Of course they gonna, and no disrespect intended, but why wouldn't you bless perfect slaves? That's why they bless long lives. They not sick or nothing like that. They get around good. Blessed with a long life. Well done, faithful servant. That's what it means in the Bible when, Rod, you probably know what verse that is, but when somewhere in there is well done, faithful servant. A lot of preachers quote this at funerals. They quote that Bible verse. Well done, faithful servant. And that's exactly what you are. That's what God is calling you. A faithful slave.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Rraw.
Yeah.
That's what is quoted at funerals. In other words, it's stated like this: well done, my good and faithful servant.
Yeah.
You've been faithful over few things. Come up hither and enter into my kingdom.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. That's exactly what it means. God is, he's not necessarily blessing you. He's just saying, thank you for following the system. And now your reward is you can come on up here with me. Because guess what? You think he's going to release that soul and to let that soul back to creation and not stay in the system? Hell the fuck no. Well done, my faithful servant.
Come on into the light.
Come on, yeah. Come on back to God.
Into the light.
And we're going to get you a new body and get you back down there so you can do it again for the next 90 years. Trying to wake y'all up, man. All right, so and the righteous and all the righteous and elect before him shall be strong as fiery lights, and their mouth shall be full of blessing, and their lips extol the name of the Lord of spirits, and righteousness before him shall never fail. There I wish to dwell, and my spirit longed for that dwelling place. And there have been my portion, for so has it been established concerning me before the Lord of spirits. In those days I praised and extolled the name of the Lord of spirits with blessings and praises, because he hath destined me for blessing and glory according to the good pleasure of the Lord of spirits. Now I'm about to, this might be a little bit boat rocking. I'm not trying to get you spirits into trouble, but I do want to ask about the Lord of spirits. Is the Lord of spirits, is the entity that was the Lord of spirits during Enoch's time, is that the same Lord of spirits today? Meaning, is that the same entity that's holding this office or position? You're saying no. So the Lord of spirits, so the person that held the title Lord of spirits during the time of Enoch is no longer the Lord of spirits now. Is that what you're saying? No? All right, then let me ask you this. Is the Lord of spirits a specific entity? All right, well, let me ask you this, and I've seen you moving toward yes, but let me ask you this then. Are you able to speak about the Lord of spirits? Well, I'm not going to ask you, are you able? Let me ask this. Do you want to speak about the Lord of spirits? Do you want to speak about the Lord of spirits? Yeah, I didn't think so. Is it because you are being watched just like I'm being watched? Is that true? You are being watched the same as I'm being watched. So now y'all ain't got nothing to say. All right, let's do a reset. Let me ask this question over. Let me ask this, and I'm not trying to get you guys in trouble. All right, but let me just ask you. Do you want to speak about the Lord of spirits? Yes or no? No. All right. So you don't want to speak about the Lord of spirits. All right. So that's for a reason. Is the reason you don't want to speak about the Lord of spirits because the Lord of spirits can hear or is watching you or will find out or something, like whatever it is you say? So you saying no, or are you being silent on this whole thing right now? Are you being silent like you just don't want to have this conversation? Well, I guess there you are. They don't want to talk. No. So they don't want to talk about that. All right. And I get it. This is, let's, like I told y'all, think of this whole elaborate system as an organization, a business. All right. So here I am asking them to speak about one of their superiors, and they don't want to do it. All right. And I told you before, on that side, it is a hive type of mentality. So if one of them was to say something, it's going to get back to the Lord of spirits. All right. It's going to get back. So that's, I understand certain questions like that. They're not going to tell me, but we already know those. You see, even though they didn't say nothing, ramification thinking, right? If it was something good to say, then you would have said it. And I'm not trying to get them in trouble. They didn't say anything, but I'm just telling you, I can figure this stuff out, man. Like, no comment. That was basically what we got. No comment. I'm not saying nothing. I'm not saying yes. I'm not saying no. I'm not responding whatsoever to anything about the Lord of Spirits, except they did tell us it's not the same person. All right, but anyway, and that's another thing though that you really gotta like understand when like people be saying stuff like, if Jesus, if Jesus ain't real or something, how come when they are bothering me and I call out his name, why do they stop? They stop because they probably never should have been messing with you in the first place. All right. There's no mistake about it. Jesus is the HNIC up there. He's the head nigga in charge. All right. There ain't no doubt about that. He is the head nigga in charge. But that don't mean he's for you. He works in the system. And he's feared because he's got power. So when you have entities down here playing games with the ignorant, which they think they being, possessed or whatever, you know what I'm saying, attacked or whatever, it's probably because they shouldn't be doing that to you in the first place. And by you calling out Jesus' name, if one spirit hear it, all spirits hear it because of the hive mentality. So that's why they stop. Now, that'd be a different thing, though, if they sanction to do it, because you got to realize Jesus sent the archons down to punish, what's her name? Sophia. So if you don't think, that's like, I'm going to be honest with you, and I hate to bring it up, but Jesus could tell these niggas, fuck them up. And they would do it.
I'm glad you said that, sir, because it's literally down that everything about that is in the book of Enoch.
Yeah.
He's literally the second command after the Father. Like, nobody can say nothing, attitude, or nothing.
And I'm gonna ask you, watch this. Okay, I got a different question for you, not involved in the Lord of Spirits. Is somebody willing to talk to me, please?
God says, Son of Man.
Are you guys willing to talk to me, please? I said please. All right, I'm sorry about the other question. I apologize. I knew I shouldn't have asked that anyway. All right, thank you. But like I was saying to these guys, if Jesus wanted you to start, messing me up, you guys would do that. Is that correct? Is that correct? So now we're being timid. I said I was sorry. All right. Yes. So if Jesus told them to, hey, make life for him a living hell, they would do it. They would do it. You know what I'm saying? They would do it without a shadow of a doubt. You know what I'm saying? So is it true, Spirit Rods? Can we go back to a neutral position? Is it true then that like some people are being attacked, even at this very moment, some people being attacked. Some of those attacks are sanctioned by the system, let's just say, right? They've been approved to be attacked. Is that true? Yes. Right. And then on the flip side of that, if we could go to a neutral position, on the flip side of that, is it true that some people are being attacked? How do I say, that wasn't sanctioned by the system. Some people are just being attacked because maybe the spirit guys don't like them or something or whatever. They just being attacked and it's not a sanctioned thing. Is that true? Yes. All right. So, yeah, it's, as above, so below, I'm being attacked by the Instagram system. Did Mark Zuckerberg sanction this? I don't know. All right. I don't think so because it's been going on for too long. And it's, I know he got money coming out the butt, but, he's about to pay me. It just don't seem like, he will be taking it that far. Let me ask y'all. Let me ask them. Do you know who is shadow banning me? Do y'all know who put the order out for me to be shadow banned and, all of this shadow banning on my Instagram, all this stuff? Do you know who did that? All right. Yes. Thank you for that. Y'all seem a little bit shy, man. Don't be shy, man. I said I'm sorry for asking you about the Lord of Spirits. All right. Please accept my apology. I said I'm sorry. All right, let's move on and get past it. All right. So let me ask you about Mark Zuckerberg. Does Mark Zuckerberg know I'm being shadow banned this way? Does he know it? Is he aware that this is going on with me? Yeah, I didn't think so. I mean, it's billions of people on Facebook and Instagram. There's no way he would know this is even going on with me. So, yeah, it's somebody specific who's a manager or something that's been doing this to me. You know, but anyway, Mark is going to find out in a minute. All right, so I don't know why I took these glasses off, knowing I'm blind as a bat. All right, let's see. We read that for a long time, and yes, I'm skipping over the Lord of Spirits because they feel in a certain type of way, but for a long time, my eyes regarded that place, and I blessed them and praised him, saying, blessed is he, and may he be blessed from the beginning and forevermore. And before him, there is no ceasing. He knows before the world was created what is forever and what will be from generation unto generation. Now look what he's saying about what we would call the demiurge. Blessed is he, and may he be blessed from the beginning and forevermore. And listen what he says about him, his characteristics. And before him, there is no ceasing. He knows before the world was created what is forever and what will be from generation unto generation. Now, a regular person reading that will think this is describing God, the source of creation. But you need, is the world, us here in the class of esoteric knowledge, we understand the world is just something that was created by a being with knowledge to create it, not the creation. Look, if you think creation created us to be in the dome and yet created Mars, Venus, and a whole universe of planets, then something is wrong with your thinking. Why is we so special that we get to live in a dome underwater and everybody else get to live? We're not special at all. All right. When you read stuff like this, he knows before the world was created. Well, they created the world, so I'm pretty sure he did know. That's why he manipulating us so much. You see what I'm saying? But see, we also had this same knowledge, just like him. But for some reason, whatever it was, like, well, my excuse, they said I'm an Anunnaki. So I was part of the team, and then I screwed up, and now I'm here. All right. Ludwig, you said you came from, you was tricked here. So Ludwig was tricked here. He believes somebody tricked him. He was gullible. You see what I'm saying? And each one of our stories is probably different as to why we are here. You know what I'm saying? But this is definitely not no God. So those who sleep not bless, those who sleep not bless thee. They stand before thy glory and bless, praise and extol, saying, holy, holy, holy is the Lord of spirits. He filleth the earth with spirits. So that's what the Lord of spirits does. Fill the earth with spirits. What does that sound like to you? To me, it sounds like employee placement at a temp service. FedEx don't got enough bodies out here to pack boxes or move boxes. Call up somebody. Let's get some bodies down here, man. The system must keep rolling. What does the Lord of Spirits do? Not enough spirits down there. Let me get some spirits down there. That's his job. And I will ask the 1,000 Rods about that, but they acting all funny. All right, and on the four sides of the Lord of Spirits, I saw four presences, different from those that sleep not. Okay, so on the four sides of the Lord of Spirits, I saw four entities who were different from those that don't sleep. So he saw 4 different entities that's different from the other entities that don't sleep. So these guys don't sleep. All right. Your spirit guys, they don't sleep. And so, and Enoch says, I learned their names. For the angel that went with me made known to me their names and showed me all the hidden things. And I heard the voices of those 4 people as they uttered praises before the Lord of glory. So now you got a Lord of glory. But could it be that Enoch is calling the Lord of spirits the Lord of glory? Probably. Because you got to remember something about Enoch. He's not very bright. This is his first time up there. He's learning. The first voice blesses the Lord of spirits forever and ever. The second voice I heard blessing the elect one and the elect ones who hang upon the Lord of spirits. And the third voice I heard pray and intercede for those who dwell on the earth and supplicate in the name of the Lord of spirits. And I heard the fourth voice fending off the Satans and forbidding them to come before the Lord of spirits to accuse them who dwell on the earth. All right. So you got the Satans. Let's talk about the Satans. All right, Spirit Rocks. How y'all doing, man? Y'all forgive me yet? All right, awesome. Thank you for that. I appreciate you. All right, so the Satans are these evil spirits. Are the Satan's evil spirits? See? They saying no, the Satans are not evil spirits. All right, then. See, now I need to look up the etymology of the word Satan. Because I think it's something more here that we overlooking. And once again, these entities has been called this. Let's see. I didn't know how to spell the word, so. Let's figure out what we're dealing with here. The word Satan originates from the Hebrew noun Satan, meaning adversary, opponent, or accuser. Let that sink in. The word Satan does not mean anything evil. It means adversary, opponent, or accuser. So let's group the first two together, adversary and opponent. Both mean the same thing. Adversary of who? Opponent of who? Opponent of the system. All right? It also means accuser. Okay? So that gives us a little bit more clarity. So, spirit rods, basically the Satans are adversary or opponents of the system. Would this be true? Yes. So they go against the system. All right. So technically, am I not also a Satan? Me, the Rraw Report? Am I not also a Satan? Yes, I am. All right. Because why? Because I go against the system. All right. So let me ask you this then. What was his name? Levi, the dude who was the Church of Satan. Do you know that person I'm speaking about? The dude that founded the Church of Satan. Would this dude be considered to be like a Satan because he's going against the system? Yes. All right. So if we can go to a neutral position, please. So Indira Gandhi. Would Gandhi be classified as a Satan because Gandhi went against the system over there in India? Would this be correct? Can you make it real clear? All right. Thank you. So yes, that's true also. So neutral position, please. So even some of the people we adored, like let's just say Martin Luther King. Was Martin Luther King a Satan? Since he was going against the system? Yes. All right. So these Satans that they talking about, y'all, are opponents of the system. Now, Now I know you guys work for the system, Spirit Rods. I know you guys work for the system. Now that's right, y'all can't even see me, can y'all? My bad. All right, y'all can see me now. So we was talking about the Satans. All right. Damn, now I forgot what I was gonna say. Jeez.
You saying the dude that all of us went against the system of Satanists.
All right. Yeah, so the word Satan simply means going against the system. This correct? Yes. All right. So well, I said Gandhi, I said Martin Luther King, but these Satans that Enoch is talking about, these are people, entities that's just going against the system, right? All right. Yes. All right. And so let me ask you, does this mean, so this does not mean that these beings who are called Satan, this does not mean that they are evil. Is that correct? I mean, I know the system looks at them as evil, but I'm saying in reality though, are they evil just because they disagree with the system? Is, does that make them like evil entities? No. All right. So what we're reading right here, thank you for that. What we're reading right here is, what did it say? It said that wait, where is it at? 4 angels. Okay. And I heard so Enoch says, I heard the fourth voice fending off the Satans and forbidding them to come before the Lord of Spirits to accuse them who dwell on the earth. So basically, Spirit Rods, what Enoch is saying is these Satans were barred from coming before the Lord of Spirits to plead their case about people who dwell on the earth. Is that correct? Like they was just trying to plead their case? Now, let's get something established. This is a yes. I need to see it clearly. And open is a no. All right? Because we're trying to understand, and I don't need to be spending a lot of time trying to figure out if y'all saying yes or no. All right, so I heard the fourth voice fending off the Satans. So he blocking the Satans from coming before the Lord of Spirits to accuse the people who dwell on the earth. So I'm thinking, Spirit Rods, of in the Quran where Allah is talking about the shaitans. All right, that they basically wanted to show that the people of earth, like, we really ain't worth nothing, right? Is that what this is about? And the Satans was trying to do that, to come to the Lord of Spirits and say, hey, these earthlings, they ain't shit. You know what I'm saying? Is that what it is? All right, that's what I thought it was. All right, so, but the Satans, they not like evil beings, because this is their job, right? To tempt and show the shitty side of man. Would that be correct? They kind of like the counterfeit spirit, where they don't like us. So I'm getting this wrong? I'm wrong? No, I'm not wrong. If I'm wrong, say yes, I'm wrong. Yes, I'm wrong. So it's no, I'm not wrong. Or maybe. All right, I'm gonna leave it alone. But anyway, after that, I asked the angel of peace who went with me, who showed me everything that's hidden. Who are these? Now, he's saying, show me everything that is hidden. People think that's a term meaning, well, let me show you in this book what you didn't know before. No, he's saying, show me everything that is hidden within eyesight, his eyesight. Who are these four presences which I have seen and whose words I have heard and written down? See, Enoch is saying, who are these beings that I seen, which means these beings were hidden. All right. And so he said to me, this first is Michael, the merciful and long suffering. And the second, who is set over all the diseases and all the wounds of the children of men, is Raphael. And the third, who is set over all the powers, is Gabriel. And the fourth, who is set over the repentance unto hope of those who inherit eternal life, is named Phanuel. All right. So notice the hierarchy. Notice the organization of what these entities do. And wait, I gotta flip y'all back over so y'all can see.
Nobody talk about the age of Enoch. Nobody
Talking about the what?
no, the age of Enoch.
Oh, Phanuel? Yeah. He's not really mentioned a lot. But maybe because
I did read the book of Enoch. You go see why, man.
yeah, I was gonna say maybe because his job is BS. He set over the repentance unto hope of those who inherit eternal life. All right. I mean, I don't want to inherit eternal life. That's where a lot of people get even misconstrued. Eternal life is to stay in this system. I definitely don't want to do that. Eternal life means eternal suffering, eternal strife, eternal struggle, eternal deaths, because you can't have life without death. So that means you're going to die over eternal pain. I mean, for all of that, what you get in return? You don't even get eternal happiness, because happiness comes and goes. It's not a fair deal. And these are the four angels of the Lord, the spirits, and the four voices I heard in those days. And after that, I saw the secrets of the heavens and how the kingdom is divided. See, look, how the kingdom is divided and how the actions of men are weighed in the balance. All right. And just to be clear with the spirit rods, woo, I keep going back and forth with y'all. But just to be clear with the spirit rods, what was I reading? The actions of men are weighed in the balance. All right, so spirit rods, can we talk about the actions of men weighed in the balance? All right, as I stated earlier in a private session with you guys, that nobody on your side gives a damn about none of the actions of man. All right, is that a true statement? Correct. All right, so this BS here talking about how the actions of men are weighed in the balance. This is talking about some control crap, right? All right, this is used to control people. Correct. All right, because, and if we can start from a neutral position, because everybody's being reincarnated. Is this true? So since people are being reincarnated, don't nobody care what they did. All right. And if we can, and thank you for that answer. So the whole thing is, where do we even get this from? We get this from religions, correct? Religions and preachers and pastors talking this nonsense. Is this correct? Yes. Thank you for that. So this is why the elite do what they do. Is this correct? The elite kill kids, do sacrifice, all that, because there is no repercussions for that. Is that true? Yes. All right. And let me be clear, and let's give the reason why there is no repercussions. The reason there is no repercussions is because I'm gonna see if you read it in my mind. Can you read it in my mind? The world is fake. We're not really physical beings, we are souls. So anything in this material world is fake. Is this correct? Yes. But what did I say? You can't cross a little bit more? Jeez, dude. Thank you. All right. So that's why none of this, nobody is going to be held accountable for anything. All right. There's no judgment of nothing. That's why if it was, wouldn't the elite with all of their esoteric knowledge, you think they will be there will be no wars. There will be none of that. There will be no Epstein files. There will be nobody, being with children and all. But it don't matter. I know that's kind of difficult for some people to wrap their head around, but that's because you keep thinking you're a human. You keep thinking of your kid as a human. Your kid is not a human. All right? They not a human.
But Raw,
Yeah.
isn't that if as long as you don't believe that something is going to happen to you, because basically the spirit world, you might say when people cross over, they are forced to go through the life review, right? And so when they go through the life review, a lot of them have guilt. It's like their own guilt is what persecutes them, right? Is that what it is? Their own guilt?
No, because you jumped a few steps first. All right? And those steps are, you choosing to go into the light, whether it's because of ignorance or you letting, the fake entities they send out that you think they're your dead relatives or something. For whatever reason, when you go into the light, you just made a conscious decision. So it's like downloading the Instagram app. Before you can get on here and start seeing videos, you have to agree to the terms and conditions. Many people don't read those terms and conditions. It's the same thing when you die. There's terms and conditions that apply if you decide to go into the light. And if you go into the light, then those things will apply because they are a part of the terms and conditions. All right. So
So it's basically people's it's people's self-guilt is what convicts them, right? Is that why these elites? Because these elites don't have self-guilt. They don't feel guilty for what they do.
No, it's
like you and me, we would feel guilty. We wouldn't even do that because we don't. That's not the side of. We're basically on the good side. We're not on the bad side because you can basically choose your sides. Correct?
No, that's not correct. So I'm not going into the light. Period. All right.
But what I'm saying is
you can only be judged if you go into the light. There is no judgment outside of the light. All right. Correct.
Got you.
Correct. Spirit rods. Right. So you can only be judged if you go into their system. So the soul trap session keeps me out of their system. I will not be going into the system anymore, ever. All right. Which means I will never be judged for anything I did. Correct, Spirit Rods? Correct. All right. So you got to understand, when I say that I'm God, how do you judge? Who can judge a God? Nobody.
No one.
Exactly.
Nobody.
So I'm God. My soul is God. I cannot be judged. So when people go into the light and allow another being to judge them, you have stepped down from your godhood and have submitted to somebody else.
But there are so many people that don't go into the light.
But they don't have no knowledge.
In the astral realms.
But they don't have no knowledge. They stuck.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying?
They get stuck. They get completely stuck in the astral world.
Right. And because, see, look, when you don't have no knowledge, you know how they say, if you don't work for your own dream, you're gonna get a job working somebody else's dream, making their dream happen. It's the same thing. If you don't get no knowledge about being a God, then those with knowledge, is going to make you submit to them as God. And that's why you got this whole, that's why you got spirits, dead souls attaching to people's bodies and all of this other stuff, because they don't have no knowledge whatsoever.
Yeah.
And they stuck, they lost. And the system, the spiritual system, is designed to pick these idiots up and, you know, try to get them to go into the light, which, you know, they trying to really corral them all into submitting. See, they don't understand that the very fact that they around here roaming around and jumping from body to body, that in itself is them not submitting. And they don't understand ramification thinking that, hey, I didn't go into the light, so but I'm down here, I'm stuck in the Rraw Report's elbow, which makes it ache, you know, when it rains or whatever, and you know, I'm just gonna stay on this guy. But they don't understand that the very fact that you did not go into the light is you exerting your godhood, because nobody forced you to go in there. You see what I'm saying? So that means what? You God. So
Yeah.
all of these entities that's, you know, when you go on this woman's page, Neo Hypno Soul, and hear her talking to all of these entities,
Yeah.
they don't even understand that you just made a choice. Nobody's forcing you to go into the light. You said, no, you don't want to go into the light for whatever reason. You know, many of these entities are saying they don't want to go into the light because they're not ready. As you know, well, if you believe in that whole hierarchy and the God and all of that, what the hell you mean you're not ready? God would not be sitting idly by it. Well, he said he wasn't ready, so we're just gonna wait him out. You think that's what God would be doing? Of course not. If they, you know, they're not thinking correctly. You just said no to the archons who tried to get you into the light, and you came back down here to earth, and you hiding somewhere, and they don't realize that that's them expressing their godhood. But see, without knowledge, they can't go no further. They don't know what to do or where to go. And unfortunately, with Neo Hypno Soul, she works for the system, and she's sending all of these souls who exercise the very first part of their godhood, she's sending them into the light. And her own spirit guides came and thanked her and told her during the session that she was doing a good job. Ain't that right, Spirit Roz? Did her spirit guides come and tell her she doing a good job sending people into the light? Yes. All right. But if we can start from a neutral position, from the standpoint, let's just say, of the school of esoteric knowledge, from the standpoint of me, myself, the Rraw Report, she is not doing a good job, is she? Right. Is she not dooming all of these people to reincarnation? So she's basically working for the system, just like you guys do, right? Is that correct? She's working for the system? Come on, man. We know what the answer is. Yes, thank you. So so since you had some hesitation about that, let me ask you this. Can we start from a neutral position? Do you guys work for the system as far as sending people back to reincarnate? Do you work for that same system? Yes or no? You saying you don't? You saying you don't work for the same system? Yeah, you're not fooling me. No, you're not fooling me. I know exactly who you are.
Scared to tell you.
Yeah, we cool, but don't get it twisted. When it's time for me to go, I'm not listening to y'all. You do realize I'm not gonna listen to y'all when it's time to go. You got me twisted then. I'm relying on my own knowledge. I'm not following y'all. Do you think I'm gonna follow you when I leave? Oh, they're saying no. Oh, okay, yeah, because I'm not following y'all. You not leading me back to this motherfucker. This shit. But yeah, so yeah, going into the light is the same thing as clicking yes on the terms and conditions, and that's what people don't realize when they go in there. That's how they get you. See, because in effect, even if you in there, you still can say no. I don't know what happens to you. I think they could send you back if they want to, you know, but you still can say no. but
Well,
judging
do
from
the review.
hold on, Helena, let me hold that thought 1 second. Judging from the near-death experiences of people who have said no, who was in the light saying, I do not want to go back to that maimed body, to that mangled body. I don't want to go back. What happens to them? They get sent back anyway. So I think once you go in the light, you can say no all you want, but now they have the power to do whatever they want to you. But go ahead, Helena.
Well, no, what I was thinking was, when you go into the light, now they've got you, so now they're going to give you the review, and they don't judge you, they let you judge yourself. That's where that
Pretty much.
comes in,
Yeah.
you know?
Yeah. Pretty much. That's what they're doing, because they show you the scenario. Let's just say you and your daughter had a fight or whatever. They're gonna show you that, but they're going to let you not feel your feelings of how you felt. They're going to let you feel the feelings of how your daughter felt.
Yes.
So, and that's a psych move, you know, where they're, you know, flipping the script on you and trying to make you feel guilty so that you be like, okay, I'll go back and do it again. I didn't mean to do it. She was, you know,
That's your damn choice.
right. Yeah. So, yeah, they with the, what you might call the shits. You know what I'm saying? Because that's exactly what it is. Some BS. Some straight BS. But, you know, I mean, if people just understood that you can't do this, you must get this knowledge. This is not even a if. This is not a if. You must get this knowledge. It's mandatory that you get it. If you don't get it, you screwed. People don't realize that. They don't understand the total importance of this. And it's going, and all I can say is, it might not bite you in the butt while you here on earth, but I guarantee you, when you die, you gonna remember my black ass. You gonna remember it. You'll be like, God damn, this nigga was telling me correct. And it's gonna be too late. All right, so let me share my screen again. I wish there was some kind of way to get y'all on another screen where I had the camera pointed at me. But anyway, so Enoch said, after that, I saw all the secrets of the heavens and how the kingdom is divided and the action of men are weighed in the balance. All right, so this is all BS. Now, what does this mean? This means that they putting on a production for Enoch. Because as the Spirit Raj just told you, none of that's even going to matter if you don't go into the light. You know, weighing your sins and all of this, none of that, that's pure straight up garbage. It's not real. It doesn't happen. Only unless you go into the light will it happens. Let's see, where we over here. All right. Did they end this already? These whole ass niggas, man. It's all right. We're gonna get to the bottom of all this crap. All right, we'll go there again, since they did that. We'll turn you off. All right. And let's see. And there I saw the mansions of the elect. Now, listen to Enoch. Don't think that Enoch is talking in riddles. He's not. Enoch is describing what he's seeing the best way he knows how. What's a mansion? A house. A big house. And there I saw the mansions of the elect and the mansions of the holy, and I saw there all the sinners being driven from there which denied the name of the Lord of spirits and being dragged off. And they could not abide because of the punishment which proceeds from the Lord of spirits. So the Lord of spirits is punishing people, dragging them off because they wouldn't abide by the rules. You see what I'm saying? And they had big houses, mansions. Now remember something. Enoch is a human being. Why? How, if the Lord of spirits is a spirit, if you think the Lord of spirits is a spirit that lives in a mansion, the holy mansion, the houses are real. So just because they call the Lord of spirits, don't mean he a spirit. All right. And there my eyes saw the secrets of the lightning and of the thunder, and the secrets of the wind, how they are divided to blow over the earth, and the secrets of the clouds and dew. So Enoch is seeing the secrets of weather. Winds, clouds, lightning, thunder. He's seeing how weather is made. All right. And these I saw from where they proceed in that place, and from where they saturate the dusty earth. So he saw where the wind where the weather comes from, and how it gets to the earth. A system is what he's describing. And there I saw closed chambers out of which the winds are divided. What's a closed chamber? Your house right now, if you got the door closed, that's a closed chamber, right? The chamber of the hail and winds, chamber of the mist, the clouds, hovers over the earth from the beginning of the world. So the weather sits inside of closed chambers, closed structures, closed houses, closed warehouses. All right. And I saw the chambers of the sun and the moon. The sun and the moon sits in the warehouse. How they proceed and where they come again, and their glorious return, and how one is superior to the other, and their stately orbit, and how they don't leave their orbit, and they add nothing to their orbit, and they take nothing from it. So they're on tracks. Tracks you cannot alter. You can't add to the track. You can't take away from the track. The sun and the moon stays on the track. It goes where the track tells them to go, period. So he's telling you the sun and the moon does not have a mind of their own, like NASA shows you that, oh, this sun is floating in outer space somewhere, and, over time, maybe it can, venture off 5 degrees or something like that. Enoch just told you they don't add to their tracks. They don't take away from their orbits. All right. They don't leave their orbit. They don't add nothing to the orbit. They take nothing from it. And they keep faith with each other. When he's saying keep faith with each other, what does that mean? You think they got faith in each other? No, they keep step with each other. All right? They keep step with each other in accordance with the oath by which they are bound together. The oath. He doesn't know how to say in accordance with, the mechanism that keeps them bound together. He don't know how to say that. That's why he's using words like faith and oath, because that's all he knows. And the first son, listen, the first son. How many sons is it, people? He just told you there's a first son. So if it's a first, first the son. Okay, I'm about to say this is some new shit that I didn't realize before, and now this explains the eclipses and stuff like that, right? But no, that's not what he said. He says, and first the sun goes forth and traverses his path according to the commandment. So the sun goes first, and then after that, the moon goes after the sun. So the sun is going first, the moon follows. And look, he called the moon a she. He says, and after that, I saw the hidden invisible path of the moon, and she accomplishes And look, he called the sun a his. And traverses.
The moon has a 28-day cycle.
What does that mean? Is that like
It's connected to the woman.
a period or something?
Yes.
Okay, makes sense. So the sun is a man. So the sun is male, and the moon is female. Wow. See, I missed that the first time I read this. That's got me thinking all kind of things in my head. All right, let me ask the spirit rods.
Isn't the symbol for lunar spot the moon?
I'm not sure, but we can ask the spirit rods. All right. So, hey guys, thank you for talking to me. We just heard that the sun is a male entity. Is this correct? The sun is male? Yes. All right. And can we open up just to the neutral position? You know what I'm about to say. And the sun, and the moon is a female. This is correct as well, right? Right. Okay. So let's start from a neutral position. So they call Mother Earth Earth. We know Earth is actually a dome. So when they say Mother Earth, are they referring to Tiamat as being a female? Is Tiamat a woman, or a female entity? Yes. All right.
Is the sun absent?
Is the sun absent?
No, Apsu.
Apsu? Is the sun Apsu? No, the sun is not Apsu. Remember, the sun is created. All right. So I don't know how we will find out what his name is, but
I had got that name from Satirized Stitching.
yeah. Is the moon Ninhursag? Is the moon Ninhursag? No, I didn't think so. All right. Yeah. No, these
The sun is Jesus.
the sun is Jesus.
The sun. It is. The sun.
We'll ask. Is the sun Jesus?
S-O-N.
Is the sun Jesus?
Come on, Rod.
No. The sun is not Jesus. Remember.
He had many names, right?
Well, no. Here, I'll solve it for you. The sun is an entity that the Anunnaki made and put a spirit in that happens to be a male spirit. Would this be correct? No. Okay. So the sun is
the sun an archon?
Is the sun an archon? No. So the sun is okay. So just like the Anunnaki make and put spirits. All right, I know what it is. The sun is a reincarnated soul. Just like people can be the wind in some of their incarnations, is the sun the same? Yes. All right. Can we start from a neutral position, please? Is the moon the same way? That if people are being reincarnated as the wind, do some people serve as, I guess, the moon, just like they serve like the sun? Yes. Mm-hmm. All right. So just to put this to bed, at the time that Enoch wrote this, the sun was some male soul that had been reincarnated. Is this true? Yes. And that would be the same for, if we can start from a neutral position, that would be the same for the moon, correct? The moon at the time Enoch wrote this was some female entity that had been reincarnated and was serving out her life as the moon. Is this true? Yes. All right. So that's another thing. I'm glad we brought this up, because people need to realize that every ancient text that you read is not the same. That, like, what they telling you, the information in there was only valid at that time. Is that correct, Spirit Roz? That, with a lot of these ancient texts, the information in the text was only valid at that time, and that, some of this stuff has changed now. Yes.
Mhm.
All right. So yeah, I mean, we talking thousands of years ago, and to think that they would keep everything the same, would be ludicrous. For when you just look at us, are we the same? Is humanity the same? Is a human being the same idiot as Enoch was, thousands of years ago? Of course not. So we've evolved and changed things. They're definitely going to evolve and change stuff. So a lot of this stuff, you gotta we gotta use some ramification thinking with it, and if it's something like what you think maybe is really important, then you gotta like try to do some ramification thinking and say, okay, would they change this, or would they? That's like the soul trap. That's why I stay on it. Well, I'd be an idiot to think that whatever circumstances Lao Tzu, the founder of Taoism, whatever circumstances that led him to escape would still be available to us today. What is it, 1,500 years later, or however long, many years later? No, I got to stay abreast of those near-death experiences, and I got to stay abreast of them because they gonna be switching it up. You know what I'm saying? They're gonna be switching it up using new tactics and stuff like that. So yeah, I keep researching. I'm not gonna stop till I die. I'm not doing that for nobody but me. And when I learn something new, I share it, with people who that's got the soul trap and stuff like that or whatever. But we in it to I'm in it to win it, but so are they. People like me and you guys are threatening. We taking money out their pocket. That's how they look at it. Souls is money. Each soul is unlimited energy. So to let a soul go away is to let a big wad of money go away, and they not trying to do that. All right. But at this time, the sun was a man and the moon was a woman. So let's ask, what are they now? Maybe they the same. So is the sun a man now? Is the sun a male now? Is the sun a male entity now? No. All right. Is the sun a female entity now? Is the sun a female entity now? Yes. All right. And if we can return to a neutral position, please. Is the moon a female? Is the moon a female? No. All right. So they done switch positions. So now the sun is a woman and the moon is a female.
Raw, can you ask if the moon was
Jupiter and
brought,
Saturn.
like the Dogon tribe has said?
You said what?
You know how the Dogon tribe said that the moon was brought here?
Yeah. Well, we know that. It wasn't brought here. You can't bring nothing into the... We already know the answer to this. The Anunnaki created the moon. Is this true? Did the Anunnaki create the moon? All right. Well, let me ask you. Was the moon brought here from someplace else? Was the moon brought into this dome from someplace else? No. All right. So the first question I asked you, okay, I said, did the Anunnaki create the moon? Probably not, right? Was the moon created inside the dome? Was the moon created inside this dome? Yes. All right. Thank you for that. Why do y'all take so long to answer? Like, are you like doing something else? Let me ask you that. Are you doing something right now? Like, are you doing something else right now? Are you doing something? I don't care what it is. Are you trying to multitask and answer my questions? Because I'm kind of thinking that I'm what you should be doing. So are you doing anything else right now? Kind of. I'm getting a kind of vibe. All right, I just wanted to know. Because, I'm kind of impatient. Y'all be taking all day to answer. All right. So, no, we live in a dome underwater. You know how hard it would be to bring a moon in here? Anything that they made, the Bible is right in the first chapter. All right, sun, moon, stars, all created here. All created here. All right. All right, so and they give thanks, talking about the sun and the moon, and praise and rest not. For unto them is their thanksgiving rest. For the sun changes often for a blessing or a curse, and the course of the path of the moon is light to the righteousness and darkness to the sinners. You see how they relate just common stuff with a righteousness and a sinner and all of that? It's just nonsense, man. In the name of the Lord, in the name of the Lord, who made a separation between the light and the darkness and divided the spirits of men. Listen to that. Is that not what I said? And divided the spirits of men and strengthened the spirits of the righteousness in the name of his righteousness. Let's go back to and divided the spirits of men. So let's check out the 1,000 rods on this and get some affirmation, get some kind of confirmation. So here's spirit rods where Enoch is talking about. So basically what he's saying, the sun and the moon gives blessings or whatever to the Lord. And Enoch is saying this Lord is the same one who made a separation between the light and the darkness and divided the spirits of men, right? So when he's saying divided the spirits of men, is this meaning that we have, the counterfeit spirit, destiny, and then the soul? Is that what it means? Yes. All right. So this is what the demiurge God did, is divided the spirits of men. All right. So yeah, I just wanted some clarification on that.
Well, have you asked them, are they trapped in the soul trap?
Are they trapped?
In the soul trap. Have you asked them that?
No, they work for the system. They're not trapped. You got to realize that. Are you trapped in the system, spirit rods? Are you trapped in the system? No. You work for the system. Is this correct? You work for the system. Like the system is home to you, I guess is what you would say, right? It's your home. This is what you do, right? So
yeah, I see.
Yeah, they don't seek to get out. This is, it's home. They're not going nowhere. This is their job, their home, whatever. They were created to do this. Just like in the Quran where Allah says he makes, thousands of angels to sing his prayers. That's their job. They don't have no desire to do. They're not created with a desire to do anything. That's why the whole thing with, is this correct, Spirit Ross? Isn't that why that this whole thing with Sophia looking up to a higher realm is like a big thing, because she wasn't created to do that, correct? Correct. She was, if we can start from a neutral position, she was created to do the job that she was assigned to, and for her to try to look to see to a higher realm, that's called like a defect in her programming or something. Is that a safe thing to say? Like, it never should have happened? She wasn't created to do that. Correct. All right. Thank you for that. Yeah. So when they see, this is what I was trying to explain, like how Jesus was made. Jesus was made specifically to do a specific job. You see what I'm saying? And he's his words have been, altered and all of that stuff, but Jesus works for the system, period. He's not programmed to go against the system. You know what I'm saying? And anybody that think he is, or would say otherwise, that's coming from preachers and pastors. That's not coming out of Jesus' mouth. Jesus is daddy's boy, flat out. Flat out. He cannot be anything other than daddy's boy. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, For no angel hinders and no power is able to hinder, for he appoints a judge for them all and he judges them all before him. Wisdom found no place where she might dwell. That's Sophia he's talking about. Then, you see what I'm saying? Wisdom, that's what Sophia is called. That's what Pistis Sophia is. Wisdom found no place where she might dwell. Meaning, you know what I'm saying? When Sophia looked to go to higher realms, she found no place she might dwell. Then a dwelling place was assigned her in the heavens, which it was. Sophia went forth to make her dwelling among the children of men and found no dwelling place. She returned to her place and took her seat among the angels. And unrighteousness went forth from her chambers. When she sought not, she found and dwelt with them as rain in the desert and dew on a thirsty land. And I saw other lightnings and the stars of heaven, and I saw how he called them all by their names, and they hearkened unto him. So the stars and stuff, the luminaries, what they call them, is, people. You know what I'm saying? It's people. Is that correct, Spirit Rise? The stars are actually people, entities, people? Yes. All right. So let me ask you this then, Spirit Rise. I used to think that, when I go out to the country and I look up at all those stars, I'm going to give you the picture in my mind. When I look up at all them stars, I thought that was fake. Is that fake? No, it's not fake. So when I look up at all them stars are like real people, entities and stuff. Is that what you're saying to me? Yes. Wow, that's incredible. That's incredible. Because I thought it was like some, us living in the dome, whatever. I thought it was like some, night light that they turned on that showed us all these fake stars. Because it'd be literally the sky is filled with them. When you go out to the country, the sky is filled with it. But he's saying they said that it's not fake, it's true. All right. Let me see. And I saw how they are weighed in a righteous balance, talking about the stars, according to their proportions of light, the width of their spaces and the day of their appearing, and how their revolution produces lightning, and their revolution according to the number of angels, and they keep faith with each other, keep alignment with each other. And I asked the angel who went with me, who showed me what was hidden, what are these? And he said to me, the Lord of spirits have showed you their parabolic meaning. These are the names of the holy who dwell on the earth and believe in the name of the Lord of spirits forever and ever. Also, another phenomenon I saw in regard to the lightning, how some of the stars arise and become lightnings and cannot part with their new form. Chapter 2, the second parable. Anybody got any questions so far?
I don't got no questions, man. Those are some badass glasses.
Timu, $10. I wish they wasn't readers. You know what I'm saying? I wish they were just plain clear, because they are. I like them.
They look designer,
don't they? $10 on Timu.
Rraw getting that money.
I'm getting that Timu money. I'm getting that Timu money. And this is the second pair, because the first pair they sent me was smashed. I was so salty. I'm like, but yeah, I like these, man. These are they real sturdy and everything. I'm like seriously thinking of going to the eye doctor and saying, can you swap these lenses out for my prescription?
Man, that would be dope.
Yeah, it's some nice glasses, man. They only cost $10 on Temu, I'm telling you. And they got another kind that's it's like a brownish. You know what I'm saying? But yeah. But anyway, and this is the second parable concerning those who deny the name of the dwelling of the holy ones and the Lord of spirits. And into the heaven they shall not ascend. Thank God. And on the earth they shall not come. Such shall be the lot of the sinners who have denied the name of the Lord of spirits, who are thus preserved for the day of suffering and tribulation. On that day, the elect one shall sit on the throne of glory and shall try their works, and their places of rest shall be innumerable, and their souls shall grow strong within them when they see the elect ones. And those who have called upon my glorious name, then will I cause mine elect one to dwell among them. And I will transform the heaven and make it an eternal blessing and light, and I will transform the earth and make it a blessing. So if you're going to transform the earth into a blessing, what does that mean right now about the earth? The earth is a curse. All right? And I will cause mine elect ones to dwell upon it. But the sinners and evildoers shall not set foot on the earth. For I have provided and satisfied with peace my righteous ones, and have caused them to dwell before me. But for the sinners there is judgment impending with me, so that I shall destroy them from the face of the earth. All right? I don't think the spirit rods want to talk much about this stuff, but look, the earth is a curse. He just said it. So why would anybody want to be on earth? So you saying that you're going to destroy them from the face of the earth is really like a blessing, because the earth is a curse. And there I saw one who had a head of days, meaning he was old, and his head was white like wool, and with him was another being whose countenance had the appearance of a man, and his face was full of graciousness, like one of the holy angels. And I asked the angel who went with me and showed me all the hidden things concerning that Son of Man, who he was, and whence he was, and why he went with the head of days. Now, this is the second Son of Man. So Son of Man is a title, is what they telling us. So let's go to the spirit rods. Let's go to the spirit rods and see if we can get some information about who this Son of Man was. All right. So spirit rods, you heard Enoch talk about this Son of Man. All right. Was this Son of Man Jesus Christ? Was this Son of Man Jesus Christ? Spirit rod say no. All right. So here in the book of Enoch, you have somebody referred to as the Son of Man, and it is not Jesus Christ. All right. So let's kind of think. Let's brainstorm. Who this
It's going
son
to be
of,
Horus, since he was the first one, since he predates Jesus by thousands of years.
all right, spirit rods, was this Son of Man Horus? Was this Son of Man Horus? No. All right.
Damn.
Has this Son of Man ever been to earth? Has this Son of Man being spoken about by Enoch, has he ever been to earth before? No. So basically you saying he resides in heaven and only stays in heaven. Is this true? This Son of Man? No. Is he from another world then? Like, is he from another world? Is this okay then? Is this a reincarnated soul, this Son of Man? Oh, I'm missing the obvious. I'm missing the obvious. Is this an Anunnaki? Is this Son of Man an Anunnaki? Well, he's part of the system. All right. So is this Son of Man part of the system then? Are you guys here? Does anybody want to talk to me? Hello? Restart. All right.
Yeah, lunch break or dinner break.
Anybody willing to talk to me, please? Are you tired? Are you willing to talk to me? They saying no. You don't want to talk to me no more. Is it because you can't talk about this? This thing right here said no. Are you able to talk about this, what I'm talking about with this, who this Son of Man is? Are you able to speak on that? All right, so apparently not. They can't talk about it. All right, so let's see what we can glean from this. So you got, and see, that's probably why Enoch says concerning that Son of Man, who he was, where he was, and why he went with the head of days. And he answered and said unto me, this is the Son of Man who has righteousness, with whom dwelleth righteousness, and who reveals all the treasures treasures of that which is hidden, because the Lord of spirits hath chosen him. Wait, let me bring y'all back. All right. And whose lot hath preeminence before the Lord of spirits in uprightness forever. And this Son of Man whom thou hast seen shall raise up the kings and the mighty from their seats, and shall loosen the reins of the strong and break the teeth of the sinners, because they do not extol and praise him, nor humbly acknowledge whence the kingdom was bestowed upon them. So let's get this straight. Look, this Son of Man who we have seen shall raise up the kings and the mighty from their seats. That's not good. Do we want King Charles to be raised up? No. Do we want King Fahad or whatever over in Saudi Arabia? No, we don't want no kings raised up. We don't want to live under kingdoms. There's no elections. There's no nothing like that. That's not a place where anybody should want to live, because them people got absolute power. When they say off with your head, it's off with your head. So this Son of Man shall raise up the kings and the mighty from their seats, and shall loosen the reins of the strong and break the teeth of the sinners. Who are the sinners? Well, everybody in this class is a sinner, because we on the opposite side of the law. And they want to break the teeth. And my teeth ain't even that good. Like, I need braces and whitening, and they want to break your teeth because we don't praise him. And he shall put down the countenance of the strong, and shall fill them with shame. Darkness shall be their dwelling, and worms shall be their bed. Man, this dude wants us with the worms. They shall have no hope of rising from their beds, because they do not extol or praise the name of the Lord of spirits. These are they who judge the stars of heaven, tread upon the earth, and dwell upon it. All their deeds manifest unrighteousness, and their power rests upon their riches. Their faith is in the gods which they have made with their hands, and they deny the name of the Lord of spirits. They persecute the houses of his congregations, and the faithful who hang upon the name of the Lord of spirits. And in those days shall have ascended the prayer of the righteous and the blood of the righteous from the earth before the Lord of spirits. In those days the holy ones who dwell above in the heavens shall unite with one voice and supplicate and praise and give thanks and bless the name of the Lord of spirits on behalf of the blood of the righteous which has been shed. And that means like in a war. The righteous blood are always shed in wars, because these beings, they believe in war. Yahweh, war, war.
And this is what I put. There was no damage when I closed the door after. I'm gonna be my own damn right. Hold on, I have to close the door after.
That's crazy. I gotta get to Rraw.
Yeah.
All right. So, and the prayer of the righteous may not be in vain before the Lord of spirits. That judgment may be done unto them, and they may not have to suffer forever. In those days I saw the head of days, when he seated himself upon the throne of his glory, and the books of the living were opened before him. Books of the living, the Akashic records. The books of the living were opened before him, and all his hosts which is in heaven above and his counselors stood before him. And the hearts of the holy were filled with joy, because the number of the righteous had been offered, and the prayer of the righteous had been heard, and the blood of the righteous had been required before the Lord of spirits. All right. And in that place I saw the fountain of righteousness, which was inexhaustible, and around it were many fountains of wisdom. All the thirsty drank from them and were filled with wisdom, and their dwellings were with the righteous and holy and elect. What is he saying here? He saw the fountain of righteousness. He saw a fountain. Now, he's calling it a fountain of righteousness that never exhausted. And around that fountain were many fountains of wisdom, he says. The thirsty drank from them and were filled with wisdom, and their dwellings were with the righteous and the holy elect. Could this be something that's beyond our capabilities of understanding, much like the tree of knowledge, that you eat from a tree that wakes you up? Could there possibly be a fountain that these entities are drinking from that replenishes their memories with knowledge? Could this be? Could be. And at that hour, and at that hour, that Son of Man was named in the presence of the Lord of Spirits, and his name before the head of days. Are we gonna get this guy's name? Yeah, before the sun and signs were created, before the stars of the heaven were made, his name was named before the Lord of Spirits. He shall be a staff to the righteous. Let me ask the spirit guides. Spirit rods. The name of this Son of Man. Do I know this dude? Do I know his name? Do I know the name of this Son of Man? I do. Well, that helps me out a little bit. That Son of Man. Let me get some clarification on Son of Man. The phrase Son of Man. That's what I said. The phrase Son of Man primarily refers to a human being or mortal in Hebrew scripture, but is famously used by Jesus in the Gospels over 80 times to identify himself as the divine messianic figure from Daniel. Daniel 7:13. We need to look this up. Daniel 7:13 through 14 describes a prophetic vision of one like a son of man approaching the Ancient of Days on the clouds of heaven.
That's us. He's within.
Describes a prophetic vision of one like a son of man. I don't get that, Helena. What I get is there's many of these son of man, and remember, Jesus also referred to himself as a son of man. How do you explain?
When you represent scripture, Daniel had been praying for an answer from up above from the heavens, and it took 2 weeks for his answer to return. Because what happened was the archangel Michael got into a fight with the devil. And so once the archangel Michael came down to give Daniel his answer, that's when he saw the consciousness of Michael, and he dropped to his knees because of the fear. So that's what that is.
All right, let me hear your take on it, Helena.
Well, we are divine. We are the divine.
Okay.
Everything resides in us. I'm going to ask you to ask the dowsing rod something for me, okay?
All right.
Can you ask them if the sun has become a trap?
The sun itself, can you see me? No.
Yeah, the sun.
All right. So Helena, whom you know, yes, wants to ask you, has the sun itself become some sort of trap? Is the sun a trap? The sun in the sky, is it some sort of trap? No. All right. Is the sun some kind of a portal? Is the sun some kind of a portal? So any souls looking to go through the sun to escape, would they be able to escape through the sun? No, because the sun is not a portal, right? So the sun is exactly what we just heard it is. You see, it's like the wind. That girl who recalled being the wind in the past life. The sun is an object in the sky, but remember something. Our souls are energy. We are the gas that makes things go. So the wind, they created the wind, but the wind does not go unless they have the energy from a soul to make the wind go. So they then created the sun won't glow unless it's energy in the soul. Everything inside the dome is ran by soul spirit. I mean soul.
Okay, but there's more
energy.
than one sun, Raw, and they are.
Which
the
suns you
moon-
talking
remember
about?
The moon at one.
Are you talking about the sun? You said there's more than one sun.
Yes, I'm talking about the sun in the sky that we look for to heal us, and we're, the heat and the sun.
Are you
The
talking
planet,
about
the
the?
sun.
Are you talking about the sun that's inside the dome with us?
Yes,
Okay, so that
Okay,
sun is
so-
artificial. All right.
that's what I'm saying. So is that now a trap? Because there are more than one sun, right?
I don't know that there's more than one sun. Are you talking?
Absolutely, I have pictures.
Okay. So,
People have
but
been seeing it.
right.
Yeah.
So this is what you need to understand, right? All right. So, and I'll ask 1,000 rods. The so-called God or whatever, who made the sun, moon, and stars, are there more than one sun that he made? No. All right. So the sun, the sun that you see in the multiple, sometimes people see multiple suns in the sky, spirit rods. These suns are artificial. Would that be a correct statement that when people see multiple suns in the sky, they're seeing another sun that maybe the demiurge did not create? Let's just put it like that. Yes. All right. You got to understand something. We live in a dome underwater. All right. There's one sun, there's one moon created by the whole system that created the dome. Now, when you see other stuff in the sky, suns and stuff like this, you got to realize China got a sun. All right. The knowledge that
I know all that. I do. I know all that.
But listen for a second. The knowledge that we have. Okay, so we know China got a sun, right? How long you think China had a sun?
I have no idea.
Exactly, right? So to give a brief lesson, gray aliens exchanged technology with our black ops government, let's just say, in exchange for bodies. All right. They tell us this started in the 40s and the 50s. We don't know when this started. We cannot believe what they tell us because they have proven themselves many times to be a liar, right? So they also, it's also told to us that our black ops government, as far as technology is concerned, is thousands of years ahead of what even the military has.
Absolutely.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So you see it, like when we see stuff, you know what I'm saying? And the facts, like this here keep you grounded, knowing that you live in a dome underwater. All right. So anything that, like this is a good gauge to try to figure out stuff. You see multiple lights in the sky. You think one is a sun because it looks like a sun. But here's the crazy part. The sun that you even see, and I posted this during the eclipse, that sun is fake, and it casts like little hexagrams, shadows on the ground.
Yeah.
All right, on the ground. So we know that sun is fake. So could it possibly be that, it's not possible, but it's not, could it possibly be? It is a fact that if you see more than two lights, the first light is fake. So any second light, that means it's fake. That means somebody made it. Who made it?
Mhm.
We don't know. You see what I'm saying?
No.
So our sun in the sky right now, fake. The moon is fake. So if you see another sun during an eclipse or whatever, also
Yeah.
fake. It's fake. Now who's doing it? We just don't know. You know what I'm saying? We have no idea.
Why I was asking you to ask it, because remember, it was a few months ago, we talked about the moon being a trap, right? It was a soul trap.
Right.
Okay, so I
I
was
see what-
wondering because
Yeah.
I had asked the question months ago, and I never shared it about could the sun now be the actual trap?
Oh, the switch places with the moon?
Yeah,
No,
because
yeah.
they're always trying to fool us, right?
Right, but no, the moon, Spirit Rise, can you work with me here? The moon is the soul trap. Is this correct? Is the moon the spirit soul trap or soul trap where souls go in and to the light and get reincarnated? Is this correct? Yes. All right. Now the reason that's not going to ever change, and we can ask the Spirit Rise, will that ever change? Well, let me ask you this then. Could the sun ever be the soul trap? Could the sun ever be the soul trap? No. You saying what?
It's
I
not
see you
giving you a
moving.
no or yes, Rod.
I see you moving.
It can't tell you.
Yeah, but I see him moving. Hold on. Now let me ask again. Could the sun ever be the soul trap? All right. Well, let me ask you this. Has the sun ever been the soul trap? Has the sun ever been a trap for souls? All right. Now, the reason it's not going to be a soul trap is, for one, it's heated. The sun is heated.
It's what?
It's heated. It's hot.
Yeah.
It's hot. All right. Now, it's not the soul trap is not just about souls, because as what's his name? Enoch, as Enoch is telling you, it's physical beings that work this system. All right. We just can't see all of them, but a lot of them are physical. They eat food and everything. You know what I'm saying? So,
yes.
You know, you might not have heard this story, but I said it a few times where the guy who worked for
Rob,
the.
can I ask you something real quick?
Let me get this thought out, Rod, before I forget. But the guy that.
Yes, sir. Okay.
The guy that worked for the CIA who did the remote viewing and went up on the moon, and a Pleiadian was there and told him don't come back, and he went back like three times, but on the third time the Pleiadian snatched his soul out of his body, and they still got this guy in a coma. They done told his family he dead, but
wow,
they still have his body in a military hospital, and it's been that way for like 30 years. So you know what's his name? Paul Hellyer, former Canadian Prime Minister of Defense or whatever. Paul Hellyer, he said there's about 10 species that's working that moon, different species that's on the moon that got bases. So they're heavily invested in that moon. You know what I'm saying? They heavily invested in that moon. Go ahead, Raj.
I was just thinking, the dome. Could the second sun that we think we seeing, could there be a reflection of the dome? You ever thought about that?
Yeah, I did, but have you ever seen those videos or pictures? I saw a picture too once where somebody will take a video, a picture of the sun in the sky, and it got like this big halo around it. Have you ever seen those? Well, I've taken a video and a picture once in the wintertime when I was up in Cleveland. So that's the reflection. It's not going to reflect like another sun. It's just going to show you the dome. You know what I'm saying? It's going to show you.
Okay.
It's going to show you the dome. But no, that when we seeing two objects, because I've seen plenty of videos, we seen two suns in the sky. Think about this. Right. I'm about to give you the kicker right here. Do you really think China got a sun and the United States don't have a sun. We
Yeah, I get it.
we know
It's gotta be multiple suns.
exactly. We
Ain't
know
one sun power this whole dome. Yeah, there's multiple
there's
suns.
more
Yes,
than one,
created by
that's
man. Right.
right, but we know
Yeah.
China has released to the public that they have an artificial sun. You've heard nothing like that
Right.
from America, all right, or Russia.
Mhm.
Do you really think that they don't have a sun?
Right.
Exactly. You know what I'm saying? We just don't know nothing
Right.
about it. The reason China got a sun is because of what? The world, they're expecting the world to end. And the Chinese people are preparing. China is preparing to survive the cataclysm. All right. One of the major cataclysms that's going to happen is, Yellowstone. Yellowstone is going to erupt. Can y'all see me? All right.
Yeah.
Spirit Rods, can you answer a question for me, please? Is Yellowstone going to erupt? The Yellowstone National Park. Is that going to erupt? Yes. All right. And they have said that when Yellowstone National Park erupts, it's going to do what? Block out the sun. Is this true, Spirit Rods? Yes. It's going to block out the sun. And they said when that happens, in less than 30 days, we all gonna freeze to death.
Yeah, we all die.
Yeah.
Sure.
So
Yeah.
China has created an artificial sun because China is expecting they're gonna weather through part of this stuff. See, and their whole thing is the sun ain't got to shine 24 hours a day or nothing. They just need, they just needed to go up in the air maybe an hour at a time. They still gonna have electricity and all of this stuff, but to prevent the freeze over, they gonna release their artificial sun, over a certain area where they all gonna certain people, the best of their population is going to be here, and the sun is going to come up, you know what I'm saying, every so often to keep the freeze down until the the blackout is over with. That's all they're trying to do is survive. So if you think the United States ain't got nothing like that, we would be crazy not to think that that China is the only one that got that. You know what I'm saying? Bill Gates have discussed it publicly, talking about that, but man, they already got that, man. They already got that. The United States is fully prepared to be number one when any cataclysm happens. You know what I'm saying? They got contingency plans for our government and select, elite people to survive. And to be honest with you, if you really want to know like what the plan is, all you got to do is pay attention to where the elite build their bunkers at. Mark Zuckerberg, Oprah, and them. They bunkers are built on Hawaii. Now you wouldn't think Hawaii would be a place, because you would be like, well, why would they build it on Hawaii? If the flood comes, it's gonna wipe them out. But what if you don't understand that because them volcanoes on Hawaii right now are going off like crazy? I see them in my news feed all the time. Do you know what that means when volcanoes go off like that? They are building up ground beneath them, because when they shoot out that lava, the lava goes into the ocean, and the ocean cools it off, and it becomes dirt.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So they must know something, that Hawaii, even if the flood comes over Hawaii, all right, the waters are something to be redistributed, and the land in Hawaii will come up. They must know that. Or else why would they build bunkers in a place that seemingly would be underwater? I don't think they idiots. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, they choose in Hawaii, and it's not a coincidence that they did the whole laser thing out in Hawaii and spared all the blue roofs and all of that. Hawaii is going to be the place to be. Hawaii is going to survive. Hawaii is going to survive. Mark Zuckerberg His thing cost like what was it? A couple $100 million. He didn't just blow a couple of $100 million for nothing. And he didn't build it no place else. He haven't built one no place else except on Hawaii. And we all know Zuckerberg is in the bloodline. So if I was a betting man and I had some money, I would build a bunker on Hawaii on the same island too. You know, I would build a bunker there too. All right. Well, this whole son of man thing this is all I get from this, guys, is that there's multiple sons of man. They each have a job that was ascribed to them by, we could say the system, for lack of a better term. All right. I don't know what else to say with it. Look, and at that hour, that son of man, them using the term that instead of the is making it be clear that there are multiple sons of man. So
would it have been Jesus with a different name? You've got Jesus, Isis.
Well, we asked that. We asked that, Helena, when Ludwig said ask him was Horus.
Because it's one man, but we've had so many resets, right?
Well, let me ask.
He comes in a different name at the time.
Let me ask if this is a title instead of a specific person. That might shed a little bit of light. Spirit rods, is somebody willing to talk to me, please? Yes. All right. And so we asking about the Son of Man. Is this a title? Yes, it is. Absolutely, they said. It's a title. So it's a title. All right. So it's been plenty of people. Yeah. And just to confirm, Spirit Rod, so if it's a title, does that mean it's been plenty of people who have held that title, Son of Man? Yes. All right. All right, so it's a title. So we'll probably never know specifically. We know Jesus was one. Then that could mean Horus was one or anybody else was one because, But anyway, let's see. So before the sun and the signs were created, before the stars of the heaven were made, his name was named before the Lord of spirits. He shall be a staff to the righteous, whereon to stay themselves and not fall, and he shall be the light of the Gentiles. See, that's a red flag right there. And the hope of those who are troubled of heart. All right, so that's a red flag. He will be the light of the Gentiles. Gotta dig deeper into that. He will be the light of the Gentiles. Let's get a clearer understanding of the Gentiles. We're going to stay in the book of Enoch instead of the Bible. Gentiles or foreign nations are generally portrayed as the unrighteous, idolatrous peoples of the earth who are destined for judgment, but who may ultimately be incorporated into the kingdom. All right. The text focuses on the righteous elect versus the unrighteous nations, featuring the conversion of some Gentiles. Enoch highlights that the Son of Man will rule over all nations, judging both Israel and the Gentiles. In the animal apocalypse, 1 Enoch 90, Gentiles are symbolized as beasts and birds that, after the final judgment, are transformed and become part of the new community in the white bull, the righteous. The book distinguishes between the righteous, who are the elect, and the wicked nations of the earth. All right, so this is what we get. Look, the Gentiles are the Goyim, the Goya. The Jews are the righteous. The Gentiles are the Goyim. All right, that's what this is. The Jews are the righteous. Anybody else are the Goyim. And let me get back to that verse. He shall be a staff to the righteous, whereon to stay themselves and not fall, and he shall be the light of the Gentiles and the hope of those who are troubled of heart. All right, so let me ask the spirit rods to clear this up for us. Okay, spirit rods, you heard us talking about who the Gentiles are and who the so-called righteous is. So this person, the Son of Man, is going to be for the so-called righteous. All right, so that's the system. We know that, right? Some think, thank you for that. Yes, that's the system. If we can go neutral real quick. Some people think this is Jesus. Is they talking about Jesus and this particular Son of Man? No. All right. So
Yeshua.
Yeshua. Are they talking about Yeshua in this particular instance? No. All right. So this Son of Man, because the phrase Son of Man is a title. This specific Son of Man represents you guys, the system. To be more specific, are these the Jews? Are these the Jews? No, not the Jews. All right.
So someone from the Palladians?
So the Gentiles, let's try to figure out who the Gentiles are. The Gentiles are basically like us, the School of Esoteric Knowledge. We're Gentiles because we don't believe in the system. Is that true? Are they talking about Gentile? Well, they said Gentiles is anybody that don't believe in the system, right? Is this correct? I'm about to go for a reset, spirit rods. Y'all guys is taking too long. All right, can we get some answers? It's late. It's 11 o'clock, y'all. I know you're tired. Thank you for sticking with me. I know you're tired. The Gentiles. The Gentiles are the non-believers in a nutshell. Is this correct? The non-believers in a nutshell? All right, you're saying no. Is the Gentiles a specific people that I'm just overlooking? Is the Gentiles a specific people I'm overlooking? All right, you're starting to make me hot. All right, they don't want to talk, so I don't know. He shall be a staff to the righteous, whereon to stay themselves and not, and he shall be the light of the Gentiles, the hope of those who are troubled of heart. All right, so I guess we could figure this out on. We don't need them to tell us what it's already saying. All right. All who dwell on earth shall fall down and worship before him, and will praise and bless and celebrate with song the Lord of Spirits. I think maybe they don't want to talk about because the Lord of Spirits is involved. That's what I think. And for this reason hath he been chosen and hidden before him, before the creation of the world and forevermore. And the wisdom of the Lord of Spirits have revealed him. All right, Spirit Rods, I just got to ask this. And I keep switching back and forth. But I got to ask this, Spirit Rods, because y'all seem to be afraid of this Lord of Spirits character. Are you afraid of the Lord of Spirits? Are you afraid of the Lord of Spirits? Yes. Yes, I'm taking that as a yes. So you guys are afraid of the Lord of Spirits. All right. Is the Lord of Spirits like your boss or something? Is that like, oh, duh, you guys are spirits. So this is is this your direct boss? The Lord of Spirits is your direct boss? Yes. No freaking one. I'm sorry.
Oh, good one, Rraw.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, guys. I didn't know. No wonder you don't want to talk about this. I'm not going to say no more. Duh. We're not thinking, y'all. We're not thinking. They're spirits, and this is their boss. They don't want to have nothing to do with this conversation.
Lord of Spirit, right? Lord of the Spirit.
And Rod, you know when
This is why this.
you know when the rods go kind of like they look like they're gonna come to a yes, but they
Right.
stop?
Yeah,
When they just stop dead, it's because they can't answer.
yeah, that's what I'm getting. Like a maybe
Yeah.
or something, or
That's the but
Yeah,
that was the code right there for the answer though.
you know, I should have figured that out. They probably was like, duh, we're spirits. We can't talk about the Lord of Spirits. That's our boss, you freaking idiot. You know what I'm saying? Like, okay, I get it now. So let me just ask. Okay, all right, I get it now. So basically, you're not going to be of any type of help during this section on the Lord of Spirits. Is that what you're saying to me? That you're not going, I'm on my own, basically. Is that what you're saying? Yes. All right. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, guys. I wasn't thinking. I'm sorry. So we on our own with this, y'all. They not about to say anything bad about their boss, and I don't blame them. I don't blame them. All right. Because I was about to ask them some other stuff, but I'm not. I mean, I already know the answer, so I'm not going to ask y'all. All right. I know that this is specifically for, all this stuff is specifically for people that go into the light. This has no effect on us that's, trying to return to the source of creation. All right. In these days, downcast and countenance shall the kings of the earth have become, and strong who possess the land, because of the works of their hands. For on the day of their anguish and affliction, they shall not save themselves, and I will give them over into the hands of mine elect. All right. None of us is going to be in this position, so none of this apply to us. As straw in the fire, so shall they burn before the face of the holy. As lead in the water shall they sink before the face of the for the face of the righteous, and no trace of them shall be found. On the day of their affliction, there shall be rest on the earth, and before them shall fall and not rise again. There shall be no one to take them with his hands and raise them, for they have denied the Lord of Spirits and his anointed one. The name of the Lord of Spirits be blessed. For wisdom is poured out like water, and glory faileth not before him forevermore. He is mighty, in all the secrets of righteousness, and unrighteousness shall disappear as a shadow and have no countenance. Continuance. Because the elect one standeth before the Lord of Spirits, and his glory is forever, and his might unto all generations. All right, so this sounds like a lot of butt kissing to me. All right. And remember, this is what they told Enoch to write. So the pomp and glory of all of this stuff is, for he is mighty and all blah, blah, blah. This dude is just, man, he is this and he is that. And in him dwells the spirit of wisdom, the spirit which gives insight, the spirit of understanding, of might, spirit of those who have fallen asleep in righteousness. And he shall judge the secret things. None shall be able to utter a lying word before him, for he is the elect one, blah, blah, blah. In those days a change shall take place for the holy and elect, and the light of day shall abide upon them, and glory and honor shall turn to the holy on the day of affliction, on which evil shall have been treasured up against the sinners, and the righteous shall be victorious in the name of the Lord of Spirits. He shall cause the others to witness, that they may repent and forego the works of their hands. Now, see, in here, in this sentence, is some enlightenment. And the righteousness shall be victorious in the name of the Lord of Spirits, in this part right here. And he will cause the others to witness, so that they may repent and forego the works of their hands. So when you cause somebody else to witness something to sway their judgment, this is called what? Peer pressure. Peer pressure. So you're using a tactic to make people do something that you want them to do. This is called peer pressure. All right? That's exactly what it
I feel
is.
like in a college.
Exactly. So it's manipulation. It's not a natural thing because he's causing it. All right. That's a red flag. They shall have no honor through the name of the Lord of spirits, yet through his name shall they be saved. And the Lord of spirits will have compassion on them, for his compassion is great. So you're saying you're going to have compassion, but on the flip side, you just said you're going to use peer pressure to make people do what you want them to do. And he is righteous also in his judgment, and in the presence of his glory, and righteousness also shall not maintain itself. At his judgment, the unrepentant shall perish before him. And from there I will have no mercy on them, saith the Lord of spirits. In those days shall the earth also give back that which has been entrusted to it. Sheol also shall give back that which it has received, and hell shall give back that which it owes. In those days the elect one shall rise, and he shall choose the righteous and holy from among them. For the day has drawn nigh that they shall be saved. The elect one shall in those days sit on my throne, and his mouth shall pour forth all the secrets of wisdom and counsel, for the Lord of spirits have given to him and have glorified him. In those days shall the mountains leap like rams, and the hills also shall skip like lambs, satisfied with milk, and the faces of the angels in heaven shall be lighted up with joy. And the earth shall rejoice, and the righteous shall dwell upon it, and the elect shall walk there on it. And after those days in that place where I have seen all the visions of that which is hidden, for I have been carried off again in a whirlwind, and they have borne me towards the west. There I saw all the secret things of heaven that shall be: a mountain of iron, a mountain of copper, a mountain of silver, and a mountain of gold, and a mountain of soft metal, and a mountain of lead. And I asked the angel who went with me, saying, what things are these which I have seen? And he said, what is this? I'm tripping. And he said, all these things which thou hast seen shall serve the dominion of his anointed, that he may be potent and mighty on the earth. And that angel of peace answered, saying unto me, wait a little, and there shall be revealed unto you all the secret things which surround the Lord of spirits. And these mountains which you have seen, the mountain of iron, copper, silver, gold, soft metal, and the mountain of lead, all these shall be in the presence of the elect one as wax before the fire, and like the water which streams down from above, and they shall become powerless before his feet. All right. And I'm trying to wait to get through all of this so I can let it be known that why would there be mountains of precious metals up in heaven? And let's ask the spirit rods. Maybe they will talk about this. So, spirit rods, you know what I'm getting at, but let's take it step by step. There being mountains of precious metals in heaven means somebody's using these precious metals. Is that correct? Yes. All right. So the precious, can we start from a neutral position? The precious metals are real metals, correct? This is not spiritual metals. These are real physical metals, correct? Correct. All right. Now, if you go open up, please, for me. Neutral position. So, is it safe to say that the beings who are using these physical metals are also physical beings? Would this be safe to say? Yes. All right. So, when you read in the Bible, God talking about, and there's precious metals there. There's bdellium and there's gold. You know what I'm saying? We're not talking about spirits. Spirits ain't running around here with hard hats on and with lights and stuff, digging up gold and all. These are physical beings. Physical beings, just like the spirit Raj just told you. All right? They physical beings. And the reason they got mountains of gold, lead, silver, and all this is because they use that. They use it. All right, Spirit Rise. Let's blow the lid off of this. You know what I'm thinking, Spirit Rise. Are they taking these precious metals off Earth? Are they transporting them to someplace else is what I'm saying. These precious metals, are they being used on different worlds somewhere or in different domes? Yes. So basically what we have here, if we can start from a neutral position, basically what we have here is a mining operation where the earthlings, the humans are doing the mining, and the mine the mine gold and all of that stuff is being taken off Earth someplace else, maybe to Nibiru and other places. Is this correct? Yes. So to be very 100% clear, if we could open up and start from a neutral position, the whole purpose of our lives, the whole purpose of there being a dome, the whole purpose of any of this is to get the precious metals. Is this correct? Yes. So if we can start from a neutral position, please. So anybody thinking that, God loves them, their religion is real, and all of this other nonsense that people have decided to come up with and fill their heads with, as far as them thinking what their purpose of life is. Like some people, my purpose of life is to sing or to rap or to raise kids and all of this. All of that will be untrue. Is that correct? That's all wrong. Yes? You can say it. Yes. All right. The purpose of life, if we can start from a neutral position, the purpose of life, whether it's your life or my life, in this dome, the purpose, the big picture purpose, is to get the precious metals. Correct? Correct. Nothing else matters. They don't give there's no purpose. The Anunnaki have built this dome to mine precious metals. That's the gist of it. Everything else is bullshit. And if people don't want to realize that, that's on them. You know what I'm saying? But there is no purpose of life. Motherfuckers is here to mine gold. They shipping souls in here to fill bodies to mine gold. That's all this is. So anybody thinking it's anything other than that, you sadly mistaken. Your life don't matter. Your kids don't matter. Your job don't matter. You don't matter. You here they want the gold. They want the precious metals. That's what they're here for. And they set this whole system up. They've created your religions, your families, and all of this. As above, so below. Everything you think you know, they do up there too. But they know the truth. You don't. You just here to mine gold. Okay, so you own a store. Let's say you own a chicken joint. Well, we got to feed the slaves. Oh, you own a clothing store. We got to clothe the slaves. Oh, you make cell phones. Well, we want the slaves to be in contact. That's more efficiency for, doing their job. That's what it's all about. So as we read through these ancient texts, after a while, y'all, this shit is gonna get so monotonous because you're gonna be like, damn, it's the same thing with every ancient text. They're lying to hide the truth. But the truth still be in there. You just got to know how to figure it out. These beings ain't spirits. All right. These are physical beings working with physical mountains of precious metals, shipping that shit back to their home planet or wherever the hell else they need it. All right. This is a business. And it ain't even personal. This is just business. And, having humanity screwed up in the head over religion and all of that, that's a part of effective business. That's all they see it as. They are that if we keep you distracted on, praying, 5 times a day if you a Muslim, or Judgment Day if you if we keep y'all distracted on that bullshit, you won't wake up to the fact that you a slave. You will never realize it, and people don't. Every you know every day 4,000 something people die in the world without a clue. They don't have a clue about shit. They just accepted the world as it was presented to them, as if the world was on their side. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, and it shall come to pass in those days that none shall be saved either by gold or by silver, and none able to escape. Of course not. Gold or silver ain't going to save nobody, because they going to take it from you. And there shall be no iron for war, nor shall one clothe oneself with a breastplate. Bronze shall be of no service, and tin shall not be esteemed, and lead shall not be desired. And all these things shall be destroyed from the surface of the earth. It's not gonna be destroyed. Y'all about to rape the earth, and ain't none of this shit gonna be left. And when that happens, that's what humanity really better watch out for. When there is no more gold, silver, or nothing, when they instrumentation tell them there is no more here, because it was their instrumentation that told the Anunnaki to come here to this specific place in the first place. The first place they went to was the asteroid belt that has more gold in it than any other planets in the solar system. But because of the unstableness in the asteroids, they lost their ships. Their ships got destroyed. They decided to come here. But best believe when the earth, not the earth, because this earth is set on top of a specific piece of land in the bottom of the ocean of Tiamat, which makes me want to ask another question, like, do resets involve moving the earth? Think about what I'm saying here. Do resets involve moving the dome that covers the earth? So let me ask you, Spirit Roz, you heard me just ask that question. Is that true? Do the Anunnaki sometimes during a reset or whatever, a flood, whatever, when they get rid of all the humans, do they sometimes move the earth to a better location that has more gold and precious metals up under it? Do they do that? Have they ever done that? No, they haven't done that. Yeah, I just realized they would have to move all 10 domes above. All right. But is that an option? Is that an option that they thinking about? Because you would know, is there more gold or silver somewhere if they, like, let's just say, move the dome, 1,000 miles someplace else or whatever? Because I would believe that, when they run out, well, they probably just put a dome in that area instead of move the earth. Yeah. So let me ask you this then, Spirit Rods. Is that the reason why there are domes outside of the earth? That there are more domes outside of the earth because there was more gold and silver in that specific place, and they decided to mine there, so they made a new dome and a new earth over there so that they could mine it. Is that true? You saying yes to that? I hate it when y'all inch. Why you just can't move? All right, thank you. So what they saying is, and if we can start from a neutral position, are you saying specifically that other domes have been created inside of the waters of Tiamat because there was more precious metals there, to be mined? Is that what you're saying? Yes. Wow. You know what I'm saying? So, in my book, the Book of Secret Knowledge, I got a diagram in there. Unfortunately, I still ain't got my copy. So I know some of y'all done ordered y'all's and y'all ain't got y'all's. I still ain't got mine, but yeah, in there's other domes. Like, I'm sure all of us here know that there's other domes outside of our dome. And, I guess we never even thought of this, right? That's because we keep thinking of ours. Humans got a propensity to keep thinking of themselves as it's all about us. So I'm pretty sure that's how we've been thinking. Oh, there's domes outside of this one. We think in Tartaria and all this. We never thought that, well, if it's other domes outside of our dome, they must be over there working too, because that's the whole reason the Anunnaki is here. So them guys ain't over there doing nothing slick or nothing special. If Earth is the prison, all right, and they still got us working here in prison, please understand them people out there is working too. I guess we can ask that. So spirit rods, are the other people, are so since prison is since Earth is a prison, but we still work here in this prison to mine gold and stuff. Are the people in the other domes, are they mining gold and working for the Anunnaki kind of in the same way that we are? No? Okay, well, so are they monitoring us? Are they somehow like monitoring us or something? Reset. You guys ain't saying nothing or moving up. All right. Let me ask first, is anybody here? Is anybody here to talk to me? Yes. All right. Thank you for that. Are the other domes, are those people working and mining for gold and precious metals just like we do here in Earth? Are they doing the same? Saying no? All right. Now you say yes. See, I hate when you do that. How am I supposed to know? Why you can't just say, like seriously, what are you guys doing? So can I ask the question again, please? Can you give me a right? You're just acting goofy now. Are the other people in the other domes mining and working just like us? That was my question. Are you saying no? All right, I'm going to go with no then. It's no then. What was you saying, Helena?
I can't remember. Did you happen to see a video of this one girl? She had come out with that Tiamat is actually above our Earth. That we are at the bottom of the bottom. And Tiamat is actually above us. Did you ask your rod?
Is Tiamat above us? No. The reason Tiamat is not above us, is because we are in Tiamat. We live in a dome underwater. We're in the ocean. So think of Atlantic Ocean.
Yeah.
We live in that.
Explaining that.
Yeah.
She was explaining that, but she had said she sounded real.
Well, see, here's the thing. Tiamat, first of all, we on Tiamat. And Earth is not real. There is no Earth. Earth is Tiamat. Right. Earth is Tiamat. What they tell you Tiamat is, what they tell you Earth is, anytime they say Earth, just replace the word Earth with Tiamat. We are basically Tiamat. All right. We're in a biosphere at the bottom of the ocean on Tiamat. All right. That's the planet we live on. Okay. So Tiamat could never be above us. We are on we live on Tiamat. We just in the water, but we live on Tiamat.
Yeah.
Tiamat is not a separate place from here. We are inhabitants of Tiamat. All right.
Yeah, I was just curious about.
Yeah, we are inhabitants of Tiamat. Is this correct, Spirit Ross? That we literally live on Tiamat. Correct. We just live in the ocean, right? We're in the ocean of Tiamat. All right.
And above us is a meal.
Right, and above us is 10 domes. Above us is 10 domes, just like the dome we live in.
Yes.
Correct? Yes. All right.
Yeah.
So just to be clear, anytime they say Earth, that's a lie. What they really mean is Tiamat, because Tiamat is the third planet from the sun in the real world. Yes. All right. So for example, Nibiru, you know, Nibiru is on a, what's it, 3600 elliptical cycle, I believe, with this planet Tiamat. All right. So if they would have said Nibiru is above us, then I would say, okay, maybe that could be true because Nibiru comes close to Tiamat, but you know, that's, you know, and they'll probably tell you Nibiru is close because it is around that time. So Spirit Rods, is Nibiru near us right now, near Tiamat? Is Nibiru near Tiamat? You saying no? All right. Well, did we miss it? Did we miss the window? Let me see. Let me ask you this. Can we start from a neutral position, please? Let me help you. You guys with me? All right. Was Nibiru close to Earth in 2012? Was Nibiru close to Earth in 2012? Right. So, if we can start from a neutral position, in 2012, when they was predicting the end of the world, was that because one of the moons of Nibiru was going to strike Earth, or maybe it did strike Earth? Because were we moved in 2012? In 2012, did they move this world into, I guess, what you would call a different timeline? Is that a true statement, that the world was moved into a different timeline? Yeah, I never agreed with that. That sounds like BS to me. How you gonna move us into a different timeline? All right, talking about a parallel dimension. Did the Earth get moved into a parallel dimension? No, right? You know, I never believed that 2012 shit that, oh, we went to a parallel dimension, you know. And the reason I didn't believe that is because they said, oh, in this world, all of the Mandela effects were happening, right? But they really wasn't. It's the government. Am I right? The government did that Mandela effect. They went into the houses and took the Sinbad movies and rewrote history on the internet, telling us this didn't happen and that happened. Now that I'm on now that I'm on this topic, let me ask you: did Nelson Mandela die in prison? Did Nelson Mandela die in prison? You saying yes? Yes, he did. I believe that because I was in prison when Nelson Mandela died, and I remember it coming on the news that Nelson Mandela died. I watched Winnie Mandela walk in her husband's funeral procession. Yes, I watched Winnie Mandela walk in her husband's funeral procession. All right, so these motherfuckers is lying to us. See, here go the thing, and I'm gonna leave these open because this is the thing. I done figured it out. Look, it's not that we moving into different dimensions or nothing like that. Is it, Spirit Rods? It's more or less that these people are doing mass MK Ultra type of experiments on the public and making them forget things and remember things. Is this correct? Is this a true statement? You said no. You shot that down real quick. All right, so that's not what they're doing. All right, well, let me ask you this.
They're following the script of the Bible.
Are they I think you're wrong, Spirit Guides. I think you're wrong. How else do you get the masses to not remember something unless you're doing some type of mind control on the people? Are they doing mind control on the people? Yes. All right, so maybe it's not MK Ultra. Is it MK Ultra? Probably not. No, it's not MK Ultra. All right, so let me ask you this, and if we can start from a neutral position, please. It's not MK Ultra, then. Is it something that, like, the gray aliens, or it's something that the Anunnaki done came up with to alter our reality or the reality of humans in some kind of way? You know, Hello? Did they come up with something? Yes. All right. So, I mean, it only makes sense, right? If they got the ability to wipe our memories clean of everything, then they can implant memories too. Is this correct? Yes.
Mhm.
All right. And so let me ask you, Spirit Rods, if we can start from a neutral position. If they can, so is that what they're doing to us? Are they implanting fake memories into humans and doing this whole thing like what was that movie where Arnold Schwarzenegger giving people fake memories? Is this what they doing? Yes. I don't like it when y'all go slow. I'm just here to tell you, man. Like, I really don't like it because I don't want to seem like I'm manipulating you guys. So I really be expecting you guys to move and shit just like that. So they manipulating us really. They are manipulating us with fake memories. They got the ability to do this? Yes. It's deep.
Yes.
It's crazy.
It's deep.
Ross,
Yeah.
Ross, remember the last time, listen, you guys, last conference, I don't know what the hell was wrong with me, but I felt like I knew what I wanted to ask you or talk to you about, and I could not get it out. That when I asked about meditation, right?
Mm-hmm.
I meditate. But what I got down to was like, what if they are able to come through when you are meditating?
Oh yeah.
That's what I wanted to ask.
Yeah, definitely.
Because they can affect our dreams.
When you say they, though, who are you talking about specifically?
Well, I'm going to talk like the archons or whoever's doing this, right? Because they're getting in our minds. They can come into our minds and have you give you thoughts. They can change your mood. So if they're
Is what she's saying is correct, Spirit Roz, that that there are entities, yes, that can whisper in your ear and change your mind, yes. They also can change your moods and all of this, yes. Yeah, but and we kind of went over that in the Pista Sophia one, where it's the counterfeit spirit, or what you call your second mind, that puts thoughts in your head. So like anytime you have ever said to yourself, I knew I should have done something, the reason you didn't do it was because you listened to one of them. You see what I'm saying? Your first mind.
Also, right, but let's say you're with a family member.
Yeah, they speak through them.
Just normal, and all of a sudden you see a trigger with them. That is them attacking they're telling them, say this.
Yeah, and they'll use your family members to try to sway you to do stuff. They'll use anything they can.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, they'll use anything they can. So
but what I'm really concerned about is the meditation. Are they able, when we're meditating now, are they able to manipulate us in that meditation?
Yes.
That's what I'm wondering.
Yes. Yes,
So,
at any time. In the Quran it says the shaitans will attack you from above, from below, from side to side. And Allah gave them permission to do this, to attack you. All right. So nothing is sacred, nothing is off limits. This is why you have to pay attention. See, your meditation is to get in tune with your first mind. That's what meditation it really is. And maybe I should have put this in a book or something, but your meditation is to be able to discern at all times what's your first thought, because that first thought comes from the soul. And so you're not meditating. I mean, I know I've said it before, meditate to clear your mind and all of that. Yeah, that's for when the soul trap. But you also have to, like for while you are alive, meditation is to get in control. I mean, to get into alignment with your soul, which is your first thought.
I find that they're getting I find that they're getting stronger. Like, I've been meditating for a long time, And then I haven't been for the last 2 weeks because I found that I was really being attacked. And where I'm situated, I'm surrounded by electromagnetic field, like really bad here. So this is why I was asking, like, it's getting bad. The
Well,
ringing in my ears is, I mean, it's through the roof.
that might be your government doing that. What they call that, gaslighting. That might be them doing that. All right, they did that in a city. They did that in a town in Florida to the whole. I posted it before. They did it to the whole city. It was a town in Florida where our government was gaslighting this city, sending signals and voices and stuff to these people's heads and all of this stuff. The whole city.
Oh my God. Yeah, because where I'm at, like it's gotten really bad, like really bad.
Yeah, they will do that.
Yeah, because it's crazy.
Yeah.
That last conference, honest to God, like I felt like, what the hell? Like I knew what I wanted to say, but it wouldn't come out. I sounded crazy.
Yeah, they will do that. All right. So we got like a couple more pages until we to chapter 3. We're gonna do that, and then I'm going to go around and get everybody's questions or comments, and then we're gonna put it to rest tonight. All right, so let me see. So he's talking about the mountains of iron. All right. None should bronze, and we read this. And I looked and turned to another part of the earth and saw there a deep valley with burning fire. And they brought the kings and the mighty and began to cast them into this deep valley. And there I saw how they made these their instruments, iron chains of immeasurable weight. I asked the angel of peace who went with me, saying, for whom are these chains prepared? He said, they are prepared for the hosts of Azazel, so that they may take them and cast them into the abyss of complete condemnation, and shall cover their jaws with rough stones, as the Lord of spirits commanded. So they still punishing Azazel and them for taking human wives. And Michael and Gabriel and Raphael and Phanuel, I shall take hold of them on that great day and cast them on that day into the burning furnace. Hold on, wait the freak a minute, man. Is anybody reading this? Are you seeing this? So Gabriel, look, Michael and Gabriel have been trusted servants of the system for eons, especially Gabriel. And you gonna take them and throw them in the burning furnace? And take vengeance on them for their unrighteousness and becoming subject to Satan and leading astray those who dwell on the earth. We got to get the spirit rise out for this one. I cannot believe they are talking about doing this to Angel Gabriel. So spirit rise, can we get a little information on Gabriel? Am I wrong, but haven't Gabriel been a trusted servant of the system? They like, yes. Okay, all right. Does this make sense then that they're going to throw Gabriel into the fire? Does this make sense? You're like, no, it don't make sense, do it? Did Gabriel hook up with Satan? Did Gabriel hook up with Satan? You saying like kind of no? All right. So let me ask you this. Did not Gabriel give the Quran to the Prophet Muhammad? Was it Gabriel who gave the Quran, the recitation to the Prophet Muhammad? Am I getting it right? It was Gabriel, right? Yeah, it was Gabriel. All right, so he did that. Was it not Gabriel who went to what's her name? Mary, Did not Angel Gabriel go to Mary and tell Mary she was going to have a son named Jesus? Was it Gabriel that did that? Yes. All right. Are you guys tired? Because you're just only moving a little bit. All right. It don't make sense. So let me ask you this. Do you spirit people who are here right now, do you agree with Angel Gabriel being thrown into the furnace? Do you agree with that? You saying yes? Okay. All right. So let me ask this then. If we can start from a neutral position. Damn, that fucked my head up. So let me ask this, Spirit Rods. Did Angel Gabriel do something that has not been recorded in human history? You know, because I'm unaware of anything that Gabriel did that will cause him to become an enemy of the system. So did Gabriel do something that I am unaware of that will cause him to be an enemy of the system? Yes. So this must be something that we don't even know of, that was never even written about, y'all. Because Gabriel has went from being a faithful servant to them throwing this dude in the fire. That's incredible to me. That is incredible.
You have to pass on some type of knowledge and some type of way that not recorded at the system.
Or, and I hate I switched all over, but I'm going to ask this real quick. So, did Angel Gabriel, you know, finally come to believe that what's being done to humans is wrong? Is that what this is? No. All right. So that would mean then that, all right, so as before, like I said, there are factions among the, you know, Anunnaki and stuff, vying for power and stuff like this. Yes. All right. Thank you. And can we start neutral? So Angel Gabriel has basically switched sides from one faction to another. Is that what has happened? That Gabriel has decided to go with the one called Satan, who rebels against the system and wants to take over? You know, the same way Satan tried to recruit Jesus to come over to his side. Is that true? Yes. All right. Okay, so makes sense. So there's a couple of factions, in case you don't know. There's a couple of factions. You know, that's why we have, I guess, I don't know what you would call it, Satan and God. All right. The one that's being labeled Satan is not an evil being. It is one who simply does not agree with the way the system is doing things. All right. Remember, these people are on a mission. So there's no court. There's none of that. That's why they keep saying there's a judgment day, because there's no court. They are on a mission. All right. And mutiny has happened, and you know, they dealing with it. You could almost say they dealing with it as best they can, but they have something set up for that. But am I correct, Spirit Rosin, saying that the reason you have this whole God Satan thing is because factions have developed, which is basically a mutiny has happened on the Anunnaki mission? There's been some type of mutiny. Is this correct? Yes. Yes. So so if we can return to neutral, yeah. So here's a fight that's going on that don't even involve us, pretty much. I mean, like, of course it involves us as far as, you know, they fighting for control and all of that. But I'm saying this don't got really nothing to do with us humans, really. It's just, you know, bickering and fighting going on from the creators. Yeah, this is nothing to do with us. There's really no, it's one side calling the other side evil and trying to get, and they evil only because they going against the system, but the whole thing is when you go out to sea or when you go on a mission or something like that, it never goes as was planned because shit happens, things come up. And when things come up that don't go as it was planned, people take sides. Some people don't believe that the original plan is what we should be doing now because it is, or because of that. You know what I'm saying? So this is what's going on. But anyway, punishment shall come from the Lord of spirits. He will open all the chambers of waters which are above the heavens, and of the fountains which are beneath the earth. See? Ain't that what we were just talking about? He gonna open all the chambers of water above the heavens and the fountains which are beneath the earth. And all the waters shall be joined with the waters. That which is above the heavens is the masculine, and the water which is beneath the earth is the feminine. And they shall destroy all who dwell on the earth, and those who dwell under the ends of the heaven. And I just seen where this other white girl that do the 1,000 rods, she asked, was the oceans alive and all of that, and I think she asked, was the oceans feminine? The oceans are feminine, at least the ones down here with us. And when they have recognized their unrighteousness which they have wrought on the earth, then by these they shall perish. And after that, the head of days repented and said, in vain have I destroyed all who dwell on the earth. So this dude just said, in vain have I destroyed all who dwell on the earth. And he swore by his great name, henceforth I will not do so to all who dwell on the earth, and I will set a sign in the heaven, and this shall be a pledge of good faith between me and them forever, so long as heaven is above the earth, and this is in accordance with my command. So is this the rainbow he's talking about? When I have desired to take hold of them by the hand of the angels on the day of tribulation and pain because of this, I will cause my chastisement and my wrath to abide upon them, saith God, Lord of the spirits. Ye mighty kings who dwell on the earth, ye shall have to behold mine elect one, how he sits on the throne of glory and judges Azazel and all his associates and all his hosts in the name of the Lord of spirits. And I saw there the hosts of the angels of punishment going, and they held scourges and chains of iron and bronze. So if they got chains of iron and bronze, that tells you what? Azazel and them and his people are physical. And I asked the angel of peace who went with me, saying, to whom are these who hold the scourges going? And he said, to their elect and beloved ones, that they may be cast into the chasm of the abyss of the valley. And then that valley shall be filled with their elect and beloved people, and the days of their lives shall be at an end, and the days of their leading astray shall not be reckoned. And in those days the angels shall return and hurl themselves to the east upon the Parthians and Medes. They shall stir up the kings, so that a spirit of unrest shall come upon them, and they shall rouse them from their thrones, that they may break forth as lions from their lairs and hungry wolves among their flocks. And they shall go up and tread under the foot of the land of his elect ones, but the city of righteous shall be a hindrance to their horses. Horses. It's physical up there, fam, I'm telling you. And they shall begin to fight among themselves, and their right hand shall be strong against themselves. And a man shall not know his brother, nor a son, nor his father. Hold on, let's ask the spirit rods real quick. Do they got horses up there? All right, spirit rod. So you just heard Enoch say that they have horses up in the heavens. Is this true that there are horses in heaven? Yes.
Yeah, that's really physical, like horse.
Yes. And so let me ask you this, spirit rods. Do spirits ride horses? Do spirits ride horses? No, they don't. All right. We've been tricked, man. We've been bamboozled. We've been tricked like a mug, man. These niggas done tricked the fuck out of us. And damn, what the fuck?
There are 15 participants in the conference. The recording has started. Please announce yourself.
My bad, I hit the wrong button. But, so you got horses in heaven. Spirits don't ride horses. Right? So, you know, and I read somewhere, I think it was in the Sumerian text, that the horses actually come from the Biru. Horses, let me ask the spirit rods real quick. Spirit rods, do horses come from the Biru? Okay, you saying no? Are horses native to the surface of Tiamat then? You saying no? You saying no? All right. So did the Anunnaki create horses? Is horses like something that they created, a beast that they, you know, like we make dogs? You know, you saying yes? All right. So it's kind of like us, you know.
This session is no longer being recorded.
All right. These motherfuckers here.
The recording has started.
Right, they made them. You know how we make little dogs and all of that type of stuff. That's how they made the horses. They are a cross between some different animals. But okay, so they fighting up there with and riding horses, and they shall begin to fight. I said that a man shall not know his brother nor his son, his father or his mother, till there be no number of the corpses through their slaughter, and their punishment be not in vain. In those days hell shall open his jaws and shall be swallowed up, and they shall be swallowed up therein. Their destruction shall be at an end. Sheol shall devour the sinners in the presence of the elect. And it came to pass after this that I saw another host of wagons. Look, wagons, and men riding there on the wagons, and coming on the winds from the east and from the west to the south. So a bunch of men was in something that could house several men. So Enoch called it a wagon. All right, because he don't know what else to call something that a bunch of motherfuckers can ride on. So he couldn't just say one horse. All right, they ain't got no cars. So a bunch of people, a bunch of men, as he says, riding thereon was in this wagon. But we know it wasn't a real wagon because they was coming on the winds from the east and from the west to the south. All right, so he saw some type of ship with a bunch of people on it. And the noise of their wagons was heard. And when this turmoil took place, the holy ones from heaven remarked it. And the pillars of the earth were moved from their place, and the sound thereof was heard from the one end of heaven to the other. So they was on some type of rocket that was very loud. And they shall all fall down and worship the Lord of spirits. And this is the end of the second parable. All right. So we're going to leave off here on chapter. Blue alert.
Someone on the right now, the Ramification seems to be the first thought. I ain't even trying to think about nothing else. But first thought, the intuition, something is off, something is wrong. The moment that first instinct comes, and that's when my first advice thought come. I was in church. I ever tell anybody that story in the church, in the congregation, bishop, priest. I'm like, yo, why are you at one?